Test. Good morning, Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay, look, I know it's early, but we're going to try this one more time. Good morning, Fort Lauderdale.
No. Why? Okay.
Okay.
See what I can do.
Talking about me? The mic?
No, the mics itself.
That's it. That's the man right there. All right, folks, we got over here for our 10 o'clock start on track C, I believe we are, track C.
C. We are on
C.
track C.
It wasn't quite a 10 o'clock start, but we are close and we are about ready for some derby as the number 56th ranked Blue Ridge Rollergirls take on the number 67 ranked Oklahoma Victory Dolls. We'll be broadcasting all over the interwebs and be talking to the Yo's you here in the house. My name is Al B. Dam, and I'll be with you for this game with my esteemed colleague.
This is Professor Lubotomy. We are looking forward to a great game. Like I said, I got a matchup. These two teams split out only by 11 points on WFTDA rankings. Your Blue Ridge Roller Girls are going to be wearing blue with black accents today. Oklahoma City going to be in all black today with the occasional red bandana accent. Should be a fun little matchup on day number 1 here.
I like that
Beach Brawl.
I like that black and white look with a touch of red. You know, just to set it off.
It's sharp.
Photographers. That's what photographers do all the time. They set it up with the black and white and then throw that red blotch in there. Folks, this ought to be a great bout coming at you this morning from Beach Brawl 2016. We have two teams from the UK going on and over on track D that start. They're a little bit ahead of us. They were scheduled their alternate starts. We have a game starting every hour, one on track D and one on track C. For those of you out here in the Derbyverse, we will try to call the action as close to vest as we can. Keep you all abreast of the situation. Let you know what's going on here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale for the third Beach Brawl 2016.
Looks like we're going to have our action coming up in just a couple of minutes. I think we're finally getting our last little I's dotted and T's crossed. We'll go ahead and give you a rundown on the players that we'll be watching today. For the Blue Ridge Roller Girls on the track, we're going to see skater number 00. That's going to be Brutal. Number 5 is going to be Lady Rider. Number 6, Tractor Taylor. Number 10, Ash Villain. Number 13, Polka Hot Mess. Skater 033, Princess Suck It Up Buttercup. Number 36 is Boot Scootin' Bully. Number 75, Polly Slam Her Ass. Number 88, Dr. Octopushy. Number 155, Hurricane Jackie. Number 315, Coma Inducer. Number 505, Distressa. 917 is Vexing Violet, and 1138 is Hopi Wan.
All right, we got some derby on the way as number 88, Dr. Octopushy, goes up against number 2120, Emma C. Hammer. Emma C. Hammer coming back around. Octopushy is your lead jammer going into the pack, trying to come through. She calls off the jam as Emma C. Hammer was working her way around almost to the pack, and Octopushy calls off the jam.
Blue Ridge did a nice little job of opening that inside line for Pushy. Pushy got through, almost made it past all 4 of the players. Did get that last block in, though, so she only picked up 3 points for the pass.
Trigger Trixie stepping to the jammer line for Oklahoma. It is number 5, Lady Rider. Lady Rider is one you want to watch. A lot of exciting things come from that jammer, number 5 for Blue Ridge.
Yeah, both the jammers for Blue Ridge, Octopushy and Rider, have great lateral games. You can always just watch their legs constantly working. One of those skaters that have slightly smaller builds, but with their attitude, with their heart, they can definitely find their way through the packs.
Also, in those situations, sometimes speed kills, so they get up there and they have the element of speed for them.
Well, Ryder's going to follow up Pushy's 3 with another 3 of her own, putting 6 points on the board for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls, 6-0. The score right now, 28 minutes, 15 seconds left to go in the first half. Hurricane Jackie taking the Jammer Star for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. That's going to be Fatal Inferno with the Jammer Star for Oklahoma City.
Fatal Inferno attacking that 4 wall of Blue Ridge, going straight up the middle. Blue Ridge doing a fine job keeping her at bay. And then on the outside of turn 1 goes Hurricane Jackie, and she is lead jammer 4. And now she's going to have a power jam situation with a track cut by Fatal Inferno, putting Blue Ridge with the 6-point lead, and now a power jam situation. Hurricane Jackie trying to get by that 3 wall to take advantage of the power jam situation, and there she goes, coming back around for her points now.
Blue Ridge putting on the first full pass. 5 points on that one. That's going to bring the score to 11. Hurricane Jackie looking at that 3-wall defense. A nice set 3-wall. Some good recycling going on in Oklahoma City, but Hurricane Jackie able to find her way around to the outside, cuts the seam. Another 5 points on the board for Blue Ridge. Hurricane Jackie trying to find her way through that front 3-wall. Fatal Inferno back in from the penalty box. That nice little set 4-wall by Blue Ridge. We're going to see Bout, Scoot, and Bully moving up, trying to open a little offensive blocking. And I'll tell you, Al, over the last 2 years, we've seen it really come in. The offensive blocking has really come back into the game, and it's been such a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, the speed of the game and the offensive defensive play, to put it in layman's term out there for those, because as Derby, these athletes play offense and defense at the same time. But you're right, the level of offensive play by the pack has escalated, and even offensive and defensive, the jammers working, helping themselves and communicating with their blockers. You see so much communication, and they'll try to open up a lane here and then dash. The level of strategy that this game has come to is just ridiculous.
I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. It's not that just vicarious. I'm just going to go fast and see if I can find a line. You're starting to see set plays and set ideals. Octopushy once again taking the jammer star for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls, trying to make it 4 for 4 on lead jammer statuses, and she is going to do so. Octopushy gets through, but she is also going to be followed by T-Pain, who's got about a quarter of a lap. Oklahoma stretches out the defense. That's going to leave Pushy a little area. She's going to pick up her point and call it off. A nice little hit it and quit it there by Dr. Octopushy.
Quick rundown for some of the Oklahoma, because we didn't get a chance to do them in the rank. Number 14, T-Pain. Number 21-20, Emma C. Hammer. 27, Jade Shark. 28, Lethal Lamb. Number 40, Polly Punching Pocket. Number 42, Scar Bomb. Number 46, Fatal Inferno. And I will give you the last half of Oklahoma after this jam.
We're going to have Emma C. Hammer, number 21-20, taking on, that is going to be number 5, Lady Ryder. Ryder driven to the outside, and Oklahoma City is going to pick up their first lead jam of the day. They are going to break that streak. 4-1 now for Blue Ridge. Ryder emerges from the pack. Emma C. looking in, does a nice little hop to the inside, slides around to the outside, Bout, Scoot, and Bully with a nice hip pop is going to take Emma C. out of bounds, and Emma's going to have to call off the jam as Ryder comes back around. But Oklahoma City has broken that glass ceiling, and they have got their first points of the night.
All right, number 50 is Trigger Trixie. Number 54-46, Trenchtown Rocket. Number 6 for Oklahoma is Rachel Coffey. Number 777, Des Dispense Her. Number 8, Whoopsie Daisy. Number 82, Menace, and number 85, E-Bomb. Those are your Oklahoma Victory Dolls that will be competing here this weekend at Beach Brawl 2016.
Hurricane Jackie in blue taking on Trigger Trixie in black for Oklahoma City. Trixie finding the seam on the inside, and Oklahoma City making this 2 in a row. Blue Ridge started off with the first 4 lead jams. Oklahoma City making it 2 in a row now. They picked up 4 for their first points on the last jam. Trigger trying to find her way to the front. Split pack being called, and they're going to have to let Trigger go. So we're going to see another 5 points being put on the board. Hurricane Jackie trying to find her way past the last line of defense there for Oklahoma City. Gets that shoulder turn and gets around E-Bomb. Trigger Trixie getting through. She's going to put up another 4 points. So 2 big jams in a row there, a 9-point and a 4-point jam for Oklahoma City, brings them right back into the game. 25 minutes, 13 seconds left to go in this first half. 22 minutes, 25 seconds left to go.
Number 46, Fatal Inferno, going to the jammer line for Oklahoma. And that's number 88, Dr. Octopushy, back to the line again. Octopushy and Lady Rider already doing a rotation. They've had a couple more jammers, but so far it's mainly them. Fatal Inferno, number 46, takes lead jam. That's 3 in a row for Oklahoma.
Well, they have figured out that little conundrum that Blue Ridge is set in front of them, so they have been able to pick up those lead jams and done it fairly well, gotten their jams out with a little bit of a lead. Fatal. Oh, beautiful job by Punchy, taking Octopushy out of bounds. Pushy recycling, trying to find her way through again, driven out of bounds that time by Jade Shark. Blue Ridge able to finally slow down Fatal Inferno just a little bit. Pushy gets through, picking up 4 for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Fatal looking for that 2-wall. He's got a blocker trying to open up a little room. Blue Ridge, stoic, not giving up any space. Menace still trying to open up that inside line, and Fatal's going to see Pushy coming back around and call off the jam. So that has been 3 in a row, Al. 17 points amassed.
Only a 12-point deficit at this point, and especially with them so far with 3 in a row, they want to keep the momentum on the side now going into it.
Lethal Bomb, taking the jam star for Oklahoma City. Lady Rider with the star for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. 29-17, the present score. 20 minutes, 10 seconds left to go in this first half of action. Lethal Bomb trying to find her way through that back 4 wall. Rider pirouettes through, picks up the lead jammer status. E-Bomb's going to have to let her go. So Rider breaking that streak of lead jams by Oklahoma City. Ryder comes up on a loose 4, breaks down to a 3, gets that shoulder turn, trying to get around E-Bomb, and does so successfully, gets that little turn to the inside. 5 more points for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. And it is a power jam. Did not see the call. Lethal Bomb in the penalty box. Ryder pirouettes, ends up in the inside. And she's going to go ahead and call off the jam.
Folks, we'll be mentioning plenty of sponsors as we do the broadcast throughout this tournament. The first of which I want to mention is Junior Roller Derby Association, JRDA. United we skate against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in this initiative. See the Junior Roller Derby Association booth for more details. Those of you out in the Derbyverse, pay attention to your juniors. Check out what the juniors say about bullying on their website. Junior roller derby is another thing that's grown so much lately with the aspect of roller derby, and I'm excited. I'm going to the regionals in 2 weeks.
It's absolutely amazing to see the youth really playing at such an incredibly high level. Hurricane Jackie is going to pick up a cut track So we are going to see a power jam. Oh, it's going to be a nice little merry-go-round in the penalty box as Lethal Bomb also picks up a penalty. I believe they were both cut tracks, so we're going to see Ryder exiting.
Now, once Ryder exit, Oklahoma's jammer will only have to serve the time that Ryder serves, so they'll be back to play as both jammers now back to play. And now another.
Nice block there, sending Ryder to the inside. Ryder's going to recycle. Carefully trying to find her way past Dez. She's got Punchy, Menace out there as well, and Shark rounding out the Oklahoma City defense. Boot, Scoot, and Bully out there with Vexing Violet. And Ryder trying to find her way through. She's got a 3-wall. Dez trying to shut down that outside line, or excuse me, that's not Ryder, that's Hurricane Jackie. Menace has picked up the jam star for Oklahoma City, driven out of bounds.
Big time hit by Ash Villain up on Menace as Menace was forced out of bounds, having to recycle in the back of the pack. There's the whistle ending the jam. You know, Professor Lou, we touched on it a second with Junior Derby, and the thing, this season I made it a conscious effort to a more renowned focus on Junior Derby because I kept some of the juniors that I called just a few years ago when I first got into the sport are now taking key parts on travel teams in the adult league. So my point is, if it doesn't take a brain surgeon to see what that's going to do for the future of our sport. When you have a QK or an 18-year-old that's coming in to start, you don't have somebody who's might have skated at the rink once or twice, or they used to go to the rink. So that you've got derby players with 5 or 6 years of experience starting as 18-year-olds because of the junior roller derby leagues that are out and around the thing. If as an adult league, if you are not helping and focusing and growing your junior league or your city's junior team as well, you're missing the boat because that is the future of your league right there.
It absolutely is amazing for some of us older announcers who've been around this game since 2006 or so, seeing a lot of the players that just come in very fresh, very raw, and learning the game from experience being out there on the floor. And like you said, when you can have 4 or 5 years of experience before you actually get to the WFTDA top ranking level, I think it was 2014 we started seeing the first of the junior roller derby players getting into the tournaments and getting into playoffs and whatnot and seeing their effect. And it is just really amazing seeing the level that this game is being taken to. Picking up the lead jam. That's MC Hammer. Oh, and we're going to have a power jam. Illegal forearm on Doc Ock.
Dr. Octopussy in the box for a forearm, and now once again a power jam situation for Menace, who received the from Emma C. Hammer.
That's good. You see Polly Punch in Pocket coming up, trying to open us up some room there for her jammer. Emma C. not quite able to take advantage of it, and Blue Ridge is going to stretch that pack out and make Emma C. Hammer come in all the way and back, killing off a little time. That's another one of those things we've seen really intersecting into roller derby the last couple of years. There's a lot of time strategies too. A lot more people focusing on the clock and, time strategies in general. Emma C. is going to call it off just as Doc Ock is getting around. That fourth whistle blown just before she passes one of the Oklahoma City players. So no points scored there for Blue Ridge.
Yeah, the level of strategic play that our sport has undergone just since I've been. I believe I started in 2012. Matter of fact, I met you at my very first tournament. Frankie Panky in Tampa was my first tournament. I think I called 5 games that weekend, and that surpassed my previous games up to that point. So I didn't get the opportunity to call with you that weekend because I was just the rookie. You know, they can't put me with your veterans. So I'm glad that I finally made it to where I could at least am allowed to sit at the big table with you. You know.
Oh, dude, you're always welcome at the big table. But it's just like any team, man. Going out there, playing good competition. That's what you're going to do. Lady Riders picked up the lead jammer status. Trigger Trixie gets through the pack. Riders going to make her way through. She's going to pick up 5 points for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Call off the jam. And so just about halfway through this first half of action, Blue Ridge Rollergirls 48, Oklahoma City 25.
Multiplayer block on Rachel, number 6. That's Rachel Coffey. Multiplayer block as she goes to the penalty box. And now
Hurricane Jackie picking up a no pass, no point situation. So she is your out front, putting points on. Fatal Inferno picks up the lead jammer status as Jackie picks up her points. Inferno being held up. Nice little bit of work there by Brutal. Fatal Inferno finding the seam to the inside. As Trenchtown Rocket going to spend a little time in the sin bin. Inferno bumps and run, and she is going to call it off. She's going to pick up the 4 points.
For those of you out there on the Derbyverse, make sure you check out on Facebook or on the line 5 Second Skate Gear. For those of you in the venue, stop by and see 5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all of your customized Derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it is a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, stop by their booth and say hello. Hashtag next whistle.
Dr. Octopushy taking the jam star for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. T-Pain with the jammer star for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. 56-33, the present score. Pushy, bobbing and weaving, trying to find a little room. She's got a 3-wall set in front of her. Oh, beautiful little cut on the dime there by Pushy. Opens up some room, and she's going to pick up the lead jammer status once again for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Boot, Scootin' Bully riding the one skate around the corner, heading to the sin bin as T-Pain breaks free of the pack. Pushy with a nice little turn around Mellis. Gets a nice little hip shot there from Shark. Goes out of bounds, calls off the jam.
3 more points added for Blue Ridge Rollergirls All-Stars, bringing their total to 59-33 with 11 minutes and 40 seconds left to play in the first half.
Emma C. Hammer about to take on Lady Rider. 2 of the Blue Ridge blockers in the penalty bin right now. Emma C. Hammer having all kinds of daylight. Beautiful job by the Victory Dolls opening up that inside line for Emma C. Lady Rider is going to find her way through the pack as well, but Emma C. A huge pop there on Brutal, taking Brutal down. And Ryder is going to have a block in the back haul. We're going to have a power jam right now for Emma C. Hammer. She's already picked up 5 points, and she has got some momentum going in on this jam.
Just what Oklahoma needed to try to put some stuff together. They keep cutting in the gap. They've got 9 points already this jam, and she's in a power jam situation trying to take advantage of the full 30-second penalty clock. There's 5 more. 5 in the sky, bringing the total for 14, cutting the lead to 12. It's 59-47, and just like that, Professor Lou, she's cut that lead in half.
Well, nice job by the Victory Dolls right there, opening up a little room for Emma C. Hammer. All 3 of them come in with the offensive blocking. Brutal doing what she can out there, trying to hold her back. She's got some help there by Distressa, as well as Boot, Scootin' Bully. Emma looks for that inside line, gets taken to the inside as well. Ryder finding a little bit of a seam as Boot, Scootin' Bully finds a way to hold back Emma C. few more points being put on the board by both squads. Just under 10 minutes left to go.
The Oklahoma Victory Dog bench had a question for the Scissors, one of our officials. Scissors went over to the NSO table, the scorekeeper's table, to figure out what's up, and I've obviously got an acceptable answer as we go back to work. Trigger Trixie, number 50 for Oklahoma, is jamming against number 155, Hurricane Jackie.
Des Dispenser getting up there for Oklahoma City Victory Dolls, trying to open up a little room for her jammer, not quite able to do so. Looks like somebody has lost a toe stop out there. That could be interesting depending on whether that's the jammer or not, because toe stops are very, very important on those jammers, especially when they're trying to get through those very, very thick walls in back. Hurricane Jackie splits the difference. Medicine Shark doing a nice job holding her back, but Jackie's going to work her way through, and she is going to be on a power jam as Trigger Trixie going to be spending a little time in the sin bin. Shark and Menace. Des Dispenser rounding out that three wall out front as Hurricane Jackie trying to push her through. You're going to call it out of play, and they're going to have to let Jackie go through, so that's going to be another 5 points on the board for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Des Dispenser, Menace, Jade Shark, as well as Polly Punching Pocket. The defense for the Victory Dolls. Boot Scootin' Bully, Ash Villain, Distressa. Hurricane Jackie recycles her way, tries to find a little bit of a seam, grinds to that outside line, gets popped out again. And strangely, we are at full strength, 5-on-5 roller derby action. The penalty box having no claim as of right now. 4 more points going to be put on the board for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls.
Blue Ridge answering back that 14 they got last time, coming back with 9 of their own. I think they needed that because they needed to stop the momentum a little bit. Oklahoma was starting to change the tide a little bit. Things were flowing their way a little bit. And now Fatal Inferno going to the jammer line against number 88, Dr. Octopushy. And there's Dr. Octopushy coming out through. She burst through that wall. I mean, it was such speed and such acceleration from a dead stop, just flying right through the center.
Like I said, that's one of those things about the Blue Ridge Jammers. Both Octopushy and Ryder, very, very dynamic styles. You rarely ever see their legs stop moving, and those are skaters that can turn on a dime very, very easily. The Blue Ridge Rollergirls pushing the lead out now to 17 points, as we have seen a game of surges, each team having their nice little run, 73-56, 6 minutes, 5 seconds left to go in this first half of action here at Beach Brawl. Ryder pirouettes to the inside of Jade Shark. Once again, resets. Oh, finds a little bit of room, and Ryder's so good at taking those 3 inches of space to the inside and making them her own. Lead jammer once again. That is going to be Lady Ryder for Blue Ridge. The Victory Dolls setting up that defense. Doing a nice job with that brace defense. Lethal Bomb makes her way through. And we're going to go ahead and call off the jam. I believe 3 points putting on the board for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls.
Just over 5 minutes left to play in the first half. We have a 20-point lead, 76-56 by Blue Ridge Rollergirls over the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Oklahoma trying to put something together to cut into this lead once again. They've had flashes, and Blue Ridge is just the dynamic work of both their jammers and the pack work that they're working together, just insane. And once again, Blue Ridge with that burst of speed. That's number 155, Hurricane Jackie. All three of the Blue Ridge Jammers they have that acceleratory trait that is right through the middle and really excel quickly, blasting through.
Yeah, it's actually kind of odd when you see a bunch of jam. Actually, and the jam is not over. A little bit of confusion there as Hurricane Jackie being sent to the penalty box. So MSC Hammer right now in the power jam. I don't believe Jackie actually was the lead jammer, but tried to call it off. And so with that illegal procedure sent to the sin bin, MSC taking advantage.
Emma coming back now with another multiple grand slam. She's coming off her last jam. She had a multiple grand slam, and she was able to cut 12 points on. So here she had, in her last two jams, she scored 22 points. As she's still trying to fight her way through that wall of blue.
Well, this jam going to go on for another 35 seconds as both jammers emerge from the pack. 5 points for MSC, 4 points for Hurricane Jackie. Jackie gets the hips turned, goes for it. Gets popped out of bound by MSC. Nice little bit of jammer on jammer battle going. Have a feeling we might see a little more paint traded between these two players.
How you think?
Just a hair. Jackie pushing up, gets into the defense. MSC, beautiful job. Wow. Talk about time management. MSC, perfect timing on that. And with this timeout, we'd like to thank one of our great sponsors to Beach Brawl. The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
Oh, you know what? All those ideas I'm always telling you, I need to call them.
Make sure. They'll make it legal for you.
Stop it.
Well, with that last charge, wow, that was a 19-point jam for MSC Hammer. And that is going to bring our score to 81-75. 2 minutes, 48 seconds left to go in this first half. Game number one on Track C in Beach Brawl Friday, right here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale. And it does look like we're going to have an official review. I only get to call one of their games this weekend. Once again, I'd like to let you know that after this game, we'll be seeing an international bout. We're going to see Winnipeg Roller Derby taking on the Cape Fear Rollergirls out of Wilmington, North Carolina. So a little Canada, North Carolina action going on in our next game.
Yeah, we have a lot of international teams here. We actually started off the first game this morning was 2 teams from the UK. We started off, they were kind of half-heartedly, we're like, well, we could have done that over there, but I think it's good for this audience to get to see those 2 teams with the familiar. They've only played each other once or twice, and there's about 4 hours difference in them, so it's not like they're next door neighbors. You know, they've played each other, but they started us out over there on the other track at 9 o'clock this morning. And then we also have Paris is here this weekend. I call Paris and like Newcastle, I think, tomorrow. I can't wait.
It's been amazing. I mean, we've been watching what London basically did. London Roller Derby was showing us basically that the world has incredible teams out there, and the styles that they bring in, and London showing the way, and Victoria roller derby from Australia finding that open door and really taking it on. I mean, they are ranked #1 right now if you go onto the stats group, over Rose City as well as Gotham. So, I mean, we're going to have a very, very interesting tournament season. But then again, I mean, you've got this team from all the way from Australia coming up, one of the top teams in the world. And you got to know, I mean, most teams know that when you travel for roller derby, those are some of the hardest games, #1, to play because you can't always bring all of your team. There's always little nuances that you lose in that travel essence. So imagine coming halfway around the world and still being one of the top teams in the world in roller derby. It's absolutely amazing.
I also think that a lot of a lot of now we're starting to see some of these international teams. We're starting to see some of these international teams go up in the rankings, but quite honestly, I don't think that they're all of a sudden getting a whole lot better. I think we're starting with tournaments like this and different international tournaments that we're able to see. I know last year we saw 2 or 3 teams here at Beach Brawl that we were just amazed, and they were playing way above their ranking, but I think it's because nobody really saw them. And then now that we get they're coming over. Everybody in the States is seeing them. Everybody across the Derbyverse is watching them live. And we're starting to see some of these teams shoot up the ranks because all of a sudden it's like they're not a hidden treasure anymore. It's like we're finding really good roller derby teams out there.
Oh, and they are 36 countries worldwide. That last official review was actually Blue Ridge thought that MSC Hammer had cut the track, and so they had the official review. Actually, that was upheld. And so MSC Hammer is spending a little time in the sin bin starting this off as Dr. Octopussy picks up the lead jammer status for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Menace setting that shoulder. Shark. Dez as Pushy does an opposite. Turns through, gets 5 points. Taking big advantage of this power jam right now. Pushy. Driven to the outside. Nice bit of work there. Coleman Inducer opening up a little room for a jammer.
Trigger Trixie, number 50, coming to the jammer line for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Timeout called by Oklahoma. Lady Rider, number 5, to the jammer line for Blue Ridge.
And it looks like it's going to be an official review being called for Oklahoma City. So 2 jams in a row, 2 official reviews. 90-74, the present score. 1 minute 34 seconds left in this first half when we return.
As we go through the review, the Oklahoma skaters waiting patiently at the jammer line. That would be the Adam jammer line. It is the Adam jammer line on both tracks for Beach Brawl 2016, featuring the Juke wheel. The Juke wheel is back, combining a new design with the original urethane. It is your go-to wheel for any surface. Test ride the Juke wheel at the Adam Skate booth today.
Also, the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the United States, England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact Phillips & Phillips Law Firms for all your legal needs.
That whole stack is law firms, you're right.
Another great sponsor for Beach Brawl 2016. Sotolongo Law Firm is proud to be a sponsor for Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs.
You know, another one of the Beach Brawl sponsors.
I want a job where I can work in the States and the West Indies.
There you go. Another sponsor for Beach Brawl 2016 is a sponsor that I'm going to visit later on this evening, I'm quite sure. That would be the Funky Buddha Brewery right here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. If you have not had a chance to have Funky Buddha, you need to do so. It's just now. Hop Gun is their IPA, and if you're into that kind of thing, which I happen to be, is a wonderful brewery, Funky Buddha Brewery, right here over in Oakland Park. I'm going to go there probably this afternoon.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
Sounds like an announcer meeting, right?
It's a beautiful day outside. Get a nice cold local craft beer. Sit, enjoy the beautiful Fort Lauderdale breeze. I know the teams from Canada are absolutely, well, it might be a little bit too warm for them down here. It's so hot, eh?
Eh?
All right, we also had a track cut that Oklahoma City thought Pushy had done. They reviewed it. There was actually a blocker that came to help out, and the review was not allowed. So once we get back to action here, looks like we are going to see full strength out on the floor, 5-on-5. Blue Ridge Rollergirls with a 16-point lead, a minute 34 left to go in this half, 90-74 the present score. But we've seen a lot of pushes, though, from both teams, Al. Both teams have been making great runs. They'll pick up 3 or 4 lead jams in a row. The other team will come back. And, this has been a beautiful back-and-forth bout.
The difference is, at the very beginning, Blue Ridge came out and had that big pop at the beginning and built a lead. But since then, it's pretty much been back and forth, both teams. One team gets on a 12-point run, then the next one comes back and scores 13. Back and forth, both teams.
And there was that big run, the MSC Hammer picking up the 19 points there that really brought them back into this game. And we're going to see the lead jam going to Trigger Trixie.
MSC Hammer, at one point in that first half, scored over 40 points in 3 jams. Three consecutive of her jams, not 3 consecutive jams for Oklahoma, but Emma, in 3 jams for Emma, she scored over 40 points.
Ryder driven out of bounds. Whoopsie daisy. Rachel. Trench. And, of course, that's Menace out there leading the defense. Trigger Trixie works her way through, picks up 4 points for Oklahoma City, bringing the lead down to 12 points now. Trixie almost emerges through. She is going to call it off, and there's 32 seconds left to go on the clock, so we will see one final jam here. 8-3, Oklahoma Victory Dolls with the advantage on that. Bringing the lead down to just 11 points now. Number 14, T-Pain taking the jam star for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. She's going to be jamming against Hurricane Jackie, 155 in blue for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Oklahoma doing a nice job. They're very content taking that back 4 wall. Jackie doing a nice job staying on the toes, trying to find that line. Oh, nice crossing pop there. T-Pain hits the floor, recycles. Hurricane Jackie patiently waits, gets by Dez, and she's going to pick up the lead jammer status. 1 minute, 25 seconds left to go on the jam clock. Jackie tries to get that inside line. Menace gets it shut down. T-Pain driven to the inside. Nice little crossing block there by Vexing Violet. They're going to make her recycle. Polly punch a pocket. Out there with Menace. Finally, Hurricane Jackie gets him bite long enough to the outside to open up that inside line. Cuts through the seam. That's going to be another 5 points for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Blue Ridge trying to get themselves over the 100-point mark. Hurricane Jackie just gets to the inside of Jade Shark, but she's going to take a tumble and is going to have to work through that three-wall defense again. Oh, nice little quick move to the outside. Jackie seems unfazed. 5 points for Blue Ridge. And that is going to ride us into halftime. Blue Ridge finishing it out as it started with a nice little push. It's going to bring our score to 103 to 82. Blue Ridge Rollergirls with a 21-point lead going into halftime.
Yeah, that's a 21-point lead for Blue Ridge, but I'm excited to see what they're going to come out in the second half because Blue Ridge, I mean, you have to acknowledge the fact that they had those 20 points early. They got the first 3 jams. They came out. They established themselves. Looked like they were just going to run away with it for 3 or 4 jams. And then Oklahoma came back and was fighting back. And since then, it's been back and forth. So both teams now, Oklahoma's going to want to go in, regroup, figure out what they did, and then keep doing it and try to make up the deficit. Blue Ridge is going to have to go in and say, hey, we had them on the ropes. Let's just keep adding to it. Let's keep doing what we do.
Yeah, focus on basically what they're doing right and stopping. It's kind of like you say, it's that exact adjustment. It's, what are we doing right? How do we keep doing it? What are they doing right? How do we stop that?
Exactly. So both teams, they're going to do some regroup. We're going to regroup. Those of you out in the Derbyverse, go get you a cold, frosty beverage and be ready for the second half, or flip over and check out the action on Track C. Those of you in the building, stop by the Rydell booth and get a radar. Check out the Radar wheels. Visit the Radar booth to register to win a free set of the all-new Radar Halo wheels. Professor?
Al, we'll be back with you in about 10 minutes or so for our second half of the Blue Ridge Rollergirls taking on Oklahoma Victory Dolls right here at Beach Brawl 2016. Ridge starting it off nicely, picking up 4 lead jams in a row until that streak was broken by the Oklahoma Victory Dolls, and we've seen it back and forth ever since. Blue Ridge holding on to that initial lead, but Oklahoma doing a wonderful job breaking it down, even getting it down to just a couple of points, I believe at 2 different times in that first half. So we've
All right, as we get ready to start the second half, Emma C. Hammer going to the jammer line for Oklahoma. She's trying to add to that momentum that she had going in that first half. She was largely responsible for many of the points, almost half the points that Oklahoma got last time. So they're putting their hot hand up on the jammer line to start off. She's forced out of bounds, has to be recycled. And now Blue Ridge now trying to get right out through the middle. Great move by Dr. Octopussy. Ooh.
Well, Oklahoma City definitely starting off the way they wanted it to, getting that defense out there, pushy, trying to find her way around. Whoopsie Daisy and Rachel trying to set that defense as Dr. Octopussy finds her way through. The first points of the second half being put on the board by the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Dr. Octopussy comes through. Emma C. Hammer riding on her slipstream, and Octopussy calls off the jam. Traeger Trixie taking the Jam Star for Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Lady Rider for the first time for the second half. What? I didn't see him get hit, but I saw. Traeger Trixie picking up the lead jam. Ryder trying to find her way past Menace. And we've got a cut track, so we've got a power jam going on early. Traeger Trixie trying to benefit from this power jam. Rides the outside of the line with Vexing Violet. Violet having to let her go. That split pack being called, and Blue Ridge is going to have to let her ride on through. So Traeger Trixie quickly picking up 10 points. She's going to try to add on to that. Nice little boot shot. Hopi won, driving Traeger Trixie out. Trixie now driven to the inside. Nice little 2-wall setup there. Hopi won, getting a little help from Vexing Violet, sending the Oklahoma Victory Dolls jammer out of bounds. And Traeger Trixie is going to call it off as Lady Rider coming around the track. 11 points being put up there by Traeger Trixie.
Hurricane, Jackie, and Fatal Inferno going to the jammer line for their respective teams. That is the Adam Skate Gear, the Adam Wheels jammer line.
108-94, 26 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in this final half of game number 1 here on Track C at Beach Brawl 2016. Jackie trying to find a bit of a seam. And we're going to catch an illegal forearm on Hurricane Jackie. So another power jam right now for the Victory Dolls. Fatal Inferno picks up the lead jam as well. So the Oklahoma Victory Dolls have a good chance of erasing the 20-point lead that Blue Ridge had going into it. Boot, Scoot, and Bully, Coma and Deucer trying to hold her back. And Fatal Inferno is going to get by. It's going to be 5 more points for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Whoopsie Daisy goes up, tries to add a little chaos, get their jammer a little room. Nice job by Oklahoma City going in, creating a little chaos into the defense and gets Fatal Inferno free of the pack. 5 more points going on the board, and Inferno's got a 10-point jam right now. Fatal Inferno looking for her line, taking a nice little shoulder pop coming into turn number 2. Boot Scoot and Bully doing what she can. Oh, nice little pop to the outside. Poke a hot mess with that pop there. And Hurricane Jackie back to the sin bin.
Yeah, she came out and was live for a minute. Now she's going back for a track cut again. Number 50, Trigger Trixie, going to the jammer line, trying to take. Oh no!
This is interesting start. We have a jammerless start. .108, 107 the present score. The jammers come onto the floor. The Victory Dolls setting that back 4 wall, trying to hold Hurricane Jackie back. Blue Ridge taking that front 4. Jackie pops her way through, and we're going to see another penalty.
Back block.
That is the 3rd penalty for Hurricane Jackie with a jammer star on her head this half. Fatal Inferno picking up the lead jammer status, and the Oklahoma Victory Dolls have their chance at picking up their first lead of the game. The jam is going to be called off. The point scored, and there you go. The Oklahoma Victory Dolls are going to pick their first lead of the game, 110-108 over the Blue Ridge Rollergirls.
Oklahoma has come out this second half, really focused on what they need to do. It looks like Emma C. Hammer might have went and shared a little bit of strategy of whatever she was doing right, as now both the jammers, and that too is uncharacteristically for Blue Ridge. So far in this second half, their jammers are just staying in the penalty box. There's lots of
the wheels have kind of come off right now on these first couple of jams here for Blue Ridge. We're going to see a cut track being called.
Now Blue Ridge coming back in. Hurricane's going to come back in, and she's going to try to put an end to this momentum swing. Get the momentum bug back on Blue Ridge sides. And there she goes, come in. As she goes through for a pass, she's lead. She's going to come back around trying to add points this time. Needs 3 points to overtake the lead.
And you are absolutely right. She does need to get that momentum back. You know, when you get those kind of fouls in a row, you got to get that confidence back in. And big kudos to the coaching core of Blue Ridge. You'd see a lot of times where that jammer after 3 penalties, the first thing you do is take off that panty and pass it. And kudos to the coaches giving her confidence back on that. Hurricane Jackie trying to find her way past Dez and Shark. Jade Shark with a nice drive to the inside. Menace with the pop, following it up. 5 more points. And Hurricane Jackie getting that lead back for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Trigger Trixie having her problems right now with Blue Ridge, and we are going to have a timeout on the floor. Well, Trigger Trixie coming off the floor under her own power. Make sure she's okay. Have our tournament EMTs have a look-see. Make sure all our skaters are nice and healthy. Is our biggest concern. We'd also like to thank the Concept Law Firm, who is a proud sponsor of Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
Dr. Octopushy going to the jammer line for Blue Ridge. And there's Oklahoma Victory Dolls bust out right through the center. Lethal Lamb going to work for Oklahoma. Not one, not two, but three Blue Ridge skaters going to the penalty box.
Blue Ridge is just having a problem with that penalty box this half. Oklahoma City doing a nice job forcing some of the calls. Pushy trying to find her way through on her own as Lethal Lamb finds her way through. Gets that score tied up.
Does look like there was a little bit of a miscommunication as number 13, Polka Hot Mess, was not told to go to the box. She just misunderstood the direction. So there is two skaters for Blue Ridge in the penalty box.
And Lethal Lamb.
Just like that, there's none.
She's going to pick up the lead again for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Lethal Lamb driven to the outside. Nice little pop by Hopi One. And that jam is going to be called off as Brutal is coming around to the pack. She accepted the jammer panty from Pushy. A 15-point jam there for the Victory Dolls. 120, 125, 19 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in half number two. This has been a crazy half of action. Blue Ridge having big problems with the penalty box right now. Emma C. Hammer finding the outside line as Lady Ryder trying to find her way through. Oh, we're going to see an illegal forearm being called on Emma C. So we've got a power jam going on. Lady Ryder not quite free of the pack yet. And she is going to pick up the lead jammer status now for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. 3-on-3, the defenses. About to be shored up to the 4-on-4 Ryder. Trying to find her way through Menace. Menace has been doing a wonderful job on defense all day. Des Dispenser out there helping as Lady Ryder gets by Menace. Ryder tries to drive around the outside. Dees shuts down the outside line. Menace and Punchy trying to hold the line. Ryder turbo rolls her way through the defense. Menace still working on that last line. Ryder gets popped to the outside. Menace gets popped by trying to keep her out. And Ryder's going to get through, picking up another 5 points. We're like trading big jam to big jam here.
We've certainly proved in both halves, not just this one, but both halves, both teams have proved to be very streaky either way, which is they're not like trading a point or two here and a point or two there. It's one of them's jumping out getting 10 to 20, and then the other one's jumping out and getting 10 to 20, back and forth. Blue Ridge did a good job putting the brakes on the what was happening since in the first part of this half, though, because it looked like we were just starting to mention it. The penalties were adding up, and then all of a sudden the penalties changed, and there were 3 Oklahoma skaters in the penalty box. So it's like everything's going in spells for both teams. Penalty troubles, points, everything.
Well, as we said, we saw that 15-point jam followed up by a 14-point jam for Blue Ridge. Blue Ridge taking the lead once again. 134-125 present score. Hurricane Jackie trying to find her way through for Blue Ridge Rollergirls.
How you doing?
Working her way through and picking up the lead jam. That's going to be T-Pain for the Victory Dolls. Oh, E-Bomb with a beautiful blocking scheme there. Was starting on the inside, saw Jackie was going to go around to the outside and met her around. So some beautiful blocking there by E-Bomb. T-Pain and Brutal. Oh, Brutal just got by a Vexing Violet shot. And 9 points on the board. And you know what, Al? That's going to bring us to a tie game. 15 minutes, 55 seconds left to go in this second half. We're going to have a timeout being called by the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. 134-134, Blue Ridge, Oklahoma Victory Dolls. And don't forget, for all our fans, you are all invited to the official after party for Beach Brawl 2016. It's going to be a great night. 2-for-1 drinks till midnight and a free party bus. CYN Nightclub, come join us on Sunday for the official after party for Beach Brawl 2016.
Well, we've played 44 minutes of Derby, and we're right back where we started. All knotted up.
This has been some great adjustments. I mean, I think one of the biggest adjustments in the second half has been the penalty bench. It has eaten its fair share of players during this half.
Yeah, while I'm certainly not the most avid stat keeper, I would be willing to bet that there's twice as many penalties for both teams in the second half so far than there was in the first half, because we did not see the penalty box action that we see right now. As number 88, really. Dr. Octopushy goes to work for Blue Ridge, and a track cut against Fatal.
So just
Inferno.
A plethora of penalties. Jade Shark, Dez, Menace trying to hold back Dr. Octopushy. Pushy with 5 points.
I love when you do it.
I can't do it without doing it. Pushy to the inside. 5 more points. Doc Ock.
I'm digging the little Sean Connery thing there, Professor Lou. I'm just saying. Octopushy does on the inside. Great job by Octopushy. I didn't mean to step all over you that time, Professor. We get excited sometimes.
It is. I love her style of play. She's a very lateral player. One of those, man, you see her going for the outside line, and you bet she's going to be turning on that dime going for the inside. Very dynamic, great attitude, wonderful smile, good person, too. So you got to love it when it's that trifecta of humanity in a derby player. With a beautiful turn, double pirouette to the outside. Gets around Jade Shark. Gets around Punchy.
Would that be a 720 spin move?
That would.
I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
Oh, that was a beautiful combination there.
Fatal taking a hard hit by number 10. That's Ash Villain. You warned me that she'd dish out some hits today.
Well, Blue Ridge coming out of that timeout in grand fashion. A huge 25-point jam. I think that's the biggest jam of this half. And like you said, we've seen very, very streaky kind of play going on each team. But Blue Ridge right there coming out of that timeout on fire. And a very well timed timeout by the Victory Dolls. Going to try to stop that momentum here. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the United States, England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
Those of you in Lauderdale visiting, check out Extreme while you're here. Are you ready for an extreme break? Come visit Extreme Action Park where you can race, bowl, eat, and play all under one roof. Drive the fastest gas-powered go-karts on our indoor asphalt track, bowl on our plush lanes, play in our arcade, and climb our ropes course adventure. Plus, catch the UFC fight at our pit bar this Saturday night. That would be tomorrow.
Dude, that sounds like fun.
I know, right?
Like, you got a go-kart track at a bar.
That's
awesome.
Wait, I don't know. Oh well.
I want to live there. Just give me like a little driver's cup with a bottle of tequila in it. I'm good.
Stop
We're good
it.
to go.
You'll be out there on a go-kart with a sippy cup.
I would. I completely would. Well, wow. Blue Ridge coming out of that timeout, a big run there, 25 points, trying to get this half back in shape. This first half of the second half has been nearly confusing almost. I mean, not seeing anything that we really saw in the first half. What we did see is a ton of penalties, a lot of penalties going off right off the bat, especially to jammers. Hurricane Jackie picking up 3 or 4 of those. But then again, a beautiful job by the coaching staff of Blue Ridge when she finally came out of that streak of penalties to keep her in and keep that star on her helmet and making sure that confidence is restated. So, you know, that's got to be tricky sometimes when you're in that situation and you want to pull that jam star, but you also want to keep that jammer focused on what they're doing.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I agree. You got to keep. I think you got to let them go, especially if they're the ones that brought you here. You dance with the one that brought you, and if they brought you here, then you got a long weekend this weekend, and if they're having confidence issues in game one, you need to get the confidence back, and the only way you do that is you hand them the star and you put them to work. Now, oddly enough, when we both at the end of the first half, when we talked what we thought had to happen in the second half, and we both so astutely were talking about what our thoughts were on. Neither one of us mentioned stay out of the penalty box, but that's because in the first half it wasn't an issue. But both teams in this second half, like you said, it's became an issue for both of them, and I don't know if. It's just like you said, it's a question of doing what you do good and keeping them from doing what they do good. I don't know if both teams, as the back and forth is doing that, you're starting to get each other out of their own rhythm, so that now they're starting to get desperate or going in, reaching into the well a little bit too far and coming out with penalties. But penalties were zero factor in the first half. I mean, there was a few, but there wasn't nothing like this.
Yeah, not heavy at all. Not heavy at all. Especially to the extent, like I said, that we've been seeing the jammers in the box, and there have just been a plethora of jammers in the penalties. And they were requesting a late hit, and which is going to be a no call. So that jam will stand.
550 on the jammer line. That's number 5, Lady Rider, and number 50, Trigger. Trigger Trixie went down earlier. Good to see her back up going at it again.
Trixie.
Now, Trigger Trixie. Woo.
Wow. She just ducked under a Vexing Violet booty shot.
Polka Hot Mess had a swing and a miss as Trixie ducked down under the flow and went right back to work getting points. There's 4 more for them. Now it's 159 to 138. They're trying to cut back into that lead.
Ryder just goes into a Tractor Taylor shoulder there and floors herself, trying to rework herself back through the pack. Getting around Menace. Nice little drive. Whoopsie daisy. E-bomb. Ryder's going to find her way through, picking up 4 points for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Trigger Tixie trying her way through that front. And she is going to call off the jam. Ten points for the Victory Dolls on that last jam. 4 for Blue Ridge. 163-144 present score. 11 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in this game.
Emma C. Hammer and Hurricane Jackie are going to work for their respective teams. Hurricane Jackie tries to go on the outside. Emma goes on the inside. She's recycled back to the back of the pack. And now that blue 3 wall, goes to work on her as Hurricane Jackie takes lead jam status. And now she's trying to add to that Blue Ridge lead. Hurricane Jackie.
Oh, beautiful glancing shot there. Brutal. With a nice little hip pick.
Hurricane Jackie had that stint a few minutes ago where she went to the box twice in that one jam, and then she came out. And you made reference to the fact a lot of people would get 2 and give up the star, but she stayed with it. But when she came out of the box that time, she came she just was moving different. She was focused. It's like the second time she went to the penalty box, she just kind of said to herself, no more. And she's still skating like that. Ever since that she's come back, she is just really putting points up and getting them. There's 5 more for her now. Make that 10 more for her now as 173 to 144 as Hurricane Jackie adds 10 more points for Blue Ridge. That's what she was doing in the first half, and that's what she needs to keep doing. If
you can tell one of the things that Blue Ridge has been doing in this second half, they've been focusing a lot more on Emma C. Hammer every time she's put that star on her head, and they have been giving her fits in the pack as she has not been able to get that easy pass out of there. Lethal Lamb taking on Dr. Octopushy.
That makes a lot of sense by Blue Ridge because Emma C. Hammer had the majority. She had almost half of Oklahoma's points in the first half by herself. Not by herself. Of course, her boxers helped. But from wearing the star, she had most of the points. So Blue Ridge is just really trying to shut her down and not let her be the one to beat you. Lethal gets forced out of bounds out on the inside of the track. Dr. Octopushy blitzing on the outside. She's coming back around. 4 more points. She's coming back into play, trying to add more points for her.
And yeah, you can definitely tell that is a different Blue Ridge squad right now than the one that started this half. Just kind of like the wheels fell off the skate for a few minutes. A very well-timed timeout by the coaches, got their team back together, and since then they've been very, very focused, very solid, put up that 25-point jam, but bigger story is keeping Emma C. and the Victory Dolls from being able to put points on the board.
Yes, keeping Emma C. at bay, like you said, concentrating on her, not letting her be the one to beat you. And not only that, Hurricane and the rest of and Blue Ridge right now, they remind you of that at the very beginning of the first half when they put those 29 unanswered. That's how they were skating.
Yeah, it is. It's almost like, that kind of zen. Take a deep breath, exhale. You're here. Let's do what we're doing. Fatal Inferno with a nice little charge. That's why you don't play around with the whistles. Inferno picking up 2 points for Oklahoma Victory Dolls as Ryder calls off the jam.
I'll tell you what, if it comes down to 2 points, those points right there, because she was, for all intents and purposes, she was locked up. She was calling off the jam. The Blue Ridge was calling off the jam. And then out of nowhere, she kept those feet moving and freed herself up and was able to sneak 2 points out at the last moment. Great job.
Emma C. trying to find her way through. Nice little battle between E-Bomb and Brutal there. Hurricane Jackie out front. Trenchtown Rocket trying to hold her back, and Jackie's going to pick up the lead jammer status.
Emma C. Hammer lost the star up in turn 1, and as she was going back to get it, she just got annihilated by, I believe it was number 10, Ash Villain, up in the middle between turns 1 and 2. Huge hit. My goodness.
Well, it's 181, 148. We got 33 points separating these two teams right now. 6 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in this game. Trigger Trixie, number 50, in black for the Oklahoma's Victory Dolls, is going to have to wait a few minutes or wait at least 30 seconds.
You figured out that 33 points all by yourself?
Every once in a while, I've got...
You didn't even take your shoes off. Wow.
I've got people helping me.
Huh?
I got people helping me. I've got a crew.
I was going to say, I didn't see anybody come and tell you that was 33 points or nothing. Wow. I'm still over here trying to not double out, carry the one. That is our largest point lead of the game thus far. 33 points held by Blue Ridge.
And again, we were seeing a 134-134 tie just a little bit ago. Again, Blue Ridge coming out of that tie with that 25-point jam, one of the biggest jams of the game. And Blue Ridge right now trying to solidify things. The Victory Dolls, they need a couple of positive jams. They need a little bit of momentum going here. But I'm going to say it now. Staying out of the penalty box is going to be a key factor for both these teams.
Both of these teams throughout this game have taken on. It's like they're schizophrenic. Both of the teams have done stuff that have been completely opposite of what they've done the rest of the game, and they've done it in droves where they just keep on it. They're either giving points or getting points, and then their penalties are just, it's unbelievable. Right now, though, Blue Ridge still adding to the biggest lead of the game.
Yeah, again, they have still come out of that timeout. They just have really done very little wrong since coming out of their Octopushy, going against Trigger Trixie. And we see a little bit of time strategy being played into now. Octopushy getting the best of Trigger there. And she's going to have a chance to put some more points on the board. So nice strategy there by the Blue Ridge Rollergirls, killing a little time off the clock and picking up a second pass.
I am truly impressed by Blue Ridge in the last half of this second half so far, because they've come back, and it goes back like they were at the beginning of the game, and they have just remained focused. The turning point in my mind still remains when Hurricane came out of the penalty box for that second time. She had laser focus. You could see it. She was determined. She was like, okay, this is ridiculous. And she went and took it back. And her team followed her. She took her team on the back. And now all of them are skating with a different laser focus. Yeah. That's exactly what they needed to do to get themselves back to where they were. And now Blue Ridge calling off the jam after adding 0. Well, that's no fun.
Time strategy. One of those things that we've seen focus more in Derby over the last couple of years, man. You got to watch the clock now. Definitely more into play.
Yeah, the strategy. We started talking about that a little earlier, and I think it has to do with a lot of things that we were talking about. I think the hard work that the skaters are putting in now, the junior levels coming up with the thing. Heck, another thing with the juniors now is more and more you see top-notch adult skaters going back to the well and teaching and training these junior teams.
Oklahoma Victory Dolls picking up the lead jammer status. That is Fatal Inferno. 3 minutes, 55 seconds left to go on the clock. 1:35 on the jam clock. Hurricane Jackie stuck behind Menace. And I'll tell you, that's a player for the Oklahoma Victory Dolls, who has done an amazing job all game long. Menace has just been a thorn in the side of the Blue Ridge Jammers.
She has certainly lived up to her name.
Very much
She has
so.
been a menace.
Absolutely.
See what I did there?
Gotta love those players that it's all defense, all defense. Menace sets it with Shark and Punchy. Fatal Inferno slides to the inside. She's going to pick up 4 points and call it off as Brutal. After picking up the Jammer Panty, is charging to the pack. Does not quite get there in time. And we are going to have a timeout being called by the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. 2 minutes, 53 seconds left to go in the game. 187, 157, 30 points separating these two teams. Again, we have the number 56 ranked Blue Ridge Rollergirls taking on the number 67 ranked Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Al and I, we have had a pleasure calling this game, and this really has been a schizophrenic second half. If you saw the teams in the first 10 minutes and this last 10 minutes, these are two completely different squads on the floor. I mean, just amazing. It looked like the wheels came off for both squads very at the start of that half.
And it's not just then. It's like during the first half, they were back and forth doing stuff like this. And then the second half, it was the same thing. And then all of a sudden, Blue Ridge now looking like that team from the very beginning of the game. They had their 29-point lead at the very beginning of the game. It looked like they were going to just, I know it was early, but you were already saying, wow, if they do this all day, it's going to be ugly. And then Oklahoma just started chipping at it and chipping at it and chipping at it. And the more confidence they got, it was taking Blue Ridge out of their game. It was like they thought they had it and then they didn't. But now Blue Ridge is just
they're firing
on fire
they're
right
firing
now.
on all cylinders right now.
Dr. Octopushy trying to push her way through the
Trigger
wall of
fixing.
black. Spin move on 1 foot. Great job by Octopushy. Wow, that goes back to her that aggressive style that she has that a lot of people wouldn't have even tried to go through that little of an opening. But not only did she do it, but she did a 360 spin move, landed on 1 foot to make it happen. Fantastic job by Octopushy going through.
Oh, and beautiful
that
job.
Oklahoma wall.
Turns reverse, pushes the hips out to get the extra point. You got to love that. That's some style going into the last 2 minutes here. 189, 157, 2 minutes left to go on game number 1 here on Track C in Beach Brawl 2016.
Let me ask you a question. If you got 2 minutes on the clock and you need 33 points and you're Oklahoma, who are you going to hand the star to?
Well, I would hand it to that girl right there, Emma C. Hammer. She carried you in the first half, but then again, Blue Ridge, they know they're going to have to focus on holding her back. Lady Ryder trying to get around to the front. Jade Shark. Des Dispenser.
Look at the pack work by that 3 wall of Blue Ridge in the back. Now it's back to a 4 wall as number 13, Polka Hot Mess. She came back to join the fun. She was out of it for a minute because they needed her to bridge that wall.
Oh, nice job by Coma Inducer setting that pick. Opens up the inside line. The jam is going to be called off. 1 minute left to go. And we're going to have another timeout being called by the Oklahoma Victory Dolls. Wow, 134. Just about 10 minutes ago. Blue Ridge able to add 59 points to that while holding Oklahoma City to just 23.
Folks, coming up next here on Track C will be Winnipeg and Cape Fear, the Winnipeg Roller Derby League All-Stars and Cape Fear Rollergirls.
Winnipeg, of course, from Canada.
Scarlett O'Hurcha and Stash Merkin will be on the mic for that call. That's going to be a fun one when these two get together.
Oh, it's always going to be a blast. And like I said, another international game. Fun to see the team from Winnipeg taking on the team from Wilmington, North Carolina. Fatal Inferno, Dr. Octopussy taking the Jammer Stars for their respective teams. 103 left to go in the game. Pushy trying to find that inside line, switches her line just around a little bit. Trigger gets driven out of bounds, and she's going to have to come back all the way behind Ash Villain and Coma Inducer. Pushy up to the front, trying to work her way through Menace and E-Bomb. Two of the great defenders out there for Oklahoma City. They've been both putting in work all day long. They're joined out there by Dez. And there comes the Blue Ridge Rollergirls trying to open up a little bit of room. Lead jammer for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls, Dr. Octopussy. Hope he won. Coma Inducer, Ash Villain. The blockers for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. 8 seconds on the period clock. Pushy gets a nice pirouette around Menace. Menace definitely has been living up to her name all day long. She has been a thorn in the sides of the jammers for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls. Menace with a nice little pop. E-Bomb with a pop there on Pushy. And Pushy with a nice little charge there. She's going to find through the pack 5 more points for Blue Ridge. And that is going to be our finish there. Pushy able to put a few more points on the board on the last one. Of course, our score is unofficial, but I would feel safe to say at this point, the victors for our first game here on Track C at Beach Brawl 2016, make some noise for the Blue Ridge Rollergirls.
Yeah, once again, going back to this first half, in the very beginning of the first half, Blue Ridge just came out dominating, and then Oklahoma was able to work their way back, and then it took almost till midway through the second half for Blue Ridge to get back on track like they were in the first to take control back in this game. I think Oklahoma came in, and after being down initially, came back and really fought back, and it got them off tilt a little bit, and it took a little bit, but oh my goodness, once Blue Ridge did, they certainly got there. Now give it up for Oklahoma Victory Dolls.
Yeah, Victory Dolls. The counter lap. An excellent game. And we hope you stick around for our next game when Winnipeg takes on the Cape Fear Rollergirls.
Absolutely. Winnipeg and Cape Fear going to work with Stash Merkin and Scarlett O'Hurcha on the mic. We'll be here with it just a second. All kinds of action coming at you all 3 days here at Beach Brawl 2016. Professor, I don't see a better way that we could have started it off as we just did, sir.
Couldn't imagine. Al, a pleasure as
It was
always,
a pleasure,
my friend.
sir. Folks, stay tuned out there in the Derbyverse. Go grab yourself a cold drink and be ready to come back to work. Those of you in the venue, go out and check out our venue. Check out the vendors. Go out and all kind of skate gear, all kind of neat stuff going on here. Plenty of edibles floating around. Grab you something to eat, drink, be merry. I'm Al B. Dam. See you in a little while.
Number 1107, Scar 2 beat you. Number 1108, D3PO. Number 117, Girl Meat. Number 145, Payne Dexter. Number 19, Ruby Doom. Number 204, Lex Go. Number 206, Payne Goodall. Number 22, Tenacious V. Number 411, Pint Size Poison. Number 63, Put It On My Tab. Number 69, Andy Poison. Any Position, pardon me. Number 88, Sarah Dactyl. And number 9, Sinfully Sweet.
And in the red, your Cape Fear Rollergirls. Number 101, Liberty Spikes. Number 18, Raven Mad. Number 2, Fiona Fatale. Number 2288, Blue Mountain Bomber. Number 27, Neo. Number 3, Punky Bruiser. 30, Miss Ill Crisis. Number 412, Mayhem West. 43, Hawaiian Puncher. Number 5, Terranado Debris. 52, Terror Nova. 57, Rosie Rockabilly. 82, Bella de Brawl. Number 88, Ava Latoul. And your captain for Cape Fear in red is going to be number 57, Rosa Rockabilly.
And for Winnipeg, the captain will be number 22, Tenacious V. And we have almost 2.5 minutes to go until this match gets started.
Now, Winnipeg currently ranked a little bit higher than Cape Fear, but all in all, neck and neck. Winnipeg coming in at number 106 in the current Women's Flat Track Derby Association standings, and Cape Fear at number 112. So both of these teams competing for an opportunity to improve their chances at playing at one of the playoffs later this year, Division II for the lower ranking teams, Division I for our top tier. And all the details on that you can get at WFTDA.org. WFTDA.com. All your details for the Women's Flat Track Derby Association.
That's right, Scarlett. I was looking at the rankings earlier, thinking these two teams are pretty closely ranked, and we should have a good match for you right here in the facility. And hello to everybody watching online.
With just over a minute and a half to go, our officials are doing last-minute preps, getting the track nice and ready.
And what a good job our officials are doing, and also our track. Our track maintenance folks are doing a really great job fixing up the track. We had a game that ran long right before this one on this track, so they need to touch up, make sure the tape is nice and shiny, and everything, all the marks are where they're supposed to be, because this is the real deal.
Indeed it is. This is the fourth game of Beach Brawl 2016. And while you're checking things out online, look for the hashtag Where's Toothy. I believe the Beach Brawl mascot, Toothy the Jammerhead Shark, will be wandering around, and we want to see all those social media posts. So follow hashtag Where's Toothy. This is the second game today on Track C. You are currently watching Track C at Beach Brawl 2016 here at the Broward County Convention Center. Once again, my name is Scarlett O'Hurtia.
And I'm Stash Merkin, and we are getting ready to have some derby. Looks like the teams are getting ready to take the track. Cape Fear in the red, Winnipeg in the gray.
It's like our first jammer on the line for Cape Fear is going to be number 412, Mayhem West, wearing the star for the team in red.
Okay. And that is Scar 2 Beat You, jamming for Winnipeg.
Right up the line, team is in a split wall defensive formation. Scar 2 tries to shoot her way up the middle while Mayhem goes toward the inside. Team split up, forcing Scar 2 to the outside. She's forced to recycle and gets a cutting the track penalty in the process. So Scar 2 was the first out of the pack, but got a cutting the track penalty. So your lead jammer now is Mayhem West for Cape Fear.
And she immediately calls off that jam.
No, don't do that one.
And for over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance. It looks like we have a power jam getting ready to start. Scarlett?
That is number 52, Terror Nova, jamming for the team in red. That's the Cape Fear Rollergirls from Wilmington, North Carolina. All by her lonesome, looking for a little bit of an assist from her blockers, but they decide to pull back, forcing that 20-foot rule to be utilized. And Terror Nova is your lead jammer for the Cape Fear Rollergirls. 2 for 2 at this point, Cape Fear on lead jammer status. Terror having to fight her way through that wall of gray. Team doing a good job of bridging, but slowly but surely, we have little by little that pack kind of dissolving because of the distance. And we did have a star stash happen just there, where Winnipeg's jammer came straight out of the box, stashed the star, got through the pack, but Terra Nova caught it and quickly called it off.
Visit the Radar booth to register to win a free set of the all-new Radar Halo wheels. And Scarlett, I gotta say, Winnipeg so far has really shown up well defensively, smothering the jammer in that last power jam.
That's true. Cape Fear only able to get 5 points on that first power jam. And now jamming for Cape Fear, we have number 30, Missile Crisis. And for Winnipeg, we've got number 204, Let's Go. Let's Go shoved to the outside at turn 1. And out in front, your lead jammer, Missile Crisis, manages to get past that square box of Winnipeg blockers. Meanwhile, Lex struggling to get by that Cape Fear defense on the inside, forced to recycle back to turn 2. And now on her first scoring pass, Missile has to get past that triangle defensive formation that Winnipeg is becoming quite fond of in the front. Whistles prompt a little bit of confusion as Winnipeg's jammer is sent to the penalty box. So we have a power jam that just got called off after a 5-point pass, putting Cape Fear up at 10. Winnipeg still held scoreless at 0. 26 minutes left in the first half as we head into jam number 4. Don't go into it. Tell the jammer.
And coming up to jam for the Cape Fear Rollergirls, Terra Nova, and she'll have a power start.
Team parts the waters, letting her hit that Winnipeg pack very quickly. And so before turn 2, your lead jammer is Terra Nova, now on her first scoring pass, and as your lead jammer, unopposed currently, as Winnipeg's jammer from the last jam is still in the penalty box.
Scarlett, the Cape Fear jammer made a really good outside move out there in turn 1, got right by the Winnipeg blockers, but now they have reformed, and
so yet another star stash from Winnipeg. Let's Go, holding that star in her hand as she makes her way through that pack on her initial pass, putting it back on right as she got out. Now I gotta say, as impressive as Cape Fear's jammers were on that power jam, there was an offensive blocker, Fiona Fatale, who was doing a phenomenal job of just wrecking havoc on that Winnipeg defensive formation in the front of the pack. So, but back to the action on the line currently. Who we got jamming stash?
We have number 63, Put It On My Tab for Winnipeg, and Liberty Spikes for Cape Fear.
Look at this, Winnipeg's jammer Put It On My Tab out in front, lead jammer virtually unopposed once she found that space on the inside line. Now on her scoring pass, and with an impressive apex jump, passes the entire pack for 5 points.
Put It On My Tab, putting on a show. A big-time apex jump right after a nice move to the inside, getting lead jammer.
Now, Put It On My Tab is great lateral movement. She is just razoring her way across that track, making it very difficult for Cape Fear to form an effective defensive formation.
And that's 5 more points for Winnipeg on that last pass, Lambdale Grande.
Winnipeg, once again, in that triangle defensive formation with the assist, holding back Liberty Spikes pretty effectively right now. I do believe she's still on her initial pass. She has not gotten through on her scoring pass yet. Looking for a little bit of help. And Put It On My Tab gets shoved to the outside, forced to recycle back behind the jam line as Cape Fear has 2 blockers currently in the penalty box. Put It On My Tab calls it off after 5 more points. And just like that, the tables turn. Winnipeg takes the lead 15-13 after Jam 5.
The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you. And who we have on the jam line, Scarlett?
Number 2288 for the team in red, Cape Fear, that is Blue Mountain Bomber. And for Winnipeg, number 411, Pint Size Poison. And it looks like Cape Fear takes lead jammer status. Blue Mountain Bomber getting that honor for her team. Pint Size now out of the pack as well. Both jammers on their scoring pass. Blue Mountain calling it off before either team can rack up any points, playing it safe and smart.
Powerdyne has changed the game again. Stop by the Rydell booth and check out all the new redesigned Arius Platinum plate. Arius Platinum Performance Redefined.
Now jamming for Cape Fear in the red, number 412, Mayhem West. And for Winnipeg, that is number 1107, Scar to Beat You. And out in front, Scar to Beat You, your lead jammer for Winnipeg.
That was a nice little hop right off the jam line, Scarlett. Scar to Beat You got an early jump and earned that lead jammer.
And speaking of early jump, that pack got off to a fever pitch. They are going, this is the fastest pack we've seen in this game so far. They sped things up pretty significantly, which makes me think that Cape Fear got control of that pack speed.
Mayhem West for Cape Fear.
Going on the defensive there, giving a
Hit the
shove.
other jammer.
Hawaiian Puncher trapped in the back by those Winnipeg blockers as Scar to Beat You sneaks around the outside and gets 3 points on that pass. 8 points for Winnipeg on that jam. 4 for Cape Fear brings our score to 23-17 with 21 minutes left in the half.
When you need to roll quick, think quick. Quick bearings where precision meets performance.
Now out on the jam line, number 204 for Winnipeg, Let's Go. And number 52, once again, Terra Nova for Cape Fear in the red.
Look at the blockers just shutting down both the jammers.
That box formation, man, Winnipeg's defense has been so solid because of that strong box and triangle formation that they're so fond of. This time they're in the back rather than in the front. And while we were talking, Winnipeg went ahead and got lead jammer. That is Let's Go, who is wearing the star for Winnipeg and currently in control of that pack after a grand slam pass.
And after that little hop by the Winnipeg jammer, Scarlett, these two teams are putting on an air show for us.
That they are, and this game has become a matter of inches, just that little bit of space on the inside, because she hasn't really done any big grandiose apex jumps. It's just been little hops to find the space on the inside.
Positional.
Terra Nova is still stuck in that pack, while Let's Go has racked up 3 grand slams so far, 15 points already here in the first minute of the jam.
And Scarlett, Cape Fear came out with an early lead on the first jam, but so far Winnipeg has come back and taken it away from them.
That they have very solid defensive. I think Winnipeg just needed to wake up a little bit. Oh, here we go. Terra Nova fought for every bit of that initial pass, but now she's eligible to score some points. And Lex Go sees that coming, calls it off. 20 points for Lex Go on that Jam 42-17 in Jam 8, and we have a team timeout called by Cape Fear.
The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
Sounds like that's the right place to call for if any of our English friends get into some shenanigans here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, or if you're domestically based.
They don't even know the meaning of the word shenanigans, Scarlett. I am confident of that.
They're way too dignified.
They are well behaved and wouldn't ever get into any trouble.
Well, I gotta say, I love the Canadian support over on the outside of the track. So the other Canadian skaters waving little tiny Canadian flags, showing some support for Winnipeg. Now heading into Jam number 9, 42-17 with 19.5 minutes left in the first half. Who's jamming?
Well, for Cape Fear, we have Missile Crisis.
And for Winnipeg, that is Put It On My Tab, number 63.
Put It On My Tab has been electrifying and once more earns lead jammer.
That was quite the kerfuffle in the pack there. Lots of scattering. We couldn't really see either team get off to a good defensive start. Put It On My Tab comes in contact with one of Cape Fear's blockers and quickly calls it off after 1 point. Once again, playing it safe, playing it smart and short.
That's exactly what you want. If you get a foot race with the other jammer and your lead jammer, call that off. Line up, do it again.
So the very aptly named Pint Size now donning the jammer star for Winnipeg in gray.
And Mayhem West for Cape Fear, jamming for
the team in red.
Team in red, yes.
Both jammers coming up against opposite what we saw in the last jam. Very strong defensive formations for both teams right off the line. Split wall defense being utilized by Winnipeg, and that box formation done by Cape Fear. And Pint Size manages to find daylight first. She is your lead jammer for Winnipeg. And number 82, Bella DeBrawl, heading to the penalty box. Pint Size calling it off after 2 points.
And that was a good move by Pint Size. She actually spun 180 and make sure she got her hips past the other players before she called that off. That was a nice move.
Once again, I want to thank all of you joining us here in the venue at the Broward County Convention Center and those watching online. Thanks for streaming us here at Beach Brawl 2016. You are watching Track C, and this is the Winnipeg Roller Derby League in gray and the Cape Fear Rollergirls in red.
Jamming for Cape Fear is number 27, Neo. And
Scarred to Beat You for Winnipeg. Scarred to Beat You out in front, your lead jammer for Winnipeg once again. Cape Fear sending some players to the penalty box, meaning we only have 2 blockers left to stop Scartu, and they do it effectively, shoving her to the inside. She's forced to recycle almost halfway in the straightaway. Once again, shoved to the inside by Cape Fear. Scartu forced to recycle.
Meanwhile, some good play by Neo over here in turn 4, getting past the Winnipeg blockers, who have been mighty smothering in this game so far. Your scorer in the facility, Winnipeg 49, Cape Fear 17, with 16 and a half minutes to go in the first period.
Now jamming for Winnipeg in the gray, that is Lex Go, number 204.
Blue Mountain Bomber jamming for Cape Fear, and we are underway.
Very spread out pack straight off the line. Cape Fear using those last two blockers that they have out on the track to pull far ahead and form a two-woman wall, but that was no match for Lex Go, who jumps through right away and is now your lead jammer and just got a 5 points on that first scoring pass.
Winnipeg really coming out flying in this jam. Lex Go calls it off after getting 4 more points.
Yeah, it's too late now. You got like 10 seconds. Now out on the line in the red for Cape Fear, number 52, Terror Nova.
Put it on my tab for Winnipeg.
Full complement of blockers for Cape Fear. Winnipeg starting down 1 with number 88, Sarah Dactyl, in the penalty box. Tab gets shoved out of bounds and is forced to recycle, but that doesn't seem to be slowing her down. She just wrecked her way through those Cape Fear blockers and is once again your lead jammer for Winnipeg.
Scarlett put it on my tab, having a heck of a game so far. She just tore through that pack. Hardly anyone touched her.
Once again, that triangle defensive formation proving to be quite effective, but now they lose one of the key pieces of that triangle defensive formation. That would be number 9, Sinfully Sweet. Pack getting very spread out here in the apex between turn 3 and 4. Put it on my tab, manages to find some space on the outside and skates on by for 5 points on that pass.
Cape Fear defense doing a good job right here on turn 3, holding up the Winnipeg jammer on that last pass. Good bridge work, good pack work.
Sarah Dactyl pulling far back to provide a bit of an assist to Put It On My Tab, who was being stalked back by Missile Crisis. Pulling all the way back past the jammer line. Winnipeg with 2 blockers in the box. Doesn't seem to be slowing Put It On My Tab down at all, though. Terra Nova now on her scoring pass. Put It On My Tab, shoved to the inside, but skates on through after getting 20 feet away from the pack. Is able to get by for 5 points on that pass, and it looks like Hawaiian Puncher is heading to the penalty box. And Terra Nova breaks the dry spell. 2 points on that one for Cape Fear. Put It On My Tab gets 15 here in Jam 13. We now have a team timeout called. I'm sorry, not a team timeout. Is a team timeout? Sorry, scoreboard wasn't blinking. Team timeout called by Winnipeg.
Bunt, semi-custom, full custom. Yes, we can do that. My Bunts, the latest and greatest way to customize your Bunt boots. And the Soto Longo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact the Soto Longo Law Firm for all of your legal needs.
Once again, remind everybody at home, these 2 teams are playing for a shot at improving their rankings so that they get a chance to play in the WFTDA playoffs and championships potentially. The Division II playoffs will be in Wichita, Kansas, August 19th through 21st, and in Lansing, Michigan, August 26th through 28th. Get all the details about playoffs and championships at WFTDA.com.
And it looks like we're getting ready to get back to Derby. In red, Mayhem West, number 412, jamming for Cape Fear.
And number 411, Pint Size, jamming for Winnipeg in the gray. Look at this. Out in front, Mayhem West is your lead jammer for Cape Fear.
Cape Fear blockers doing a good job opening a lane for Mayhem West to slip through on turn 1.
Mayhem West with those long legs, it only takes a couple of strides for her to get all the way around that track. So she very quickly hit the pack on that scoring pass and grabbed her 5 points, calling it off, shutting down Pint Size here in Jam 14.
The juke wheel is back. Combining a new design with the original urethane is your go-to wheel for any surface. Test ride the juke wheel at the Adam Skates booth today.
In the gray, jamming for Winnipeg, that's number 110. I'm sorry, 1107, Scar to beat you. That 7 was hiding. And once again, for Cape Fear, we have 2288 Blue Mountain Bomber. Pat getting very spread out over almost half the track at this point. And it looks like not your lead jammer, but the jammer in the lead, Blue Mountain Bomber. Winnipeg coming up in once again into that very familiar box defensive formation before Winnipeg calls it off after becoming lead jammer. Three points for Winnipeg on that last jam brings our score to 76-23. Winnipeg in the lead as we head into the last 11 minutes of the half. Now jamming in the red, that is number 412, once again, Mayhem West. And for Winnipeg, that's number 204, Let's Go, in the gray.
Both jammers looking for a little daylight. Mayhem West getting knocked to the track by the Winnipeg blockers. Gives the Winnipeg jammer time to get through and earn lead jammer.
Well, not only did she get through and get lead jammer status, but Let's Go actually took out a blocker on her way through, showing how powerful a point scorer she is. A little ref stumble there. And we have a cutting the track penalty called on Mayhem West, who's now going to the penalty box. So power jam on the track for Let's Go and the Winnipeg Roller Derby League.
And Scarlett, this is a gold-plated invitation for Winnipeg to go up big before the end of the period.
Absolutely. And it looks like her blockers are taking full advantage of that, trying to spread that pack out. And now we've got an offensive assist from the pivot, from Winnipeg's pivot. After 5 points on that first scoring pass, Lex hitting the pack. Box formation by Cape Fear, gets an assist from her pivot. Let's Go, shoved to the inside, forced to recycle back at turn 2. And Mayhem West trying to make her way past that Winnipeg wall. Takes a spin, tries to double check and make sure she was in bounds. And it looks like Winnipeg has a blocker heading to the penalty box. And again, that offensive assist, I got to give props where they're due. That is number 1108, D3PO, doing a great job as an offensive assistant to her jammer, getting that Winnipeg jammer through. 15 points on that jam for Winnipeg. Cape Fear held scoreless. Score is currently 91-23 as we head into the last 9 minutes of the half. Who's jamming?
We have Missile Crisis for Cape Fear and Put It On My Tab for Winnipeg.
Both of these jammers punching that time card today.
And Missile Crisis is your lead jammer.
Put It On My Tab, taking a spill way to the outside at turn 2. We got whistles being blown for penalties, but it wasn't on the jammer. Meanwhile, Missile Crisis, look at this, Stash. 5 points on that first scoring pass for Cape Fear.
And I'll tell you, Put It On My Tab, she finishes that pass, I think, put 2 of the Cape Fear players into the penalty box just on her own.
4 points for Cape Fear on that second pass. 9 points on that jam for the ladies in red. And the Winnipeg Roller Derby All-Stars being held scoreless, 91-32 with under 8 minutes left in the half.
Are you ready for an extreme break? Come visit Extreme Action Park where you can race, bowl, and eat and play all under one roof.
Out on the track, we've got Blue Mountain Bomber in the red for jamming for Cape Fear. And your lead jammer in the gray for Winnipeg, that is Pint Size.
Pint Size taking another jam. earns another lead.
Pint Size going hip to hip with number 18, Raven Mad, but manages to get through for a grand slam on her first scoring pass.
And nice work by Pine Size right past turn two. I guess that's how she earns her name. Two much larger players tried to put her out of bounds. Good concentration. She hugged the boundary and was able to stay in and score those points.
4 points on that last pass before she calls it off. Winnipeg officially hitting the century mark at 100, thanks to 9 points from Pint Size on that last jam. We have a team timeout called by Cape Fear. With this team timeout on the track, it's a great time to remind everyone about our wonderful sponsors. Thank you so much to everyone that made it possible for us to be here today at Beach Brawl 2016. You are watching Track C if you're streaming online. This is the Cape Fear Rollergirls in red taking on the Winnipeg Roller Derby League All-Stars in gray.
And we'd like to thank Dr. Amal Masri from the Florida Foot and Ankle Associates, offering B12 shots for $15 each.
Now we're getting back to the action on the track. A very familiar face donning the red Jammer star.
That is Mayhem West for Cape Fear. Scar 2 beat you for Winnipeg, and
Scar to beat you is your lead. Jammer gets past Hawaiian Puncher up in the front right before turn 2. Scar 2 looking to widen that point spread even further as Mayhem West is now on her scoring pass. Pat getting very spread out there in the apex between, in the curve between turn 1 and 2. Jam is called off before either team can put any points on the board.
United, we skate against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in this initiative. See the JRDA booth for more details.
Now back to the action on the track. Once again, Blue Mountain Bomber jamming for Cape Fear in the red. Number 204, Let's Go, jamming for Winnipeg in the gray. 3-woman defensive formation for Winnipeg, swallowing up Blue Mountain Bomber before she hits the pivot line. Let's Go, your lead jammer for Winnipeg. Pack gets very spread out. Cape Fear trying to form that triangle defensive formation, but gets an offensive, but Let's Go gets an offensive assist from one of her blockers, breaking up that wall of 3. Lex calling it off before Blue Mountain Bomber can hit the pack. Takes 4 points on that pass. Winnipeg at 104, Cape Fear at 32.
5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all of your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it's a new logo for your team or a personalized artwork, stop by their booth and say hello. Hashtag next whistle.
There is that next whistle, and we have Put It On My Tab jamming in gray for Winnipeg, but your lead jammer out in front, that is Mayhem West for Cape Fear. Cape Fear gets a blocker sent to the penalty box. Both teams with a blocker in the penalty box. Pack speeding up pretty significantly, definitely making it more difficult for both of these jammers to make their way through. Mayhem West on her scoring pass. Put It On My Tab now on hers as well. Mayhem calling it off right as she got shoved to the inside, but not before she can take 4 points on that jam.
Well, we're under 4 minutes to go in the first period. Your score, Cape Fear 36. They're partying in Manitoba with 104 for Winnipeg.
Heading into jam number 22. Who we got jamming? Stash.
We have number 52 in the red. That is Terra Nova.
411
Pint size poison, number 411 for Winnipeg. I believe this may be her first jam of this period.
No, not at all. No, Pint Size has been a powerhouse jammer so far, using that small stature to duck under lots of blockers.
Yes, now that she's getting by, I recognize her. I was getting her in, put it on my tab mixed up.
Both very powerful skaters, easy to do, but now we've got a power jam on our hands for Pint Size Poison, as Terra Nova is sitting in the penalty box. Pint Size, tries to skirt around the outside, crouching down, trying to get around Hawaiian Puncher, but gets shoved to the outside at turn 4. Cape Fear trying to reform Winnipeg, making it very difficult for them to get any sort of solid defensive formation. One-on-one, toe-to-toe. Check out Terra Nova with that one-on-one defensive push, using those toe stops for all they are worth to try and get past those solid Winnipeg blockers. Pint Size Poison shoved to the outside, and we have a forearm penalty called on Cape Fear's pivot and captain, number 57, Rosie Reckabilly. Hawaiian Puncher going to join her as well. So Cape Fear only skating with 2 blockers currently, but they seem to be doing their job, sending Pint Size flying to the inside.
And look at the Winnipeg blockers right here on turn 3, just stopping the Cape Fear jammer.
We have an official review called on the track currently, and we will let you all know what is going on as soon as we know. But this is also a good time for us to remind you guys about the WFTDA and the implications of this game for both of these teams. You can get all the updates you need from the WFTDA, and Beach Brawl 2016 is proud to be a WFTDA recognized tournament. The WFTDA Recognized Tournaments program recognizes and supports high-quality WFTDA member-hosted tournaments worldwide. See the complete schedule of this year's WFTDA Recognized Tournaments at WFTDA.com/events. Once again, for those of you tuning in, we are running a little bit behind, so if you are looking for the next game, it's going to be a bit delayed. You're currently watching Track C here at Beach Brawl 2016 at the Broward County Convention Center in lovely Fort Lauderdale. You are seeing the Winnipeg Roller Derby League from Manitoba, Canada, taking on the Cape Fear Rollergirls from Wilmington, North Carolina.
And your score as it stands right now, Scarlett, with a little over a minute and a half to go in the first period, it is all Winnipeg, 112-36 for Cape Fear.
We currently have an official review on the track, and we'll let you know what is going on once we know.
They're looking for a skating out of bounds on grade 411. The skater actually took a hit, fell, and then slid out of bounds.
So
there is no penalty.
who was calling it?
Red, Cape Fear.
Thank you. So it looks like Cape Fear was looking for a skating out of bounds penalty to be called on the Winnipeg jammer. However, upon review, the refs conferred that the skater had actually been pushed out of bounds and re-entered legally, so therefore there will not be a skating out of bounds penalty. Cape Fear loses their review, and we get back to the action, Stash.
We got 2288 Blue Mountain Bomber jamming for Cape Fear, but in the lead is Scar 2 Beat You for Winnipeg.
Blue Mountain Bomber trying to get past that solid Winnipeg defense as Scar 2 Beat You now racks up a grand slam on that first scoring pass.
Scar 2 Beat You did a really good job right there in turn 2 with that last pass, getting by.
Very solid stop by Scar 2, keeping her inbounds, leading to yet another grand slam for Winnipeg.
Scar2 beat you doing a good, solid job on this jam. Looking for a few more points before the period expires.
Blue Mountain Bomber with a nice eagle to the outside, gets past that pack, and now on her scoring pass, Scar2 beat you. Very aware, calls it off after another 4 points. 14 total on the heels of Scar2 beat you. Cape Fear held scoreless.
And coming up to the jam line for Winnipeg is number 204, Let's Go. And Liberty Spikes for Cape Fear. Both jammers looking for a little daylight.
Liberty Spikes having to fight against that solid Winnipeg triangle once again. And Hawaiian Puncher heads to the penalty box once again as the pack scrambling just a little bit.
She got called for a forearm, and it is Winnipeg, and Let's Go, your lead jammer, as Winnipeg looks to put some more points on the board before the close of this period.
Liberty Spikes now on her scoring pass, and Let's Go calls it off. That is officially halftime. 4 points for Winnipeg on that jam. Cape Fear held scoreless. Score is currently 130-36 as we head into halftime. Quick 15-minute break. Now, Stash, what we're seeing out here on the track is two very solid teams who definitely want this. And I believe this is the first game for both of them at this tournament today. Winnipeg came out a little bit shaky, I could say, on the start. Cape Fear looked like they were going to dominate early on.
Cape Fear came out strong, put some points on the board right away. I think kind of stunned Winnipeg more than anything else. And then Winnipeg kind of about 5 minutes into the bout, got a couple of jams under their belts. They started easing into the rhythm of the game, and has since totally taken it away from them, from Cape Fear, by almost 100 points.
Yeah, that's very true. 130-36 here as we headed into halftime. Winnipeg's defense just formidable today. Very strong, solid box and triangle formations. They tend to like the back of the pack a little bit more than the front. Cape Fear are going to have to do some adjustments to their defensive strategy if they want to make up that spread here in the second half.
And Scarlett, I'm really glad you brought up the defense, because right before the period expired, D3PO for Winnipeg threw a really solid hit right, and she was kind enough right here in front of us where we could see it, to open a lane for her jammer, put another 3 or 4 points on the board, but right before the end of the period. So good teamwork, good blocking by the Winnipeg Roller Derby.
Solid effort here in the first half, but as we said, this is just the first half of today's game, so we are going to take a quick break and be right back to you here in about 13 minutes. You are watching Beach Brawl 2016 here at the Broward County Convention Center in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Thank you all for joining us here in the venue, as well as those of you that are streaming online. I'm Scarlett Arroyo.
And I'm Stash Merkin. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. With 2.5 minutes to go in the Derby facility, we're ready for period 2. Between Winnipeg Roller Derby and Cape Fear Roller Girls, I'm Stash Merkin. With me is
I'm Scarlett O'Hurtia. And we want to thank you all for joining us here at Beach Brawl 2016 here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. So far in the first half, we had Cape Fear come out swinging right off the line, and then Winnipeg, once they woke up, had their defense just come alive and completely shut down Cape Fear several times there in the first half. However, we have some very different things happening in terms of penalties and statistics and things like that. In the first half, Winnipeg coming away pretty low point totals, only one person with 3 penalties, everybody else with 1 or none. That contributed definitely to that 130 point total they had in the first half. Cape Fear, however, very different story when you look at the penalty board. We have 4 players that are in the danger zone right now, 1 with 6, 2 with 4, and 1 with 5 penalties. 23 penalties total in the first half for Cape Fear as opposed to Winnipeg's 11. 36 points for Cape Fear in the first half. Those penalties definitely contributing to that point spread.
That's right, Scarlett. And you mentioned it earlier, Winnipeg's blocking has just been grinding. I mean, holding Cape Fear to only 36 points in the first period after Cape Fear came out and took the first couple of jams, put some points on the board. Winnipeg just turning up the heat defensively.
So if Cape Fear can counter that with some very strong offensive assists for their blockers, and if they can for their jammers, and if they can stay clean, they can definitely bring this back. Both teams ranked very similarly. Winnipeg coming in a little bit ahead at number 106 in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association rankings. Cape Fear at 112. So both teams definitely hungry for a win here at their first game at Beach Brawl 2016. And we are about ready to get back to the action on the track.
10 seconds of Derby. Hello to everybody watching online. Cape Fear will be in the red. Winnipeg will be in the gray.
And with the official whistle, we have I guess it's the warning whistle for the
Warning
teams
whistle.
to take the track.
Scar to beat you, jamming for Winnipeg. Mayhem West jamming for Cape Fear. 5 seconds of Derby. We are ready to roll. We're right here in the Broward County Convention Center. Second period underway. And both jammers looking for a little daylight. And look at the mass of bodies on turn 1. Neither jammer getting any daylight until Winnipeg earns a lead jammer. That is Scar to beat you, who had a big first period for Winnipeg. Cape Fear Mayhem West still working on her initial no-scoring pass. Good concentration by Mayhem West to stay in bounds on turn 3. She had 2 Winnipeg blockers all over her.
Scar Tabici calls it off after 4 points on that pass.
Mayhem West didn't score any points on that pass, but she earned it.
Rydell, for over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance.
And coming up to the jam line, number 101, Liberty Spikes for Cape Fear. Number 204, Let's Go for Winnipeg. Both jammers looking for a little daylight.
Both teams using that triangle defensive formation, Winnipeg at the back and Cape Fear at the front. Cape Fear managing to shove Lex Go to the inside. She's forced to recycle, and we have a bit of a switch in their typical track positioning.
Lex Go did a little pirouette over on turn 1. Almost got by the Cape Fear blockers, but they forced her to recycle. And now, track cut on Lex Go. This will be a power jam for Cape Fear.
She's now lead 2.
She is lead jammer, so this is just the opportunity that Cape Fear needed to get back in this game early in the second period, Scarlett.
Ooh, nice juke to the outside by Cape Fear. Number 101, Liberty Spikes, who we didn't see jam much in the first half. So maybe they want that fresh set of legs to help them rack up some points here. Cape Fear in control of that clock. Oh, Liberty Spikes taking a fall to the inside, calls it off after a grand slam. So 10 points total for Cape Fear. Definitely off to a good start here in the second half, and we have an official review called on the track by Winnipeg.
That's exactly the start that Cape Fear needed in the second period. Get some points on the board right away.
And if you are here with us in Fort Lauderdale, go check out Extreme Action Park. Extreme Action Park is the largest indoor entertainment venue in South Florida, and they are growing, opening this year a 16,000-foot roller skating rink, along with a rockin' jump trampoline park, escape rooms, auto museum, and so much more. They truly have something for everyone. And this Saturday night after the Brawl, rock with them at Extreme Action Park, Battle of the Bands, as 12 local artists battle it out on their front steps, and the winners will receive a custom Magic Hat low-key bass guitar along with a $500 cash prize. That's Extreme Action Park here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Well, that sounds like a fun time.
It does, actually. If you didn't have enough fun with the derby, let's go have some more fun at Extreme Action Park.
That's right.
So in the first half, the only official review we saw came from Cape Fear right at the end, and they lost that official review. So Winnipeg using their
repaying the favor.
Yeah. Well, let's give you guys an update on what that review was all about.
Meanwhile, the players are lining up on the jam line. That is 2288 Blue Mountain Bomber for Cape Fear. And Scarlett O'Hurry, what do we have for that official review?
So on that official review, Winnipeg was challenging the lead jammer status of the red jammer. They thought that the gray jammer had been declared lead jammer prior to going to the penalty box, so they thought that red was calling it off illegally. However, gray was never declared lead jammer, and therefore the call-off was legal, as lead jammer had been given to Liberty Spikes. So Winnipeg loses their official review for the second half. And very quickly, we had some stuff happen on the track, including Cape Fear coming away with 3 points before calling off the jam. Once again, off to a good start here in the second period.
Cape Fear coming out with a fire under them, as we have number 27, Neo, on the jam line for Cape Fear. Put it on my tab. Number 63 for Winnipeg.
Jammers take opposing paths right up to that pack. Once again, very familiar positioning as Winnipeg making that triangle defense in the back of the pack. Cape Fear left with only 2 blockers remaining in the front. And Put It On My Tab uses that to her advantage, gets through for lead jammer status.
I tell you, Scarlett, Put It On My Tab looked like a pinball over there on turn 2, just bouncing off the blockers. Both the Cape Fear blockers trying to put It On My Tab out of bounds. She just wasn't going. She bounced off one blocker, keep on going, and finally earned lead jammer.
And we have a star pass for Cape Fear, number 30, Missile Crisis, taking over as the jammer for the ladies in red. And worth noting there that previously in this half, Cape Fear had held Winnipeg scoreless until that 4th jam. So first 3 jams, Cape Fear all in control.
Coming up to the jam line for our next jam, number 412 for Cape Fear, Mayhem West. Number 411, Pint Size Poison for Winnipeg. And we are ready to get the jam rolling.
Different defensive positioning off the jam line. Cape Fear pulling to the back. And Winnipeg to the front.
Pint Size Poison pulls away and is lead jammer. And Scarlett, did you see at the beginning of that jam, she just skated right into a bunch of Cape Fear blockers, much larger than her, fearless player.
Well, it actually looked like she was responsible for the entire pack moving forward, and that switch of the defensive positioning, because they just kind of swallowed her up in the midst of them. But in order to keep her from advancing, they had to advance as well. So strong jamming there for Pint Size.
She may be pint-sized, but she is mighty.
Absolutely, and she gets 4 points on that jam before calling it off. Score is currently 145-49 here as we head into jam number 6 with 24 and a half minutes left in the game.
Terra Nova jamming for Cape Fear. Scar2 beat you jamming for Winnipeg. Scar2 beat you. Tried to do a little outside hop, couldn't land it. Has to recycle. And both jammers looking for some daylight until Cape Fear earns a lead jammer. Terra Nova just worked her way through that pack. Scar2 beat you, works her way through, but Terra Nova calls it off.
Third time as lead jammer, Cape Fear has definitely come out strong here in the second half. That halftime pep talk must have done some wonderful things. And if you want your feet to do wonderful things, check out Adam. It's the Adam Juke wheel is back, combining new design with the original urethane. It is your go-to wheel for any surface. Test ride the Juke wheel at the Adam Skates booth or check them out online.
Our next jam, 2288 Blue Mountain Bomber for Cape Fear. Let's go for Winnipeg. And Let's Go, after some pushing and shoving, gets out there, is your lead jammer. Let's Go trying to get past the Cape Fear wall. Cape Fear says nothing doing. Meanwhile, Blue Mountain Bomber gets pushed out on the inside on turn 2, has to recycle herself. Both of the defenses turning up the grind factor.
Strong blocking right there from number 57, Rosie Rockabilly, going toe-to-toe, shoulder-to-shoulder with Winnipeg, holding back that jammer. Defense is proving to be the key here, and Let's Go attempting a apex jump there, but couldn't stick the landing, so she calls it off. Cape Fear coming away with 3 points on that last pass, and Winnipeg takes 5 on the jam, 150-56 as we have 22 minutes left in the game.
Cape Fear coming out of the locker room in the second period, just putting points on the board as much as they could. They still have a bit of a hole to climb out of, but they are so far doing it.
Cape Fear outscoring Winnipeg so far this period by 4 points. Very narrow margin, and they definitely have some ground to make up, so that's exactly what they need. Liberty Spikes fighting her way through that Winnipeg box defense, as Put It On My Tab is your lead jammer for Winnipeg in the gray.
Put It On My Tab, trying to get around the Cape Fear blockers. Slips around on the outside, and as she's getting knocked down, calls it off.
That was a very stylized call-off, I gotta say.
She
was underneath. It almost looked like she was dancing. It was great.
She did a pirouette on, going down to her knees while calling off the jam. Points for style.
The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
Here we have number 412, Mayhem West, jamming for Cape Fear.
And that is Pint Size jamming for Winnipeg. Second time in this half that these two jammers have faced off. And the last time Winnipeg had lead jammer status, we'll see if this is and it's a repeat. Pint Size Poison, once again your lead jammer for Winnipeg. Mayhem West not far behind.
And Scarlet Pint Size Poison did an excellent job turning on the jets, coming around turn 2 to pass everybody.
And that was such a smart call off, because she was very cognizant of the fact that 2 of those Cape Fear blockers were in the penalty box, and there was a third that was just re-entering onto the track. So as soon as she passed that one Cape Fear blocker, she got all of those points. So great penalty box awareness there by the Winnipeg jammer.
Heads up play. Here we have for Winnipeg, Scar2 beat you.
And for Cape Fear, that is number 52, Terra Nova. Scar2 beat you is your lead jammer for Winnipeg once again, wiping off her face as if she took a a bit of a face hit.
And one more time, the Winnipeg blockers just grinding on Terranova.
And with a bit of commotion here, number 30, the pivot for Cape Fear, Missile Crisis, sent to the penalty box, I believe, for a clockwise blocking penalty, and that block actually took Scar to beat you off of her feet and onto her back. So Cape Fear, once again, very heavy on the penalties. 3 blockers in just now. Number 57, Rosie Rockabilly, the last line of defense for Cape Fear. Scar gets by for a grand slam.
Scar to beat you, putting together multiple grand slams. 3 grand slams. Putting Cape Fear way up on the board with 18:40 to go in the first period. For those of you watching at home, Cape Fear in the red, Winnipeg in the gray, and this is another grand slam for Scar to beat you.
20 points so far for Scar to beat you here in this jam, 178 to 56. And we have a star pass on our hands. Missile Crisis taking over as the jam, and I believe that's the second time she's had the star pass to her during this half, and that's been called off before she's even had a chance to re-enter the pack to score points. So I feel like Missile Crisis is getting gypped on her star passing, but good pack awareness for Winnipeg.
Also good grinding blocking by Winnipeg to force the star pass in the first place.
That's true, and that was the highest scoring jam so far in this period. 20 points for Winnipeg, shutting down Cape Fear. And as we head into jam number 11, we have Blue Mountain Bomber jamming for Cape Fear. And that is Lex Go in the gray for Winnipeg.
Lex Go trying to get past the Cape Fear blockers. Cape Fear blockers tried to get her out of bounds on turn 1, couldn't do it.
And even though Lex Go is the jammer in the lead, she is not lead jammer. Golden opportunity for Blue Mountain Bomber to take control of this pack and of this clock. And she does. She is your lead jammer, Blue Mountain Bomber, in control. Lex Go gets 4 points on her first scoring pass as Winnipeg maintains that strong box formation all the way around the track. Cape Fear getting a little bit spread out. Blue Mountain Bomber calling it off right as she hits the back of those Winnipeg blockers, limiting Lex Go to only 2 points on that last pass. Winnipeg comes out of that one with 6. Cape Fear held to 0.
And lining up for our next jam, put it on my tab for Winnipeg. Mayhem West for Cape Fear. Cape Fear came out strong after the second period, but now momentum is kind of going Winnipeg's way.
I don't think so, because in that last jam, Cape Fear was able to get lead jammer status for the first time in 5 jams. So never say die. And this is a prime example right here. Mayhem West out in front takes over lead jammer status. So that momentum shift goes both ways.
That's what we love about roller derby. You never know what's going to happen on the next jam.
Mayhem West with a beautiful sneak to the outside, quickly calls it off after getting 4 points on that pass, holding Winnipeg scoreless. That type of play is exactly what Cape Fear needs in order to close that gap. Currently 184 to 60, Cape Fear behind as we head into the last 16 minutes of the game.
Cape Fear trailing on the scoreboard, but trying to scratch her way back into it. Running out of time, though. 15 minutes to go.
And Neo jamming now for Cape Fear, and I don't believe we've seen her jam yet this game. I could be mistaken, but we definitely haven't seen her this half, for sure. Just joking. She has jammed. And another person that we're very familiar with seeing in that lead jammer position, Pint-Sized Poison, once again comes out as the jammer in control of that pack.
Pint-Sized Poison working her way through the Cape Fear, gets pushed out of bounds, has to recycle on turn 2.
Pint-Sized Poison 3 for 3 as lead jammer during this half.
Cape Fear blockers making her cycle back further. Pint-Sized Poison trying to run the gauntlet over here, gets knocked out of bounds again. She says, we'll call that jam off.
Neo just getting tangled and trapped behind those Winnipeg blockers. I believe that was Sinfully Sweet, the primary blocker, holding her back, and it looks like Cape Fear is sending their jammer Neo to the penalty box for a forearm penalty. That means Winnipeg is going to start in a power jam. And who is wearing that star, Stash?
That is no surprise. Scar 2 beat you, number 1107 for Winnipeg, who's had a stellar game so far.
Look at the penalty box right now. These penalty trackers and the penalty box managers definitely have their work cut out for them today. Absolutely packed.
Scar 2 beat you. Your lead jammer works her way through the pack, such as it is on turn 1. Half the blockers were in the penalty box. I think they must be serving snacks in there.
They must. And but one person who's not going to the penalty box, Missile Crisis, right there. The pivot for Cape Fear has punched her time clock today in every position, I believe, and has been one of the most effective blockers on the track for the ladies in red. Neo re-entering the fray, gets a spin move to get around Winnipeg. Beautiful footwork there. And Scar to beat you, forced to recycle behind Cape Fear's pivot, who takes her out once again right in the turn. Scar to beat you, calling it off right at turn 3 after getting 4 points just before Neo could put any additional points on the board.
And
Cape Fear comes away with 0 on that jam, and Winnipeg takes 9, 197 to 60.
And that was a good little play at the end of that period. Missile Crisis, after knocking the Winnipeg jammer out of bounds, helped her, got up, gave her a good play, and line up for the next jam. Here we have Liberty Spikes jamming for Cape Fear, and Let's Go jamming for Winnipeg. Let's Go is your lead jammer. Nice little hop move. Liberty Spikes still trying to finish her initial no-scoring pass.
Clockwise block penalty called on Blue Mountain Bomber.
Let's Go attempting the apex jump. Couldn't stick the landing. Has to recycle. We'll try it again.
Cape Fear being forcing Let's Go to recycle halfway down the straightaway between turn 4 and turn 1. Gets shoved to the inside, once again forced to recycle as Winnipeg still in that triangle defensive formation, holding back Liberty Spikes with no difficulty whatsoever.
Let's Go finally gets through and earns grand slam 5 points for Winnipeg. Under 12 minutes to go in this second period.
And we got bodies flying all over the place here between turn 3 and 4. And we also have a star pass, number 57, the captain for Cape Fear, Rosie Reckabilly, taking over as the jammer for Cape Fear as Winnipeg settles into that oh-so-familiar box formation, holding her back. But this time, Cape Fear went on the offensive and helped their jammer get through. That was her initial pass, and she is now eligible to score points. However, that dream comes to an end when Let's Go decided to call it off after 4 points of her own.
19 points on that jam with coming up on 10 minutes to go in the second period. 216 for Winnipeg, Cape Fear with 60. Here we have Mayhem West jamming for Cape Fear. And put it on my tab for Winnipeg. Jam on.
Mayhem West going on the defensive, giving a bit of a shove. Oh, and we have a cutting the track penalty called on. Put it on my tab. She's now going to the penalty box. She almost got declared lead jammer, but the track cut happened at the very last second. Mayhem West instead is going to have the honor of being lead jammer for Cape Fear.
And it's a power jam for Cape Fear. And I got to say, Scarlett, this is the second or third time I've noticed Mayhem West and her excellent footwork.
And she is just solid, and this is a great time for her to have that power jam because this is not a sight we've seen very much. Winnipeg with 2 blockers in the penalty box. So golden opportunity for Cape Fear to rack up some much-needed points.
And we are getting ready to line up for our next jam. Terra Nova on the jam line for Cape Fear.
All by her lonesome.
Power start for Cape Fear. 2 blockers on the track for Winnipeg. Full complement for Cape Fear.
And just like that, Terra Nova gets lead jammer, and that means back-to-back lead jammer status for Cape Fear. Pack speeding up pretty significantly as soon as Put It On My Tab was released from the penalty box. She came out of there with the afterburners on.
Power jam came to an end, and Terra Nova calls the jam before Winnipeg can put any points on the board.
Quick, when you need to roll quick, think quick bearings where precision meets performance. 2:16-70, Winnipeg in the lead with 8.5 minutes left in the game. We're heading into jam number 18 with Pint-Sized Poison jamming for Winnipeg in the gray.
Blue Mountain Bomber for Cape Fear. Both jammers looking for a little daylight. We got all the blockers out of the penalty box, so both. Oh, Pint-Sized Poison gets knocked to the track on turn 2, has to recycle.
Pint-Sized Poison with a 100% lead jammer percentage. Until now, Cape Fear taking lead jammer status thanks to Blue Mountain Bomber.
Good hard-nosed jamming by Blue Mountain Bomber and good hitting by the Cape Fear blockers, forcing Pint-Sized to recycle, but Blue Mountain Bomber enough time to get through and earn lead jammer, but she is going off to the penalty box.
And we have a star pass on our hands. Winnipeg sending the jammer star to D3PO. Pint-Sized Poison was just continually getting swallowed up and shoved to the outside by those Cape Fear blockers, so opted to pass the star, and on a power jam now, D3PO in control, takes 5 points on that pass as Blue Mountain Bomber serves her time in the penalty box.
And good play on that last pass by 145 Payne Dexter, blocker for Winnipeg, clearing out a lane for her jammer, getting her jammers a little room to skate and score some points.
I think D3PO might be trying to burn the clock a little bit as attempted an apex jump there. Didn't get to stick the landing. Had some interference by Cape Fear going on the defensive, as they should. And now forced to recycle. Winnipeg reforming in that oh-so-familiar triangle defensive formation as Blue Mountain Bomber trying to power her way through. And I do emphasize needing to use raw power here, as these Winnipeg blockers have been merciless and absolutely solid. It seems to be quite difficult to even move them an inch on the track.
Winnipeg has been tightening the screws defensively all game, and just as you said, that box that they practice, it's awfully hard for a jammer to work her way through it.
Winnipeg takes 3 on that last pass. Cape Fear takes 3 as well. 2:24-73, Winnipeg in the lead. Less than 6 minutes left in the game.
And coming up for our next jam, Mayhem West for Cape Fear. Scar2 beat you for Winnipeg. And Scar2 beat you one more time. No surprise, is your lead jammer. She has gotten lead jammer quite a bit in the time she has come to jam. Nice little hesitation move by Scar2 beat you. Tried to get through on the outside, but she rings up 4 points for Winnipeg before going off to the penalty box. This will be a power jam for Mayhem West. Mayhem West, little outside-inside hesitation move, trying to get past the Winnipeg blockers.
So just to recap what happened, right as Scar2 beat you was trying to make her way around and had just been declared lead jammer, she then got called out for a high block. So she is now in the penalty box, and Mayhem West is on a power jam. However, there is no longer a lead jammer. So Mayhem West has a great opportunity here to burn that clock and really use this time to close that gap.
And Good aggressive play by blocker 88 Ava Latoul for Cape Fear. Came in, threw a hit on that pack, and caused a little chaos so her jammer could get by and score some points on the power jam. Good teamwork by Cape Fear.
Oh, once again with a hard shoulder check by number 57, Rosie Reckabilly. She has been a formidable blocker for Cape Fear. Shoving Scarred to Beat You to the inside. Mayhem West trying to plow her way through, gets shoved to the outside, loses an elbow pad in the process. Forced to recycle. Scarred to Beat You gets through for 4 points.
Scartu Beach, you looked like she had a star pass in mind, but thought the better of it, put the cover back on, and made it a star stash.
Star stash indeed, stash. 228 to 89, and guys, don't forget about Bout, lighter, stronger, faster. Bout, the original carbon boot, and the lightest boots on the market, with something for you in every price range. Check out Bout.
And here we have Liberty Spikes from Cape Fear. And she's squaring off against Let's Go for Winnipeg. Both jammers trying to find a little daylight to get through. And my gosh, look at the Winnipeg blockers. Buying Let's Go.
Great job by Cape Fear right here, going immediately switching from defense to offense when there was no other jammer to contend with. Breaking up that Winnipeg wall and trying to make some space for their jammer. However, as soon as that Winnipeg jammer came right back into play, they reform, re-solidify, and go back into defensive formation. Winnipeg in that oh-so-familiar triangle and box formation.
Winnipeg have been working that the entire game to extremely good effect, as the scoreboard might indicate.
Oh, Lexco trying to power past Bella de Brawl, who looked like she had a pretty solid block on her, but gets tripped up. And we had a star stash from Cape Fear.
2 points on that last pass for Winnipeg, none for Cape Fear. We're just under 2 minutes to go in this game. 2:35 for Winnipeg, 90 for Cape Fear. And we're going to line up and do it again. Put it on my tab, jamming for Winnipeg.
And that is Terra Nova for Cape Fear in the red.
Whistle blows, jammers move. Both jammers run into a wall of bodies.
Got whistles blowing all over the place. I'm trying to see where the penalties are being called. We have a forearm penalty called on Lex Go. So this is a power jam for Terra Nova.
Terra Nova coming out of that pack, earning lead.
Now this is Terra Nova has had a 75% lead jammer status, acquisition status. Thank you. Every time she has jammed during this half specifically, and Lex Go has not earned lead the last 4 times that she has jammed. So very big difference between these two teams, but both only have 3 blockers out on the track. Winnipeg immediately forming that triangle, and Terra Nova calling it off before taking any points on that last pass. Team timeout called by Cape Fear with 25 seconds left on the game clock. And guys, 5 Second Skate Gear is a proud sponsor of Beach Brawl 2016. 5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, stop by their booth and say hello. Use the hashtag NextWhistle and support 5 Second Skate Gear.
Cape Fear on a team timeout. 25 seconds to go in the second period. 2:35 to 95. Winnipeg out in front. Looks like we got a little track repair going on while the timeout's going. Great job by the track crew here in the Broward County Convention Center. We have Derby going all day today, all day tomorrow, all day Sunday. If you don't get enough roller derby this weekend, seriously, there's something wrong with you.
Absolutely. And thank you to everyone that is tuning in online, watching the live stream. We do appreciate you joining us, and you will notice that we are running a little bit behind here at Beach Brawl, but I'm sure we'll get things caught up in no time.
And coming up for our possible last jam, Mayhem West go ahead against Pine Size Poison. Got a little...
They were really eager to get started. Really eager.
Pine Size Poison was off to the races a little early. Now that's the whistle. Mayhem West trying to claw around on the inside.
This is a very familiar matchup we have seen throughout this game. Mayhem West versus Pint Size Poison. The height difference between these two has to be at least a foot.
If not more. Pint Size Poison, your lead jammer, where Mayhem was trying to claw through on the inside. Pint Size Poison was dancing around on the outside. And I like that move that Pint Size Poison does, where she gets up ahead of steam into a blocking wall, pulls a 180, and then just uses her momentum, as you pointed out earlier, to move the entire pack and speed things up.
And it looks like that is our unofficial end of the game. We'll let you know when it is official. 4 points for Pint Size Poison on that last jam. Cape Fear held scoreless, and we will wait for the official call. 239-95 is what the scoreboard is telling us here at the Broward County Convention Center. Now let's give you some stats for that game. Top blockers on both sides. We had a bit of a difference. Number 57 for Cape Fear, Rosie Reckabilly, just wrecking shop, living up to her name in that pack. And number 30, Missile Crisis, who was actually a really great all-around player who was pivot. She took on the Jammer Star a few times. Cape Fear fought really hard throughout this game. In the second half alone, Cape Fear got 58 points. That is, way over what they had in the first half. Only 36 points in the first half. And Winnipeg being limited to 105 points. So Cape Fear's defense absolutely waking up and holding Winnipeg down a bit, and Winnipeg still coming out strong right from the get-go. Top blocking performances from Winnipeg, number 55 punching in her time clock, that's Flemme Fatale, and number 117 Girl Meat also putting in strong blocking performances. Now Stash, I know this is super cliche, but it's the truth. The scoreboard does not reflect what we saw on the track, especially in the second half, where these two teams were neck and neck, toe to toe.
Oh, Cape Fear came out of the locker room in the second half absolutely en fuego. I mean, they were on fire, and I think what we got to give it to you for this entire game is the Winnipeg blockers. That grinding triangle blocking. The defense of Winnipeg, I believe, just slowed the excellent Cape Fear Jammers down enough for Winnipeg to put away a convincing win on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. And again, that triangle and rectangle box defense strategy, we've seen that with a lot of these top teams. Cape Fear, not to be outdone, though, came out with rockets on their feet and glue on their skates, presumably, with their blockers really coming alive here in the second half. Didn't let their heavy penalties in the first half hold them back, kept it nice and much cleaner in the second half, I believe, and definitely saw some solid performances out here today from both Winnipeg and Cape Fear. So we want to thank all of you for joining us here at Beach Brawl 2016. This is Track C, and you are currently watching the warm-up of Garden State versus Greensboro. That will be our 2 o'clock game, which will be pushed back a little bit just because we're running a little bit behind here on Track C. Again, thank you all of you that joined us here at the Broward County Convention Center here in beautiful Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And for those of you streaming online, I am Scarlett O'Hurtia.
I am Stash Merkin. Thank you for tuning in. Good night.
914 Aussie Clubberpot, 99 Payne Gretzky, and 992 Anita Chainsaw. That is Garden State Roller Girls.
All right, and for Greensboro Roller Derby, the Gate City Rollers, wearing number 28, Wrecking Bell, 1011 Alexandroid, Patty Smith and Wesson, Buster Vicious, Hitter Miss, Immature, I get it. Sweezy Todd, Miss Shogana, Pixel Pusher. Look, there is people out there. Oh my goodness. Rum and Choke, Jenny Junk Puncher, Snarl Jung, Don Quixote,
Quixote,
Don Quixote, I'm sorry, Don Quixote, Scrappy Go Lucky. That is your Greensboro Roller Derby Gate City Rollers.
5 seconds is the call. We've got 2 jammers on the line, 4 blockers in front of it. That's going to be number 624, Koopa Troopa for Garden State Rollers. They're going to be wearing black with green. And for Greensboro, in the blue,
that's number 26, Hit or Miss. They're wearing the blue with red stripe and black pants.
And it's Hit or Miss with the first lead jammer status of this game. Pack speed increases as Hit or Miss reaches the back of the pack. She's moving her way through, receives instructions from her bench to go ahead and call it. She's going to put the first points up on the game, and it is 2 points, Greensboro.
Greensboro striking first in this game, in the 2 o'clock game between Greensboro and Garden State. All kind of great derby action has already been happening today. We got plenty going on the next 2 days, 3 days. The rest of today, all day Saturday and all day Sunday. Teams from all over the world and across the U.S. There's your whistle for your jam to start. That's number 355. That's SoCo. And number 212, Buster Vicious. Oh my goodness, SoCo busts out. Great job by SoCo. Signaled lead jam status for SoCo number 355.
These teams kind of seemingly coming out of it evenly matched. Both of them earning a lead jammer status within the first 2 jams of the game. And we are going to have 1 point on the board for Garden State. Garden State coming into this tournament ranked number 92 with the WFTDA. Greensboro coming in ranked at 108.
Very close matches between the two. We've seen these teams. I've called Greensboro in the past, and Garden State being a 92, just slightly right better, but they're within 16 points. We had a game like that earlier today between 2 teams that were ranked very close together. That turned out to be in a very exciting game, back and forth all the entire game. Number 394 is jamming for Garden State. That is Voldelax.
And number 26, Hit or Miss. We've already seen her on the jammer line. Is going to make a repeat appearance on the line for Greensboro.
I'm not sure if that is a indicative of the how deep their jammers are, or if she just saw something she liked the first time, so she's making a quick turnaround.
Maybe. Well, she was effective in that first jam, earning lead jammer status for her team. Both of these jammers, though, seemingly very gummed up through that first apex, but coming out is going to be Voldelax with lead jammer status as both of these jammers explode from the pack, coming through back around through turn 1 as they re-enter the back of the pack. And 0 points on both teams. Now, if this is indicative of how the way this game is going to go, we're going to see some really intense, really firm, shored-up defense from both of these teams.
Yeah, it's not good. It's if you're going to go, we've done 3 jams and we've scored 3 points. I can't imagine us going the whole like that, but so far that is just what you said. That is indicative of good defensive play, good pack play on both teams, able to keep everybody in check. The jammers getting mucked up. Wow, great move on the inside by Buster Vicious. Oh.
Buster Vicious, though, being called out on a track cut and sent to the penalty box. It is going to be Payne Gretzky earning lead jammer status. It kind of happened really quick there in the apex. Garden State going to take advantage of a power jam, putting the first 5 points on the board.
First grand slam of the day for either team.
And the Garden State defense just shifted everybody on over, making way for Payne Gretzky. 5 more points, Garden State.
Payne Gretzky, she got, like you used the term a minute ago, gummed up. She was stuck up in all the, she really put herself in the middle of that pack, and it looked like she was going to be swallowed up, for lack of a better term. And then she just popped out, made a strong move on the inside of the front straightaway. Great move by Payne Gretzky to get herself through, get freed up for those points. As now she has a multiple Grand Slam jam, scoring 10 points so far.
Indeed. And Buster Vicious has since returned to the track, trying to make her way through for an initial pass. She is being prevented from doing so by number 126, Hodun.
Penalty box being kept pretty busy. So far, not many of the jammers have, but there's been a lot of pack penalties so far as both teams are going in and out of the box early in the game.
Indeed, and those pack penalties are definitely playing an impact in that scoring game of Garden State. Garden State able to take advantage of those pack penalties. 14-point jam thus far. And we will see an additional 3 points, making it a 17-point jam for Garden State.
Question number 20. Number 26, hit or miss, back on the jammer line for Greensboro. Number 12, Testarossa. As both now Testarossa being recycled to the back. She comes back right through and hits that wall of blue. Wow, big time move on the inside, as that wall of black was able to keep the Greensboro jammer at bay. Great job by the pack. Great job by the jammer to take advantage of it. Getting back around quick, fast, and big. She tries to go on the inside. This time she's forced out on the inside of the track. Has to be recycled back to the end of turn 2, 3.
That was originally Meshuggah that drew her all the way back. Now she's having to come back behind number 3, Emma Tour. Meanwhile, up here at the front, hit or miss, having some trouble with a firm three-wall set up by Garden State. And she is forced to the inside, and she will have the track cut assessed, making this a power jam opportunity for Garden State and Testarossa.
Great job by Ozzy Clobberpot, number 910 for Garden State, to force that tracks cut. She immediately, as soon as she pushed her out of bounds, she got back as quick as she could, and they literally almost crossed right into the thing. I'm not sure how she missed it, or if she didn't feel like that was one of them involved. But great play, great, fantastic pack play by 910 Ozzy Clobberpot.
This is going to be a power start for Garden State Rollergirls, the Iron-Bound Maidens, as Koopa Troopa takes the line. Hit or miss, going to remain in the penalty box for Greensboro. Koopa Troopa shifts her way around with a cute little juke, earning lead jammer status. Showing a little appreciation to her fans here in the audience. Five points on the board for Koopa Troopa as the penalty box empties out and players return to the track to include Greensboro's jammer, 26, hit or miss, looking to make her initial pass. And Koopa Troopa from the outside to the in on a diagonal with ease. 4 points on the inside.
Fantastic move by there. As Hit or Miss is still struggling with that black wall.
Hit or Miss, unable to make her way through on that initial pass. 0 points for Greensboro with an additional 5 points for Garden State, making that a 14-point jam for Garden State. We had a little bit of a toe stop mishap there right at the end of that jam, but it looks to be resolved. We will continue on with number 59, Miss Shugana, on the line, and that is Soko for Garden State. And it is Soko coming out as lead jammer.
Man, she saw an opening and she went through, and I almost couldn't see the opening from here. From here, it was just that tight, that small of an opening, and she just took advantage of it real fast with that burst of speed right up the center. Amazing footwork.
Absolutely. These walls are very compact, and these blockers are being sure to stay very close together, both sets of blockers from both teams. So it's really sometimes a struggle to see exactly how these jammers are getting through, but they certainly are, because those points are being added to the board. 0-0 this past jam. Both of these jammers unable to score because of the pressure from one or the other. This next jam is going to involve Voldilocks, number 394 for Garden State. She'll be skating alongside Buster Vicious. Clear jammer rotations for both of these teams. Buster Vicious coming out, though. She's got one blocker left to fight, but she has already earned that lead jammer status. So she's going to turn on the gas and move her way around to try and score some points for Greensboro.
Buster Vicious got some momentum going and got a head of steam up and went on the outside. As she was going into the turn, right at the apex, the outer apex of the turn, she just was killing it. It's unbelievable how fast she was able to burst with the burst of speed that she was able to accelerate through around the outside of the pack.
And to her credit, with a little bit of an apex jump here on the apex closest to us, she was able to secure 4 points for Gate City Rollers. And that was the first time they had Greensboro Gate City had acquired lead jammers. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of a momentum change now that this game is underway. Number 9001, first time on the line for Greensboro Gate City Rollers, and that's Don Quixote. She is skating alongside Payne Gretzky. Don Quixote struggling against a 3-wall, but using her body weight and her leg strength to push them forward. Garden State answering, however, with their own push, forcing her to recycle all the way back into the straightaway.
Don Quixote now still trying to, once again, we still see that wall of black. We keep seeing that 3-wall in black for Garden State. And as they're doing that, once again, their jammer is able to exploit that extra time that they're giving her, dives down on the inside, and as Payne Gretzky takes another lead jam status for Garden State.
And that's Don Quixote. She's going to be forced to recycle, coming back up. She has removed the star for those of you at home that are having a little bit of trouble seeing. She has removed the star, and we do have a confirmed star pass. New jammer of record for Greensboro is going to be number 59, Mishugana, who is already jammed in this game. If you're just joining us, that's Greensboro Roller Derby or Gate City Rollers in blue, Garden State Rollergirls, the Iron Brown Maidens in black. And a back block being assessed to Mishugana. She'll take a seat in the penalty box, giving a power jam opportunity to Garden State with a look of disappointment on her face.
She was not pleased. 9 points scored by Garden State, then bringing us to 46-6. All of a sudden, we've got Garden State putting a little bit of points together, able to open it up even wider, trying to take advantage of it now is number 355. That's Soko. In a power jam situation, she's going to want to add to that point lead right here for Garden State.
And with some offensive business by Ozzy Clobberpot, that's going to allow Soko to earn that lead jammer status. And she is 2 for 2 on earning lead jammer status for her team.
Pretty.
An offensive waterfall pushes Greensboro to the outside, allowing Soko to put those 5 points up on the board.
One thing Garden State Rollergirls are doing very well is the communication between their blockers and their jammer is crazy. Like the whole pack forced them out, did the little waterfall move that you did, forced her out, and the jammer instinctively was right down there in the right position to take advantage of it. Fantastic job. As a forearm is called on number 83. That would be Snarl Jung.
Forearm also called on Meshuggah as 2 of the Greensboro Gate City Rollers take a seat in the penalty box. A continued power jam for Garden State and the Ironbound Maidens. 5 additional points on the board, making this a 15-point jam thus far for Garden State. Garden State really seeming to aim for the high dollar players on Greensboro, trying to keep them in the box so that they can go ahead and establish this early lead.
What looked like it was going to be a low scoring back and forth situation early. It looked like they were going to be a defensive juggernaut. Garden State is just really putting together, starting to put some offensive points together. Plus, compounding the fact is that we keep seeing blue jerseys in the penalty box, and there's no way to come back from if you're going to try to look. It's Derby. Everybody can put multiple Grand Slams together. Both teams can put a lot of points. Any team here, because of the level of play that we hear, they're all capable of putting bukus of points together. But if they're going to do that, to cut this lead, they're going to have to stay clean and get out of the penalty box, which is so far is becoming an issue.
Absolutely. That was a 19-point jam, the highest scoring jam. To your point, any of these teams can put up points on the board, but the penalty box is going to be a trouble spot. Meanwhile, a little glimmer of hope there for Greensboro as number 26, Hit or Miss, earns lead jammer status coming right out of the gate.
But
3 points going to Greensboro Gate City. And little tumbles like that are why our officials wear protective gear just as well as the skaters do.
He actually picked up. At first, I was like, "Oh, look, that imaginary line that we all trip over." There's actually, I think every rink has one. At our home, there's the little 10-foot the mark line that want the skaters always. It's right in front of me, and they fall on it. But he literally picked up something, a pebble or something off the ground. He really legitimately tripped over something. As number 624, that's Koopa Troopa.
And she is 2 for 2 on lead jammer status acquisitions as she looks to extend the lead that Garden State has already put together. She does so with a grand slam, 5 points, making the score 70-9. We are under 12 minutes left in this game. Number 212, Buster Vicious, making her way out of the pack. Koopa Troopa with a juke to the inside. Earns her points and calls it 4 more points, Garden State.
Pixel Pusher had a beat on her. Looked like she was really going to able to stop Koopa Troopa, but Koopa Troopa did a juke move. Wow. I mean, it was, swing and a miss by Pixie, but that was all Koopa Troopa. That just sounds good to say, don't it? That was all Koopa Troopa.
And we do have a team timeout being called by Greensboro. This timeout's going to be brought to you by the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm. They are proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. They are an international firm that is licensed in the U.S., England, Wales, and the West Indies. You can contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all of your legal needs. In addition, we want to remind everyone that this is a WFTDA recognized tournament. That's right, Beach Brawl 2016 is a WFTDA recognized tournament. Recognized Tournaments program recognizes and supports high-quality WFTDA member-hosted tournaments worldwide while allowing for various tournament structures. A recognized tournament establishes a consistent standard for tournament officiating and games management. You can see an entire schedule of recognized tournaments at WFTDA.com/events. Also, we want to remind everyone at home that our jammer line is sponsored by Adam. The juke wheel is back, combining a new design with the original urethane. It is good for basically any surface. I mean, this thing is a really cool little wheel if you haven't seen them. Boom wheels by Adam are also magical. You can experience better roll and better grip from one wheel.
That was amazing. That was beautiful. What'd you say? Vodalocks number 394 going to work for. Whoops. For Garden State. Big time move. She gets all the way through. Now there's Garden State with lead jam status once again, adding to the thing 74-9. As Vodalocks goes up against Hit or Miss. Hit or Miss is still once again having trouble with that wall, that black wall of.
Goldilocks is at a 60% acquisition of lead jammer status, an effective jammer overall, 2 out of 3 times for Goldilocks. Number 26, Hit or Miss, is having a little bit of a struggle at the front of the pack, trying to get some assistance from one of her fellow blockers, 028 Wrecking Bell. Wrecking Bell trying to help Hit or Miss get out of the pack. Goldilocks, though, taking an outside line, forcing the rest of the Greensboro pack to move up front with her. And now it looks like she's going to go ahead and try and bridge them out. Spreading out players like this isn't a very effective strategy. As her toe stops keep her in, she's going to put 4 points on the board. 5 points. There's a thumb there.
Kilt Trip likes to be sneaky and hide that thumb. You have to really look for it.
Hit or Miss taking a seat in the penalty box for a track cut, making this a power jam for Garden State. An elbow penalty being called. One of Greensboro Gate City Rollers blockers. That's number 94, Scrappy Go Lucky. She'll take a seat in the penalty box, giving Garden State a power jam opportunity and a power start for this upcoming jam.
Yes, Shady, penalties continue to be a problem for Greensboro as they just can't seem to stay out of that penalty box. Payne Gretzky, number 99, going to the jammer line for Garden State in a power jam situation. Quickly gets lead, comes back out. Now she's running things, and another Greensboro penalty. Both jammers now back on the track as Hit or Miss comes out of the penalty box. Still 2 Greensboro skaters in the penalty box. As Payne Gretzky comes back around for another point pass. So far she's got 4.
And Payne Gretzky's going to go ahead and call that jam off, putting 2 more points on the board, holding Greensboro to 9. 6-point jam, Garden State. This next jam is going to be brought to you by Bout. Bout, lighter, stronger, and faster. They are the original carbon boot and the lightest boots on the market. Semi-custom, full custom, yes, they can do that. My Bout's is now the latest and greatest way to customize your Bout boots.
All right, number 3. That's immature going to work for Greensboro.
I believe that is going to be Immature's first time to wear the star for this game and for Greensboro. Let's see if she can make a bit of a difference. Garden State, though, coming on out.
That's number 12, Testarossa, taking the lead jam status once again for Garden City.
She also has a 2-for-3 ratio, 66% in acquisition of jammer status. Testarossa being emphatically informed to call the jam off by her bench, puts 4 points on the board, holding Immature and Greensboro Gate City Rollers 2-0.
Garden State's jammers really starting to put it together as they're all on the upper end of the percentage, have being proficient jammers. Still trying to just about hit the century mark, as now number 624, that's Koopa Troopa once again, and number 212, Buster Vicious, going to work for their respective teams. Koopa Troopa tried to stay in, got forced out on the inside of the track.
And it is Koopa Troopa earning lead jammer. Buster Vicious not too far behind, one blocker left to go, and they are out of play. They are going to be forced to let Buster Vicious go as Koopa Troopa meets the back of the pack, toe stops the inside line, and calls that jam off. 4 points, Garden State. That was some fancy footwork there, Al.
Yes, it was. Once again, the power to be able to move her feet that agile and still have the power to burst through the seam like that. It's just amazing. And right now, the Garden State kind of trying to find their groove. They're communicating with their pack well. The pack's doing what needs to be done as they hold out the opposing blockers to get basically whatever their jammer needs. In this case, 355, Soko just blitzing right through the center of the pack.
But she is not lead jammer due to a no pass, no penalty. This opens a door for Greensboro Gate City Rollers to earn that lead jammer status to try and stop the bleeding that's been going on with this point acquisition by Garden State. Hit or miss, trying to push firmly on the back of the Garden State defense, but she is not seeming to go anywhere. She's getting a little bit of assistance, though, there now from her blockers. Is able to break it up a little, and now it looks like Soko is going to take a seat in the penalty box, making this a power jam opportunity for Greensboro, desperately needed at this time. And a nice little assist there by Rum and Choke. Number 26, hit or miss, is going to be lead jammer. This is her second time to earn lead jammer status this game. And she looks ready to take advantage.
Low block called by number 77, Rum and Choke.
But coming out of the penalty box with enthusiasm is Soko. Soko putting 4 points on the board. Hit or miss, being instructed by her bench to go ahead and call that off to stop. She did, however, earn 5 points for Greensboro Gate City Rollergirls. That is going to be the first score for Greensboro in the last 5 jams.
Yeah, excuse me, sorry. Greensboro at this point, they're going to have to stay clean, and they're going to have to just start putting a little bits of points together. You don't have to get this. There's a lot of derby left to play. You don't have to get it all at once, but you're down by.
Indeed, changing it up. Greensboro actually put out their pixel pusher, number 72. She's brand new to wearing the star, so they're going to try something a little bit different. Meanwhile, earning lead jammer status is going to be Voldilox, part of the regular jammer rotation for Garden State. Pixel Pusher doing a great job of putting the pressure on as she really amped up the speed coming around the corner forcing Goldilocks to go ahead and call it off. Goldilocks only able to put 1 point on the board there for Garden State.
Yes, but because of the hustle of Pixel Pusher, she pretty much had no choice, because if she'd have got another point or two, she would have probably given up more than that, because Pixel Pusher was, like you said so astutely, right behind her following up. That's why you keep hustling through the whistle.
All right, and these two jammers are no stranger to wearing the star. That's Meshuggah with number 59 in blue for Greensboro or Gate City Rollers. And it is Payne Gretzky, number 99 for Garden State. And it's Payne Gretzky coming out of the apex with that lead jammer status. Payne Gretzky, every time she's donned the star, has earned that status. And a little bit of a shoulder there by number 94. Scrappy Go Lucky was just enough. Payne Gretzky forced to the outside, and she went ahead and called it off.
Just over a minute left to play in the first half, and we got 107-14 in favor of Garden State, as Garden State trying to close out a thing. 5 seconds called as we go get ready for Derby. There's the whistle as number 212, that's Buster Vicious, goes to work for Greensboro. Once again, number 12, Testarossa, for Garden State. And there's Testarossa, and Garden State get lead jam status. Buster Vicious on her heels right there, makes the pass. Both jammers now flying around, coming around for their engagement.
Testarossa with a 75% lead jammer percentage, being forced to call it off by Buster Vicious. Buster Vicious really showing a different side to the Greensboro jamming rotation, putting the pressure on and actually outrunning Testarossa there right at the end.
What's important right now, you take any victory you can get to that, as long as it is used and you can use that momentum to lead to another victory. So, I mean, hustle is the first way to do it. If you're going to, no matter what, if you're going to compete in this sport or any other sport, you got to hustle, and you got to do it, and that's what they're doing. You can't just rate down.
Well, they must have heard you, because they started off like a herd of turtles, and then suddenly we had an explosion where Koopa Troopa is going to push her way through to the front of the pack and on the outside line to earn lead jammer. Still in the back is going to be hit or miss. She's getting some assistance from her blockers, though, and she is also able to make her way through.
Another Greensboro skater, that's number 20, 020. 28.
All right, and that was a 0.0 jam to end this half. We are in halftime. Garden State Rollergirls, the Ironbound Maidens, sitting at 107. Greensboro Gate City Rollergirls, 14. I really think where a lot of the struggle for Greensboro and Gate City Rollers has been the penalty box. Like you said early on, they're really struggling with keeping their players out of the penalty box. And when you're in the box, you're a free point. So I think Greensboro is probably going to head back to the locker room, sit down, kind of take stock of what's going on. And then when we come back from halftime, I'll have a penalty report for you, and we can discuss that. But I can almost promise you that that's probably what they're going to discuss too.
Yeah, look, the thing with on Greensboro's part is they're going to have to. Look, there's a few things they did well. They hustled, they worked, they took advantage of any time there was an open gap. They made the holes. They somehow got through holes that they weren't there. So they know what they need to do. They just have to do what they do well, and they gotta stay clean. They gotta stay out of the penalty box, because right now, that's where they're at most of the time.
And if Garden State can just keep doing what they're doing and keep putting them there in the penalty box and taking advantage of power jams, Garden State will only continue to move forward from here. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the second half. Second periods in roller derby are notorious for being game changers. My name is Shady Hawkins. I'm joined here by Mr. Albie Dam. We will see you back here after halftime in just over 13 minutes. am joined again by Mr. Albie Dam. Al, let's talk about some penalties. We mentioned that at the beginning of the halftime, penalties were kind of a rough spot for Greensboro. They had a total of 16 penalties in that first half. There isn't any one particular person in danger, only one player with 3 penalties for that individual player. But with that many penalties across the board, it's definitely going to play an impact in the game, particularly their scoring ability. Whereas for Garden State, they only have 9 penalties with 1 player with 3 penalties.
Truth be told, just from the eye test, from what we saw, not seeing the numbers I would have guessed that the penalty differential between the two was much greater than that. So I guess what it boils down to is that the ones that Greensboro are getting are absolutely at the most inopportune times. They have super bad. I mean, when they desperately need to stay clean and to be on the track, they're finding themselves in trouble. And then it's like one after another after another. I mean, you're not going to come back from almost 100 points. You can do it, but you're not going to do it if you can't stay out of the penalty box. You've got to stay clean.
Completely agree. And mentioning the score, we want to go ahead and let the folks at home know about a little bit of a correction. We went into the halftime with 107-14 on the scoreboard. It is now 110. Officials did a little bit of deliberation, and they did correct the score. So the score is now Garden State Ironbound Maidens 110, Gate City Rollergirls 14. So just giving you that little bit of an update. Also, we want to go ahead and thank one of our sponsors for Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm is a proud sponsor of Beach Brawl 2016. They specialize in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, you can call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you. I also want to take this opportunity to remind everyone of the 2016 International WFTDA Playoffs and Championships. These things are coming up, and they are pretty much the biggest things in women's flat track roller derby, in case you didn't know. Division II playoffs are going to be in August this year, the 19th through the 21st and the 26th through the 28th. The first being in Wichita, Kansas, and the second being in Lansing, Michigan. Division I playoffs are going to be the entire month of September, the 2nd through the 4th, 9th through the 11th, 16th through the 18th, and 23rd through the 25th. 2 of these this year are going to be international, truly giving credence to the name, international playoffs. But one's going to be in Montreal, Quebec, the other in Vancouver, British Columbia. The WFTDA is really expanding and really being all-inclusive. It always has been international, but it's definitely all-inclusive as represented here at this tournament.
We're jamming now to start the second half as Hit or Miss and Koopa Troopa goes to the jammer line for their teams. Koopa Troopa immediately gets out for lead jam status. He's taking up right where she left off at the end of the first half. Koopa Troopa now burst on the outside. Great move on the outside of the pack. Still 2 Greensboro skaters in the penalty box, 1 Garden State. Hit or Miss coming back around for her point pass. Both teams now back at full strength as the penalty box emptied out quick, fast, and in a big hurry.
Indeed, we're going to go ahead and start this next jam off with an empty penalty box.
What?
Empty penalty box, full track, full strength, 4-on-4, 2 jammers roller derby. And that's going to be Soko in black for Garden State. She's going to be skating alongside number 212. That's Buster Vicious in blue for Greensboro, the Gate City Rollers.
Soko pushed out of bounds, has to be recycled to the back of the pack. Buster Vicious now trying to work through, but once again gets that ball of black, and she gets down on the inside. Great move by Buster Vicious. Right when I was just looked like she was going to get swallowed up into the pack, she busts out and comes out clean.
Buster Vicious being given marching orders by her bench to go ahead and call it. She was able to hold Garden State only to 2 points for that jam as we come up on the 28-minute mark.
There's the whistle as number 394, Voldilocks, once again goes up back to work against number 59. That's Miss Shugna. Shugna now getting caught up again. Time after time after time, those Greensboro jammers are almost immediately getting stuck into that wall of black, and the pack is just, man, it's like a black mass that just a black hole sucking in it. Boop, see?
There you go, and experiencing that is going to be Meshuggah. Meshuggah coming up against number 360. That's Jerry Kill, shoving her out to the inside and being forced to recycle. And we have a penalty on the Garden State Jammer. It is going to be a misconduct. She will take a seat and lose lead jammer status, making this not only a 2-minute jam, but a power jam situation for Greensboro Gate City Rollers. Definitely an opportunity here for Meshuggah.
Right now is an opportunity that Miss Sugan is going to have to take advantage of this. She's got the black wall, the black blockers team have been giving fits all the entire game, and now that they're depleted by one and it's in a power jam situation, got to take advantage of it. Still, skaters going to the penalty box over and over. Voldilocks now goes back into play for
Indeed, and those are going to be the first points up on the board for the Gate City Roller Girls. 5 points, Gate City 4 points now for Garden State as both jammers have been released. Four additional points now on the board for Meshuggah. 9 points for the Gate City Roller Girls. Proud of themselves for that. And now we're going to see Pixel Pusher. Pixel Pusher, in addition to the jammer rotation for Greensboro last period, the first period, we're going to see what she can do. And maybe this is going to be indicative of a change of a jammer rotation perhaps for Greensboro. Meanwhile, Payne Gretzky is going to wear the star for Garden State, and she'll take that lead jammer status right along with it. She being a regular part of the rotation for Garden State.
Pixel Busher still trying to work through, but once again, a Greensboro jammer having fits getting by this Garden State, the wall. The pack work by Garden State in this game so far has just been, to me, even with the penalties, the difference in the game right now is the pack work of Garden State. And, I mean, the penalties are definitely, that we've already mentioned those, but I don't want the penalties to take away from the excellent pack play that is going on right now by the team in black.
Absolutely. Garden State really putting on a clinic for communication and togetherness as a wall. Not to be outdone, though, Payne Gretzky, highest scoring jammer for Garden State in the first period of this game. Now, if you add this last jam to her point total, over 40 points just for that one jammer. Testarossa now going to look to add to her own point total for Garden State. She's skating alongside hit or miss. I believe she's probably the most frequent jammer that's worn the star in this game.
For either team, probably. Testarossa now trying to work her way back around, coming back around for a point pass, getting involved with the Greenville wall of blue. Still hit or miss now, fighting, going to work against that four wall of Garden State. Man. Listen to them communicate. Watch them work their way back and forth. It's just amazing to watch like you said, it is a clinic what they're doing right now as far as pack play.
Indeed, they seem to have this understanding of where each other's going to be at any given time. Hit or miss is really having a difficult time with that, trying to trip them up and get them out of that mentality that they have that keeps them together. Meanwhile, Testarossa has made her way around. And she has gone ahead and put 5 points on the board for Garden State. This jam with only 36 seconds left. No pack is called. A penalty will be issued for a failure to reform. That's going to take one of Greensboro's blockers, specifically their pivot, into the penalty box. Wrecking Bell wearing that pivot stripe. So Greensboro Gate City Rollers will begin with their pivot in the box.
Number 992, Anita Chainsaw going to the jammer line for the first time for Garden State. And takes lead jam. That makes her a 100% at the jammer line right now, batting 1,000. That's number 212. Again, Buster Vicious working her back her way around. She got through that wall pretty quick. Now both jammers getting through. And Anita Chainsaw
Buster Vicious disappointed with the point count there given by the official, but she did score 1 point for the Gate City Rollers.
I believe she felt like there should have been more, but the kilt trip, the fine official from right here in the state of Florida, right there on top of things. I have no doubt that he saw what he saw. As number 59, that's Miss Shugana once again.
Koopa Troopa, an effective jammer in her own right. She jukes her way around through the apex, earning lead jammer status. Koopa Troopa has a 100% lead acquisition. She has made lead jammer every single time she has donned the star in this half.
That's almost perfect. Every single time.
And that was, oh my, if you folks at home are watching, that was some pretty pirouetting on toe stops there by Miss Shugana. The folks here in the building certainly appreciated that little show of agility.
I appreciated it. Did you appreciate it?
I appreciated it because I certainly can't do it.
Oh, I do.
I'm talking to a microphone. I can't wear skates. These women are 1,000 times better than me.
But you know what? They probably couldn't talk in a microphone as coolly as you do. I'm just saying. It's a talent. You have a certain skill set.
Careful, you'll make a girl blush.
I know, right? You already...
Meanwhile, Pixel Pusher, now definitely our suspicions confirmed, being added to that jammer rotation for Greensboro. Zoko earning lead jammer status for Garden State. Zoko with a little bit of a agility type move there of her own through the apex. Really showing some great track awareness as to where her feet are. She really seems to favor her toe stops and pushing just absolutely as hard as she can to move her way through. Destroying the pack call on number 83, Snarl Jung. And now number 126, Hoden, going to take a seat in the penalty box for Garden State, reducing the size of the pack. Soko able to make a diagonal movement into out, puts 5 points up on the board for Garden State. Pixel Pusher unable to get around the three wall of Garden State blockers. She's trying to push a little bit of her own on her toe stops, and she just gets moved from side to side. Meanwhile, Greensboro coming all the way back, trying to force a long recycle. One of their blockers earning a pack destruction. So much going on, penalty after penalty after penalty. It seems like it's a lot, but it's really just kind of one and then one and then one after another. Both teams having a little bit of a struggle there, and we'll start this next jam with blockers in the penalty box. 14-point jam, though, going to Garden State.
Yeah, that was Soko on that jam, and it was towards the end she got recycled twice, but right as she got recycled the first time, I was just about to say she's basically skating the diamond for most of that jam. She was skating the diamond like she was trying to get her lap certified to do to 25 and 50.
Absolutely. Voldilocks, just like her teammates, great percentage, has earned lead jammer every time this period thus far. She gets her hips on by, hops through for 4 points. We're going to start again with a reduced pack with 3 blockers, 2 for Gate City, 1 for Garden State, still remaining in the penalty box. I'm corrected, 3 blockers, 1 sitting, 2 standing for Gate City Roller.
Awful crowded over there in the penalty area. That's all I'm saying. Number 99, Payne Gretzky now going to work for Garden State. Garden State lead jam status for Payne Gretzky. That was pure force just then. And
Yes,
the fact
it
that she was so agile enough that she could work her feet on the toe stops that quickly is what translates into that force and the power that she was able to work her way right through the pack. Great job by Payne Gretzky. And once again, that wall of black, that pack work.
Alexandroid with a hit on Payne Gretzky there at the end of the jam. It will earn her a skating out of bounds, or blocking out of bounds, I apologize, was the call. But it did force the call off of the jam. So effectiveness may be worth it. This next jam is going to feature Miss Shugana, number 5'9", wearing blue for Greensboro. But in the lead, wearing black for Garden State, is going to be number 1-2. That's Testarossa.
Testarossa. Ooh, big hit on Testarossa by number 94. That is Scrappy Go Lucky.
Scrappy Go Lucky with the shoulders, pushing Testarossa out twice, and then again, and then her teammate, number 3, Immature, with a shoulder of her own, forcing the recycle. Testarossa forced to call it off without scoring. Without scoring the full complement of points, she will, however, earn 3. Gate City's defense really stepping up there at the end and holding her to only those 3 points, particularly Scrappy and Immature. Anita Chainsaw wearing the star for Garden State, and it's going to be number 72, Pixel Pusher, taking advantage of an out-of-play call to re-enter legally. Anita Chainsaw being forced to recycle almost all the way back into the top center of the apex. First time lead jammer, Pixel Pusher for Greensboro. She's going to try and put some points on the board as Greensboro blockers knocking down Garden State blockers one after another. And Pixel Pusher with 5 points on the board for Gate City Rollergirls.
Great job by Pixel Pusher to keep pressing through that pack. Like I said, that wall of black has been there all game long. And you said you made a point a minute ago. It looked like that they had to get Pixel Pusher in the rotation because, let's face it, they haven't had a whole lot of success as jammers. So if you get a jammer that gets in there and does something successful, you need to. You're at the point of the game where you need to exploit that for everything you can.
Absolutely. At the very last second there, Gate City had to remove one of their blockers, as one of their blockers is taking a seat in the penalty box. Number 82, Jenny Junk Puncher, sitting in the penalty box. So they had to pull the blocker really quick, but it didn't seem to hurt them any or cost them any time. Meanwhile, Koopa Troopa, one of the extremely successful blockers for Garden State, meeting up against a firm wall, but she does break it up. Hit or miss, strong floor wall that she's trying to push through. Koopa Troopa gonna earn lead jammer status and begin a scoring pass. And a shoulder from Garden State. 5 points for Koopa Troopa. This action the last couple of jams has been significantly faster than what we've seen before. And it just goes to show that as we get kind of through the game, sometimes you see fatigue, sometimes you see a little tiredness, but clearly both of these teams have a little something left in the tank. Hit or miss, taking that shoulder from double tough Oreo. She was able to make her initial pass. Garden State, however, on the other side of things, able to put 9 points up on the board in that jam. We are approaching the 12-minute mark, and at the 12-minute mark, we'd like to remind you that Sotolongo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2012-13 because they care. Please contact Sotolongo Law Firm for all your legal needs. It's one of our lovely sponsors here, Beach Brawl 2016. I was thinking of the number 12 because 212, that's Buster Vicious on the line wearing the star for Greensboro. But it is Soko who is going to toe stop her way through on the inside line, a move that she's used repeatedly through this game to earn lead jammer status. But Buster Vicious really turning on the Jets, forcing Soko. Woo!
I like it.
That was intense.
Yeah, both jammers got to running, and you gotta like that though, because the Greensboro jammer, I mean, being in a position to where you could very easily go, okay, wow, look where we're at now, but able to turn on the burners and work their way through it and work and to stay on it and make Soko work for it. I love it. I love it.
And for that work, Soko is going to take a seat in the penalty box for a skating out of bounds penalty, making this a power start for number 59, Meshuggah, and Greensboro Gate City Rollers. If you're just joining us, that's Gate City Rollers in blue with the red on their helmets and on the sides of their jersey. That's going to be Garden State with black with the green markings. And it is Meshuggah earning lead jammer status. She's going to try and put some points up on the board as she makes her way all the way around. Soko now having been released from the penalty box. With a shoulder with impunity from number 3, Immature. Meshuggah also forced outside by number 78, East Hill Getty. Some of these skaters hitting the ground with some strong force all the way up on the dais here. We can hear them hit the ground and their pads hit the ground.
Soko has hit 2 or 3 times on her own in the last jam or two. She hit hard here and hit down over there, and then she's been down. She is going down, and when she's doing it, she's not going down gently. She is going down hard.
Now it seems that Greensboro has kind of settled into a little bit of a rhythm. Holding Soko back, but Soko is putting just enough pressure on there that Greensboro is going to have to worry about bridging out. Meshuggah, meanwhile, is still lead jammer for this jam. She's trying to make sure that she can get her points. And Soko is still trying to work on her initial, so Meshuggah has time. The jam will come to its natural conclusion, and Meshuggah will earn, and I do mean earn, 3 points. Both of these jammers, seems like maybe towards the end of this jam, since it was a 2 full minute, they were just a little tired. I mean, both of them have been working hard. Both of them regular parts of their jammer rotations.
Well, first of all, the Greensboro jammers, every single Greensboro jammer is having to work their behinds off to try to work through that black wall, that wall of Garden State. But you know what? Even the Garden State jammers, they're still working to get through the pack, and they're still putting up points. You're gonna get winded after a while, especially in this game. Forget the score. This is a physical game being played by both teams. Both teams they're gonna feel this one more than most. I'm just gonna say that.
Absolutely. Voldilocks earning lead jammer status for Garden State. Don Quixote had originally tried to draw her back, but apparently she had already passed her. Goldilocks putting 5 points up on the board for Garden State. Pixel Pusher wearing the star for Greensboro. She's going to get an assist there from Snarl Jung. Two of Greensboro Gate City Rollers blockers sitting in the penalty box in rapid succession, making this now a 10-point jam for Garden State. Pixel Pusher being very aware of where she was going to be stepping onto the track as she was drawn very far back into the first straightaway. Meanwhile, Goldilocks, 15-point jam, 5 more points up on the board. Goldilocks she just keeps moving. 5 more points up on the board. Whistles are a flying. Penalty after penalty after penalty. I'm going to kind of wait till the dust settles to kind of talk about those penalties, but from what it looks like, 2 Garden State blockers are sitting in the box. 2 Greensboro Gate City Rollers blockers are sitting in the box. And it was just a revolving door that whole last jam. One would come in, one would come out, and it was for both sides. And it is the highest scoring jam, though, of the whole game due to that revolving door. 25 points on the board for Goldilocks.
Yeah, that's why it was the highest scoring jam, because as the blockers were taking turns going in and out of the penalty box, the jammer was going round and round and round and round and round.
Absolutely.
Getting points.
We are on an official timeout, and I'm sure it's because the officials have just got to make sure that they got that right, because that was a lot of flurry and a lot of action. But I'll tell you what is right, and that's the after party. You are officially invited, if you are here with us in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to the Beach Brawl 2016 after party, Sunday, May 15th, 2-for-1 drinks until midnight, and there is a free party bus to and from the club until close. It will leave from the Renaissance Hotel, which is the official hotel of Beach Brawl 2016. So it is for the participants, staff, volunteers. It is 21 and up. And that's going to be at Sin Nightclub. So that's sinnightclub.com, 111 Southwest 2nd Avenue here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. If you were here last year, which we were here last year,
yes,
we've done this more than once.
Yes,
we have. It was crazy. So you don't want to miss the after party. Derby after parties are known for being absolutely crazy. So please join us Sunday night at Sin Nightclub here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. We also want to take a moment.
Well, it's not the official after party. The announcers do tend to have pretty good unofficial announcer parties on that Saturday before. I'm just saying, it's not like we're chopped liver.
That's true. That's true. We enjoy our time together.
I'm going to the Funky Buddha Brewery today. I am. I don't care what you say. And they are a sponsor. Look, they're a sponsor. I'll show you. I wasn't even going to go, but now I am, just because they're a
Funky Buddha, sponsor for Beach Brawl 2016.
They're wonderful things. Just trust me.
And it looks like we are set and ready to go. We are just waiting. And we do have 5 seconds. Payne Gretzky going to wear the star for Garden State, number 26. Hit or miss, wearing the star for Greensboro, and it is hit or miss, earning lead jammer status for Greensboro.
Great job by hit or miss, taking advantage of the two blockers in the penalty box.
Scrappy Go Lucky with a shoulder to Payne Gretzky on the front straightaway, knocked her just right on over like she wasn't even there. And again, Scrappy Go Lucky with 2 majorly effective game-changing blocks, dropping her opponent both times. 4 points on the board for Gate City Rollergirls. I think that last jam might have been a little bit of a shift in this gameplay. I mean, we are further on into the game. We're coming up on 5 minutes left in this period, as I speak, and I think maybe that kind of fired some folks up.
Yeah, Greensboro really needs to just, you know what? They can't say, well, we stayed out of the penalty box, but at least Garden State had a couple in the box too. So at least they were suffering from the same affliction at the same time. So that then, and we have another official taking a little spill.
Indeed, Testarossa attempting a apex jump. She was knocked to the inside and forced to recycle. She is going to be on a scoring pass. Buster Vicious. Buster Vicious looks like she's waiting to see how many points she scored, and she was able to put 2 on the board. That's 4 points Garden State, 2 points Greensboro Gate City Rollers. Number 992, Anita Chainsaw, going to jam for Garden State. Number 59, Meshuggah.
Anita Chainsaw really working on that blue wall. As the Greensboro wall, they wall up, they do good, and force her to be recycled in the back. The problem there is, as good as Greensboro was doing on Garden State's jammer, is they couldn't take advantage of anything because Garden State had Miss Shugna locked down for Greensboro. So both the jammers, we went almost a minute into the jam with nobody doing anything. And quite frankly, that's not what Greensboro can't have that at this point. They need to start putting more points up.
Indeed, both jammers have now made their way out of the pack with the pack speed increasing. Miss Shugna really having to put some extra effort in to even catch up to the pack. 2 points Garden State, making that a total of 7 points for that jam. 0 Greensboro. We do have team timeout for Greensboro. This timeout is going to be brought to you by the JRDA, the Junior Roller Derby Association. United, we skate against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in this initiative. You can see the JRDA booth here if you're on site with us for more details. We'd also like to take a moment to thank 5 Second Skate Gear. 5 Second Skate Gear is your one-stop custom shop for all your customized derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, you can stop by their booth and say hello. #NextWhistle.
Special thank you from all of us here at Beach Brawl to all of you out in the Derbyverse watching us at home. I just got word that those of you watching out in the Derbyverse right now, this second, are in number over 5,500 people.
5,500.
Over 5,500 people are watching us feed right now.
Beach Brawl 2016.
That's what I'm talking about. Damn shady. What? Wait, what is it? Wait, it's a 4th thing.
All right, and we're going to be back to the action with Pixel Pusher wearing number 72. That's blue for those of you 5,500 people at home watching online. But it is going to be number 624. That's Koopa Troopa in the black, earning a lead jammer. Koopa Troopa with executed skill and patience, 4 points on the board. Garden State.
It just screams Photoshop. I'm sorry.
You have to wonder if, as the clock winds down, as we approach the 2-minute mark, you have to wonder if they're going to be looking to just kind of burn time. So at this point, when you have a lead, 2:20 to 37, you're looking to see, okay, what can I do to just go ahead and kill the clock?
Well, I know as a skater, you don't really want to look forward to the next game or to whatever's going on to what's going to happen later. You want to stay in the game you are, no matter what the case is. But since we have an official timeout, and I'm not skating, official review, I'm sorry. Official review is going on, and I'm not skating. I am looking forward to tomorrow's game between Muddy River and Garden State. If for no other reason, I want to see if all this communication, and I don't even think I'm calling that game, but I will make a point to come and see it tomorrow because I'm the pack play for Garden State has been so exceptional today that it was so good it makes you want to see it again. You want to see if is this got to be a fluke? There's no way. But I can't wait to see him play tomorrow and just see if the communication is something that follows through because they are playing an outstanding game in the pack. This is like we talked about. We've talked about it. I don't mean to keep hitting on the head, but the penalty situation for Greensboro is not good, but the pack play by Garden State has just been insane this entire game.
Agree, and if you're watching at home, then you know that over on track D, we've got continued roller derby action. There are two tracks going alongside each other here at Beach Brawl 2016. Earlier today, we saw Rage City and Gold Coast, our hosts, play each other. Rage City proving that even though they, are in the far icy north, they absolutely know how to play the game, and they came to prove something. So taking the win over Gold Coast. So, and again, the story of that game was great wall blocking. So, and that was by both teams. When they came together, it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. And I think that's something that maybe doesn't get talked about enough. I mean, we talk a lot about jammers, and we talk a lot about their speed, a lot about their agility, a lot about everything that they've got going on for them, wearing that star, and their responsibility of putting points up on the board. But really, 80% of what happens on that track is the blockers. 80% of what happens on the track is making sure that those walls are strong and making sure that there is good communication between those blockers.
Yes, that is exactly true what you said, but the problem is it's normally we don't I guess we don't give they don't, like you said, they don't get the credit that they do that is due, but they are this one you can see in this game the pack play has just been tremendous, and the communication between the pack and the jammers. This pack is creating points for the jammers. I realize that the jammers, we certainly give them the credit, and they deserve the credit that they get. But this game, Garden State's half of their jammer points are due to just exceptional block play.
Information on the official review that just happened. Garden State was asking for a forearm on the Greensboro jammer for actions between turn 1 and 2 of that jam. However, there was not enough information after being discussed by the officials to justify a call. Therefore, the no call will stand, and Greensboro will lose their official review. Moving forward, jam number 21, less than 2 minutes left to go in this game. Number 26, hit or miss, is going to earn a track cut. She will be sent to the penalty box. Meanwhile, that allows Voldilocks, number 394, to earn lead jammer status, and she will also be on a power jam for Garden State. Not very opportune for Greensboro, but certainly exactly what Garden State wanted to see. The period clock and the jam clock are moving almost simultaneously. Only 1 second difference between the period and the jam clock as Voldilocks. Oh my goodness, Voldilocks. I know her name. I've said it a lot. And that's because she is a phenomenal jammer. I really enjoyed watching her. She's put up points on a consistent basis, and she has really done well for her team. She has maintained her stamina and has never come out looking tired. Hit or miss, though, in this turn. She hit the ground hard after a jump. Picked herself up, though, but unfortunately it did earn her a track cut. She'll take a seat in the penalty box again. And Greensboro now will ask for their official review. This official review is going to be brought to you by Dr. Amal Masri, the Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. They are offering B12 shots for $15 each. So if you would like to get yourself a B12 shot, you go right on over there and find those. Although I don't know if any of us really need them. I mean, I'm excited. So, but if you're skating today and you got a couple of games today and you just need that extra little bit of a boost, B12 shots, $15 each by Dr. Amal Masri.
Man, I don't do only shots I'm doing this weekend are in the glasses. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, you can do that 2 for 1 at the after party.
There you go. See, You see how we
That's
did that?
called a segue, ladies and gentlemen. Also, during this official review, we're going to go ahead and thank another one of our sponsors, and that's Rydell. For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates unmatched quality, unmatched performance. You can visit them over in our little merchant area back there. So if you're here with us on site, you can go over there, talk to Rydell, get yourself set up. There's also the radar booth over there. You can visit the radar booth to register to win a free set of all-new Radar Halo wheels. So if you would like for a chance to win Halo wheels from Radar, their booth is right over there in between the tracks. You can see where I'm pointing if you're here. Over there. Yes.
She's pointing, for those of you at home, she's pointing right to left on your radio dial.
That's right. Left.
Or left to right, whatever.
Always derby direction.
And I told you. Oops. Killing me.
Looks like our official review is completed. Everybody is starting to take their position on the Adams jam line. Greensboro was asking for a back block on the green jammer on that last scoring pass. It was determined that there was a lack of impact in the actual motion, therefore the no call will stand. And now Greensboro will in turn lose their official review. Both official reviews now used back to back and both lost. Meanwhile, Peyton Gretzky earning lead jammer status and on this power start, making quick work of that pack. It doesn't seem like Garden State is going to be resting on any laurels here whatsoever. She's just going to keep putting up points on the board. Garden State's going to keep increasing their lead because, after all, ladies and gentlemen, this is all sanctioned play. So rankings are at stake here, and these two teams are very closely ranked. So the larger differential that Garden State can create, the better it's going to look for them on paper. 10 points on the board so far with the period clock expired. Hit or miss. Able to make her way out of the pack. Payne Gretzky taking a hit to the outside. She's going to go ahead and call it off, and we have our unofficial final of 241 for Garden State and 37 for Greensboro. We're going to wait to make sure that score is officially final. We've been talking about blockers an awful lot, and I want to definitely take a moment to highlight a couple of them. For Greensboro, Don Quixote with 5 massively effective blocks counted just in this second period. And additionally over the course of the game. And number 9-4, additionally, Scrappy Go Lucky, said her name a few times. These blockers really making the difference. But the score has now been made final. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating your winners, Garden State Ironbound Maidens.
Great job. Very impressive game by Garden State. I for one, like I said, have been very, very impressed with the agility of their jammers, the persistence, and of the pack play. Like I said, very excited to see them go up against Muddy River tomorrow. I will certainly, if I'm not calling it, which I don't remember if I am, but I'll definitely be in the building, and I will make a point to come watch it because I want to see if it's for real.
Absolutely, and please give it up for Greensboro Roller Derby Gate City Rollers.
Those of you 5,500 people out there in the Derbyverse, thank you for joining us. We got lots of great Derby coming up again on this very track.
On this very track, upcoming at 4 o'clock is going to be Newcastle versus Dublin. International teams, international derby, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you stick around for that. But in the meantime, while we wait for that to happen, we've got another game on track D going on right now, and that is Muddy River versus Central City. So if you'd like to kind of fill in that derby gap while we're waiting on the second game, you can head right on over to that game.
You can check
And I'm
out.
sorry, it's actually the Red Stick Paris game that's going on right now because it is 3:44 local
yeah,
time.
you're right.
So it is Red Stick in Paris
Cool.
over on Track D. So if you'd like to keep your derby going, head on over to Track D for Red Stick versus Paris and join us back again on Track C for Newcastle and Dublin at 4 p.m. Just to let everyone at home know, we are running a little bit behind on our schedule, so maybe give us about a 5-10 minute grace period. So we wanted to make sure to let y'all know. But my name is Shady Hawkins,
And I'm Albie Dam.
and we will see you again later here on Track C.
Good night, everybody.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing just fine, and we were getting ready for more derby, so how could we not be doing good?
There you go. I am Pastor Mike. You are,
I am Stash Merkin.
You are. Stash, who do you call for typically? Who's your home team?
My home league is the Acadiana Rollergirls from Lafayette, Louisiana.
There you go, and I know they're listening there.
Oh, they're tuning in? I hope they're tuning in.
They are, and they're also listening in Dublin and in Newcastle. And another opportunity, so I'll just do it. A quick shout out to the Greenville Derby Dames, to the Spartanburg Deadly Dolls, and to the Piedmont Riot out in the great state of North Carolina. We've got a great one. This is going to be a lot of fun. Dublin coming in versus Newcastle. I'm expecting a heck of a game, and we're going to get to it here in just a couple of minutes. We are about 3 minutes away from roller derby action. We will tell you, when you take a look at the WFTDA rankings right now, they come in very, very close. 104 is Newcastle, and 135 for Dublin. So pretty doggone close. And again, we all know, we've said this 100 times throughout this tournament over the last couple of years, the European teams that come over here, Stash, are typically underranked because they don't get enough opportunity to play against competition here in the States. They play each other very, very frequently, and so the rankings don't necessarily mean as much from a numbers standpoint.
Well, you're right about that, Pass. That's the issue with the European teams. All the European teams play all the other European teams. It's a geographical thing, and they end up tearing up the same 3 inches of the standings. If a team wants to do well in the WFTDA standings, they've been coming to Beach Brawl here in Broward County, and Crime City paid off very well last year. The Crime City from Sweden had an excellent tournament here at Beach Brawl last year, and I ended up calling for them at the D1 tournaments in Dallas last season. They got a big bump from the Beach Brawl is where things happen.
Well, and the opportunity to play against teams all weekend long is, again, a team's not going to travel over here from Europe to play one game.
No.
So the opportunity to come in here and play several games over the weekend and really get some experience and, again, pick up some of those ranking points is really, really key for a lot of them, and, making sure that they're meeting the point spreads and things like that. Let's very, very quickly, because we've got about a minute and a half to go, let's run down the rosters. Do me a favor, Stash, if you would, start us off. Who is going to be rolling for Dublin?
Dublin will be in the dark blue jerseys. For those of you listening and watching on stream, hello. In the blue, 1, 2, 3, Maria von Slapp. Number 16, Gemerald. Number 169, Brudal. Number 17, Dirty Knees Louise. Number 23, Bloody Harry. Number 37, Kitty. Number 490, Malibu Stacy. Number 7, Ellie Beating. Number 74, Stabba. Number 777, Destroy McClure. Number 8, Shanclenta. Number 83, Dashing Trudy Snow. Number 90, Lana Payne. Number 95, Mania.
There you go. For Newcastle, who, by the way, is not in black jerseys. They are in the, we're going to call them nectarine for right now. We're going to continually change what we call that jersey because we're not sure. We're men.
That's right.
And we really have no idea what you call that color. So we're going to call it nectarine for now. We'll probably change it about 15 times throughout. But the orangish, nectarine, tangerine color. Apricot. I like that better. That's probably better. There you go. Newcastle is 000 Drama Bomb, 01 Penny Bazaar, number 1038 Fraulein Catastic, number 11 Helen, number 14 Missy Pow Pow, number 2 Sniper, 27 Hit 1 Pearl 1, number 29 Zoe, number 3 Anita B. Nasty, number 52 Bucks Liz, number 75 Guinevere of Jamalot, number 79 Spangled, and number 88, Calamity James.
And for those of you watching on the stream at home, getting ready for this bout to start between Dublin and Newcastle, if you're wondering if that is the same Newcastle in the UK where they make the beer, yes it is.
Newcastle upon Tyne.
Newcastle upon Tyne. And Dublin's chilling on their bench. They're ready to go.
Looks like our officials are getting into position. We should be ready to have some derby here in just a few seconds. We should tell you that Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Ball 2016.
The Phillips & Phillips Law Firm is an international firm that's licensed in the United States, England, Wales, and the West Indies. Please contact the Phillips & Phillips Law Firm for all your legal needs.
Well, I don't want to interfere with the officials either. But and we are ready to start. Coming up on the jam line, number 16, Gemerald for Dublin. And Spangled, number 79 for Newcastle.
There you go, 5 seconds and away we go. First whistles, and we are back in play. Live roller derby action here on Track C at the Broward Convention Center. Oh, nice job. Up on the toe stops, taking contact and running right on through. Gemerald in control with lead jammer status, and now we're going to get a breakaway for her, but another opportunity as Spangled makes her way out of the pack, and around we go.
Good work by Gemerald on that initial no-scoring pass, and she calls off that jam. Before Spangled could score any points, looks like she scored 1 point.
Yeah, little early call. I mean, protective. Didn't see where the, wasn't able to see, I imagine, exactly where the opposing jammer was, where Spangled had come in. So she had plenty of time to try and sneak through, but abundance of caution, hit it, quit it, call it off, get your point, and get the heck out.
And up on the jam line now, we have Bloody Harry for Dublin and Guinevere of Jamelot for Newcastle. Both jammers looking for a little daylight.
And Gwen's going to pop out first. Nice job there. We've got our first penalty of the game. That one's going to be called against Chanscaletta. She'll take a seat. And finally now able to break out is Bloody Harry, but she's got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Gwen able to come back around, finds the outside line. She's going to get a couple. And gets forced out of play hard right there in turn number 4.
Ellie Beating, living up to her name, just put the Newcastle player off the track at turn 4.
So there you go. We've got our first lead change of the game, Stash.
We do. First blood went to Dublin, but right now Newcastle leading 3-1.
Maniha at the line. She's back there for Dublin. Newcastle sends Penny Bazaar to the line. And Penny Bazaar, are you kidding me? Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Jumps out and grabs lead jammer status. Forced out of play on the inside turn is Maniha, who's got to come right back in, all the way back, almost to the Adam Skate start line before she's able to break on out.
Oh, and good work by Penny Bazaar on turn 1. Just had a sliver to get through and was able to stay in bounds and ring up the 4 points. And she's looking for more now.
Well, it should get there. Nice job to call that one off. There had been a star pass in the back. Lana Payne took over the jammer's position, but not before the points went on the board. Newcastle able to rack up another 9 spots, so stretched out the lead now, 12-1.
Snowy on the jam line for Dublin.
Spangled's going to join her back there for Newcastle, and away we go.
Jam timer says 5 seconds, and I believe her. Jam on.
A nice job to recycle there. A nice little brace, too. And held her up just long enough. A nice job there. Break on through to the other side. That is Snowy out first, out front, and a whole lot of room. That black wall in the back just absolutely closed everything down. And nice job getting through.
And
The snowy cycle, and she's going to come up against a one-on-one with the new jammer. Calamity James took over the pivot to the jammer transition.
Newcastle player received a star pass, and that's the end of that jam. No points for Newcastle on that last pass.
That'll be a 6-point jam for Dublin.
So this is going to be a close game, I think, Pass.
Yeah, listen, like I
said.
So
far, so good.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, when these two teams come in ranked, 31 points apart, it's so difficult to count on those rankings as incredibly accurate. I mean, we know that they're pretty close, but it's just very, very difficult until you get them here face to face. So, again, both teams having the exact same situation. Both jammers out. We got a foot race to the finish now. First out of the pack is going to be Gemerald. She's got lead jammer status. Gwyn will give chase. On Gwyn with a nice burst of speed is able to close the gap a little bit, but not enough. Gemerald will call that jam off after scoring a point.
Dublin closing the gap on the board. Just under 25 minutes to go in the first period.
Penny Bazaar at the Adamsgate start line for Newcastle. She's joined back there by number 23. That is Bloody Harry for Dublin.
Massive bodies on the jam line looking to impede the progress of the jammers. Bloody Harry trying to get around the Newcastle blockers. They're running a triangle block on her. Meanwhile, the Newcastle jammer Penny has to recycle. Both teams standing up on the D. Penny getting bumped out of bounds again.
Yeah, how about Maria there twice? Maria Von Slap, not once but twice, forcing the out of play for Penny Bazaar and bringing her back all the way back into the turn number 1. Penny able to finally get out, break through to the other side, but man, she was forced out not once, not twice. Call that jam off and reset. It's a nothing. No harm, no foul, no points.
But just like any other sport, good defense leads to good offense, and if you can knock a jammer out repeatedly, that gives your jammer enough time to get on through and get lead jammer.
Now, typically you would think, not the way it happened that time around. We'll have Maniha coming up to the line for Dublin. She's joined there by Spangled. Both jammers looking for a crease, looking for a hole. All the way to the top of the line, and a nice one-on-one battle there. Out of play called, but not before the hit. Oh, that's a tough call right there. Spangled is going to be first out. Malabruce is going to take a seat. No question the hit came late, but did not hear the out of play call in order to bring her back. So she went flying out there to try and catch up. Spangled free and clear. Multiplayer block penalty being called now. That's going to go against Newcastle, I believe. Yeah, it is. That's going to go against Zoe.
Big 5 points for Newcastle.
Now she'll make short work of that real quick on the inside-outside move. Nicely done. And now it's a question of that Newcastle wall. Can it hold? And it does. Nice job there. And then the equipment whip. Gotta love that after the star pass.
And that is Destroy McClure, who had received the star on the last pass. Took a good whip from her teammate. Got 4 points.
And Spangle makes her way through, grabs her points as well. Yeah, you got to thank the manufacturers of the Derby jerseys, because, I mean, how they don't rip with some of these equipment whips, I really don't even know. I mean, that was just a nasty grab and throw forward.
Grabbed a big handful of that jersey and went flying on by. And right now, Spangle is having a trouble flying on by because the Dublin blockers are standing up strong.
Boy, let me tell you what, that was a really, really nice boo by Maniha, who was able to, she was all the way in the back of the pack, one-on-one with Spangled. Spangled got by her, and Maniha just forced her way, working one by one through the blockers to be able to get back up to the front and make contact one more time on the way out as Spangled was able to get through, but held up by that relentless pursuit by Mania, able to get through a couple times. A nice big win there for Newcastle as they put 18 big points on that one. 8 for Dublin, stretching the lead out now 30-16. It's a 14-point Newcastle lead, 21 minutes to go.
On the jam line now is Snowy for Dublin.
Boy, and she's set up way back there behind that Adams Gate start line. Oh, what a move. Are you kidding me? Hop, skip, and a jump over the outside line, and she stays in bounds. Lead jammer status and a whole lot more. Nice move by Snowy.
Guinevere jamming for Newcastle. Hot on her wheels.
Well, Snowy's going to have a challenge right now because 2 of her blockers just got sent to the bench. Well, take that back. One may have gotten waved back on. Ellie's going to take a seat. But that jam's going to get called off. They will put up a 2 spot, does Dublin, to cut into that lead. 12 points now, 20 minutes to go.
For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance.
Penny Bazaar and Gemerald at the stripe, ready to go.
30-18 your score, 20 minutes to go in the first period.
Wow, Gemerald does a nice job there, up on the toe stops and runs right to the front of the pack, and she's through and clear. Lead jammer status firmly in her hands. 1 to beat at the top of the line, a one-on-one battle. Jammer v. Blocker. That one was going to come courtesy of Staba, who was able to hold her up just long enough. And in the meantime, Gemerald gets in, gets out, gets through, and calls that jam off. We'll see. 2 points, says Kilt Trip. 2-point pass for Dublin, cutting into the lead yet again.
Once more, I think this is going to be a good one as we go along. The Concept Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016. The Concept Law Firm specializes in patent, copyright, and trademark law. If you think of the next big idea, call the attorneys at the Concept Law Group to protect it for you.
You know, I've got a good idea.
Really?
I do.
Well, stranger things have happened.
I know, it happens occasionally. We're going to have ourselves our first team timeout. That's going to be a Newcastle timeout. Dublin had sent everybody out ready to go, and Newcastle sent nobody, just waiting for the clock to get to that point. They heard the 5-second call and called that jam off. That gives us time to pay the bill. Stash, who you got next?
Let's do that. Bout, semi-custom, full custom. Yes, we can do that. My Bounts, the latest and greatest way to customize your Bout boots. Boom wheels by Adam are magical. Experience better roll and grip from one wheel. Available in 3 hub options to fit any need. Test ride the boom wheel at the Adam Skates booth today. And it looks like our players are ready to take the track. Timeout coming to an end. Bloody Harry jamming for Dublin. Spangled taking another shift on the Adam Jammer line for Newcastle.
You know, speaking of paying the bills and everything, we have got some fantastic sponsor booths on site here. So this really doesn't pertain to those of you watching at home, but some great stuff going on all around the place. We're going to have an official stoppage. They weren't quite set on the official line, so they'll go ahead and take a timeout there. But, I mean, everybody is here. I mean, Cheese Balls is here. Derby City Skates is here.
I saw Green Monster back there.
Yeah. I mean, Bout is here. I mean, everybody that is anybody in the Derby world is pretty much here for this weekend, and we appreciate all they do. Again, merchandise from all the different teams around the world.
I love the merchandise. And you know, as far as the equipment booths go, it's really nice. I mean, not only do you get to come to a great tournament like this, and well done to the Gold Coast Derby girls for hosting this tournament. Done a great job. Not only do you see a great tournament, great teams, but if you need a new pair of skates, a new pair of boots, you can go try them on. They got them right there. You don't have to mail order them and hope they fit.
There you go. That's a great tournament. You know, being here for the last 3 years now, it's been a joy to watch this thing grow and gain notoriety within the Derby world. To be one of the WFTDA, recognized tournaments,
indeed,
is a big thing. You know, the WFTDA Recognized Tournaments program recognizes and supports all the high-quality WFTDA member-hosted tournaments worldwide. Keep in mind, all the teams competing this weekend here are working to boost their rankings and to qualify for the 2016 International WFTDA Playoffs and Championships this fall, Stash.
And if the WFTDA championships are as exciting as last season, boy, you want to be there for that.
There you go. International championships.
International championships.
Yeah.
I mentioned it earlier. Crime City from Sweden came last year. Had an excellent showing at Beach Brawl and rode that into D1.
Right. Little track repair going on, because why not? Hey, what do you call the track repair people at your home league?
We don't call them late for dinner, that's for sure.
Okay. All right.
We live in Cajun country, and oh my gosh, the food there is great. It looks like we're ready to get back to action.
I always like tapeworms.
Tapeworms is a good thing.
Yeah. Anyway, we are back to live roller derby after an extended period of absence, and now a forearm penalty being called. We'll see where that's going to go. Multiple whistles. They're trying to show her. She doesn't see it. That one's going to go against Dublin. I believe that's Brew. Lead jammer status also to Dublin, though. That's Bloody Harry in control. Spangled fighting to get through, and it is Brew.
Spangle got called for the forearm, and
we got a jammer penalty here coming up on Spangled. She'll take a seat. Do not see a call from the officials as to what that penalty was for. Looks like maybe a forearm.
And either way, this is a power jam for Dublin, and Dublin is closing on the board. 30-25 currently the score.
Yeah, Bloody Harry with an opportunity right now to tie this thing up. If she can make one clean pass prior to the penalty box emptying out, we'll see if she can get there.
But the Newcastle blockers clogging the way. They are not making it easy for her.
It'll be a 5-point pass. Kiltrip puts up the thumb. And we have ourselves a tie game once again. 10 points already for Bloody Harry.
Looky. These are the kind of pass. I don't know about you. These are the kind of bouts I like to call. Close games are just fun to announce.
Well, looky. You want to talk about interesting. Dublin has just taken the lead back after a 14-point roll.
Oh.
Dublin now leads 34-30 over Newcastle. This thing's been back and forth, and they've been really, really closely matched so far. Looking forward to the rest of this one. We are we're not even halfway through the first half.
Not even.
17 to go.
Not even. We're coming on the Adam Jammer line. We have Mania. She'll be going against Guinevere. Jam on. Both jammers looking for a little. Oh, Guinevere got a good step on the inside. Good job by her blockers to open a lane right there on turn one.
Oh, look at this. Wow. Mania with a phenomenal move, skating backwards. Able to stay. How on earth was she able to stay in with all that momentum going the other direction? She finally forced out in outside of turn number 3, and then again inside turn number 4.
That is D. Ramabom just hounding the Dublin Jammer.
Well, Mania stopped for a second. She heard and saw the forearm call being called, but it wasn't against her. It was against the block on her. That one going on Missy Pow Pow. So Mania will go ahead and strap the star right back in place as a whole mess of black jerseys head on off to the penalty box. Destroy McClure is going to sit, as will...
Oh! Mania just did a ballet-worthy pirouette. She took a hit right before turn 3, somehow stayed in bounds as she pulled a full 360 on her skates and kept right on skating. Sorry, pass.
No,
right ahead.
Man, listen, when something like that happens, you just cut right in on me, man.
You got to call that play.
Hey, and look, we got another lead change. Look at that.
Yes, we do.
What is that, 3 or 4 already? Newcastle with a 14-4 jam there in jam number 10 is now up 44-38, 15 and some change to go.
Penny Bizarre jamming for Newcastle.
Excuse me, that was jam number 11. My apologies there, Stash.
Snowy back on the track for Dublin. Snowy trying to get around the Newcastle blockers.
Boy, a lot of activity there, a lot of contact, and finally it's going to go as a penalty. Dublin called. More penalties coming. Everybody, more blockers on the outside of the track than inside. At this point, James is going to come off.
They have a conga line going to the penalty box.
And Maria's going to come off. Kat's going to come off. And not only that, but here comes Liz as well. They're going to have to cycle somebody around, I think. Yeah, Liz will take an extra lap.
Penny Bazaar, lead jammer, but she has only 2 blockers on the track.
Oh, how about that?
Oh,
Giving a jump,
nice
little head
move.
wiggle, a shake, and a gone.
Snowy on the jam for Dublin.
Chancletta with a nice job there to recycle. She was the first tap in the back of the pack and then fought her way to the front to give the double tap there. Snowy able to get out, get through, put the 4 points on the board, and keep on moving.
Boy, we got some fast-paced derby going in this jam.
Oh, big collision there. Great hit. And again, guess who? Chancletta once again. And that jam's going to get called off there, but not before an 11-8 scoring run. Newcastle's going to win that battle. 55-46 now, 13 and a half to play, Stash. This is, I'm telling you, it's getting physical, and I love seeing physical play at the inside the pack. Love seeing the jammers getting up and getting high, and I'll tell you what, nice moves there. You're right, on a couple of different opportunities there. We're going to keep an eye on Maniha, but man, oh man, does she have some moves.
That was beautiful. I'm glad we're streaming this, so the people at home got a chance to see that, because that was just an excellent play.
Well, and you know they'll all be recorded as well, so we can go back and watch and see some of the stuff as well, which is always a good time. Another multiplayer block penalty call, that one on Newcastle, and Gemerald will spin her way through, cycling. Pearl takes a seat. And a nice move on the outside line there. Nice job by Gemerald. Spangled locked in battle back there in turn number 2. Forced out of play inside line. She'll recycle all the way back to the back.
Spangled having a hard time solving the Dublin blockers. Meanwhile, the Dublin jammer went for a ride, let the bodies hit the floor. She called it off.
That'll be a 9-point jam for Dublin to tie the score again. 55-55, 12 minutes to go, first half.
Sondo Longo Law Firm is proud to sponsor Beach Brawl 2016 because they care. Please contact Sondo Longo Law Firm for all of your legal needs. And we are back to action here. Bloody Harry jamming for Dublin, but who's in lead?
Gwynn got out first. Big, huge opportunity for her right here with a tie score. Inside 12 to go, and she's going to go ahead and have a full lap opportunity here. Nice job one more time by Calamity James, able to force not once but twice Bloody Harry out, once on the inside, once on the outside. She's back in the back of the pack. And the whole scrum kind of comes to a stop. Another big hit. And I'll tell you what, Calamity James is making a highlight reel out of what she's doing in the back of the pack.
She is lowering the boom on the Dublin jammer. Just absolutely hounding her.
Brew's going to take a penalty. That she'll take a seat. Another Dublin penalty, so that's going to put a 4-on-2 opportunity here for Newcastle, and they'll make quick work of a short pack.
And whistles plenty. That means the end of the jam, but not before Newcastle rings up 5 more points. Grand slam for Newcastle.
They'll double tap on that 5 as well, so that's a 10-point jam for them, taking the lead back again. Now 65-55 in this back and forth kind of seesaw battle. Maniha at the line right there for Dublin. She's joined back at the Adam Skates start line by number 01, Penny Bazaar.
Newcastle with a full complement of blockers. Dublin only has 2 blockers on the track, so And it is Penny Bazaar, your lead jammer for Newcastle, as yet another Dublin blocker goes to the box. Here comes another Newcastle blocker. Lots of penalties in this game. Very physical game.
Yeah, musical chairs in the penalty box, but again, Newcastle with a nice job there to stretch out that lead. Another 5-point pass already by Penny Bazaar.
Penny Bazaar did a great job right there. 5 points, staying in bounds after a Dublin blocker was trying to get her out. Nothing doing. She'll take the 5.
Well, and I'll tell you what, miscue there. Maniha, we've been saying, singing her praises ever since this thing started. Little bit of a mistake there. Took off the star. Thought about a little star stash, but dropped the star. I mean, she was clear out of the pack, nowhere near play.
Just fell out of her hand.
Dropped the star on the floor there inside turn number 4, and had no choice but to stop, come back, retrieve it, put it back on, and that was that. We have a timeout now. Dublin is going to call timeout, and maybe a good time for it, as Newcastle just racked off another 13 points and has stretched the lead out now 78-55. That is a 23-point lead, 9 minutes and 9 seconds to go, Stash.
Well, if you still have some energy after this full day of Derby, you can have an extreme break. Come visit Extreme Action Park, where you can race, bowl, eat, and play all under one roof. Drive the fastest gas-powered go-karts on our indoor asphalt track, bowl on our plush lanes, play in our arcade, and climb our ropes course adventure, plus catch the UFC fight at our pit bar this Saturday night. That's Extreme Action Break. And we're having Extreme Action Break right now in this game, Paz.
There you go.
Looks like we're about ready to get back to Action Spangled on the Adam Jammer Jam line for Newcastle. Snowy for Dublin.
Haven't seen every game on both tracks all day today, but having seen what I've seen, this is by far the closest game we've seen all day so far in this tournament. Snowy forced out of play. Nice job there.
Snowy about went airborne trying to get around that pack and didn't quite land it.
Anita Be Nasty stepping up to lay the hit that forced her out and then fighting her way back again. And man, what a great job. I've said it 3 times already, but this time another skater, Anita Be Nasty, fights her way back to the front. Everybody, both teams doing a great job of recycling blockers.
Right.
Really hit it and come back in again for another hit.
And the scoreboard shows that. Meanwhile, Snowy calls off that jam after that last pass. She got knocked around over on turn 2, somehow stayed in bounds.
Hey, pick up the 4 points, cut into the lead a little bit.
That's
there was a star pass in progress, but Helen not able to get back in time to make that one make a whole lot of difference. So we're going to start it right back up again. It'll be Gemerald in the dark black or blue jerseys there, and number 75, Guinevere of Jamalot for Newcastle. 8 minutes to go, and we're off. Very quick penalty called. It's going to be a forearm penalty called against Gemerald, and that is a power jam opportunity. And Gemerald had just barely gotten past the line of no return, so she's going to have to skate all the way around. An extended power jam opportunity now, and we'll see what she can do with it. Gwen's got an opportunity. She is out, free, clear, and ready for points.
Completing her initial pass. She's looking for some points now. Puts on the gas, trying to get by the Dublin blockers. The Dublin blockers say, no way.
And here come the reinforcements. The cavalry comes in to try and clear the line. Nothing doing there.
The Newcastle blockers coming in and creating some havoc on the Dublin line.
A back block penalty being called against Pearl. She'll take a seat. And Missy Pow Pow got knocked down, came back up, gripping at her lip, looking for blood. I don't know if she's going to find any, but may have taken a shot or landed wrong or something there where that one came down face first, evidently. 5-point pass going on right there for Gwen, so she's back out and putting on the points, stretching the lead back out again. Gemerald will give chase, but she's got to make up some ground, and she's not going to have that opportunity. It's going to be a 2-0 pass for Newcastle, stretching out that lead. Now 85-59, inside 6 to go by the time we set it up again.
And we'd like to thank Dr. Amal Masri from Florida Foot and Ankle Associates. He has B12 shots available if you happen to need that.
I wonder if that's like injections or if that's throw back a shot type shots.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
We'll have to investigate this at the after party.
We'll do it. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Bloody Harry just got up and went through it. Had absolutely nobody stopping her. Lead jammer status back to Dublin, and they need to grab it right here. Need to put the brakes on this Newcastle team who has scored points in a hurry to open up a nice little lead. Penny Bazaar will give chase. She's finally out of the pack. And that jam's going to come to an end, but not before the points go on the board. I believe it was 2. We'll take a look. 2 it is. 2 points for Dublin, nothing doing for Newcastle. Line them back up, 30 seconds, do it again.
Good work by Bloody Harry on that last jam. She went through that pack like Neo. I mean, just looked like no one touched her. She just went right on through. And
there is no spoon.
Oh, really?
Hey,
I could have sworn there was a spoon.
Maniha at the stripe. She's there at the Adamsgate start line with Spangled.
Spangled taking an awful lot of jams in this period.
Yeah, she definitely has. No doubt about that. Maniha forced out a play right there. Nice job by number, I believe that was 14, Missy Pow Pow again. She's going to run into a big yellow wall back there. Lead jammer status back to Newcastle.
Spangled is your lead jammer.
And Missy Pow Pow is going to take the penalty. She'll take the long lap around.
Dublin jammer having a hard time getting through the Newcastle blocking wall.
Nice force out there by Malibru's. Spangle will come back in, recycled back to the fourth line. Then she'll come back in, dead center, looking for a hole, looking for a lane, can't find anything.
Spangle just came to the end, came up behind the Dublin wall, and there was just nothing available for her.
Now, she tried lane 4, couldn't get there. Tried lane 1, couldn't get there. Got forced out and had to come back in, and now she's going to get pulled back again. Oh, quick look. No, sir.
How about
yes,
that?
sir. Now it is going to get back at that. So she called it off. The whistle's blue, but there was a track cut violation before she was able to call it off. So the whistle's blue. That'll end the jam, but no question about it, that was a forced track cut penalty. So we're going to have a start with Spangled in the box. We're going to have Snowy coming up to the line on a power start 4-on-4 break.
That was some excellent play by the Dublin players, forcing that power jam. So now Snowy, whose team is not down by much, gets lead jammer.
She is just fast, Stash. I mean, she got out of that hole. I mean, the hole was there for about half a second. She took that half second to explode through it. Hole closed immediately behind her. They tried to give chase, but could not rein her back in. And now up on the toe stops and fighting with Anita B. Nasty right there, one-on-one at the top. Now James, the last line of defense, out of play called, no choice. Nice job of bridging the gap, but it got a little too far.
5 points for Snowy, meaning Dublin inches closer as halftime inches closer. 2:43 to go in the first period. 87-66, Newcastle in the lead, but Snowy right now scoring points for Dublin, trying to make that comeback.
Tell you what, that's a forearm penalty you take right there. It wasn't intentional. You'll take that one, though.
Right.
Great timing for it. Again, I mean, you don't want to commit it intentionally, but Ellie is going to go ahead and get called for the forearm that actually locked Spangled up, and then a monstrous hit. Chicleta with a phenomenal hip and just lifted Spangled up and out.
Just put her down on the track. Meanwhile, Snowy had ringed up another grand slam. Tried to get some more.
Spangled finally out and through, but 13 points already on the board for Dublin. Snowy is going to put even more up. She's at the 17, and just like that, we're back to a very tight game again.
Oh, holy moly. This has got to be the closest game I've seen so far at the tournament.
4 points put up by Spangled. The whistles will blow, but not before the damage had been done. Dublin creeping back into this thing. They're going to put a couple more points on the board, make it a 19-4 Dublin run to bring this thing within 11 points, 123 to go, 91-80. Newcastle in the nectarine or orange or what are we calling it?
Peach,
Apricot.
Apricot.
Somebody give me a box of 64 Crayolas. I've got to match this one up and figure out exactly what color that is.
And we are rolling on Jam 21 in the first period. Under a minute in regulation. Newcastle blockers holding up the Dublin Jammer. Just like skating through concrete.
Oh, what a move. Took the hit, went up high, came down low. Gemerald with a nice job to stay in play and keep on rolling. And now one to beat at the top of the line. And she's going to get on by. That's going to be number 75, Guinevere Jamelot. But right now, Gemerald with an opportunity. She's going to get the points, and she's going to call it off right there. Let's see how many. Killtrip says 4 big points. So there it is, another 4th spot on the board for Dublin.
And my gosh, we have a close game. We're going to have another jam.
Every time y'all look at the scoreboard, I think you're looking at me and my spidey sense tingling.
And neither team is going to call the timeout that would have made another jam possible, but we're not going to get another one in. That should be now the halftime. We're going to wait for the official word, but it is. I mean, that's up on the scoreboard already. So at the half, a very, very close game, a hard-fought game, a hard-hitting game, lots of action, all sorts of stuff going on to talk about. 95-84 at the half, Newcastle with an 11-point lead, Stash.
And boy, this thing has gone back and forth the entire first period. My gosh, you're seeing this game live here in the facility, or you're watching on the stream, you are seeing a good one.
We're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute pause for the cause, if you will. There is live roller derby, I believe. Now, I can't hear them right now, but I believe there's a game still in progress over on track D. So if you're listening in on the interwebs and want to switch over to the other stream, you can watch another game going on over there and then jump back here in about 10 minutes, and we will bring you back. I'm Pastor Mike.
I'm Stash Merkin.
We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Don't go anywhere.
out till the end of the half. And let me tell you, if you're just now tuning in, you've missed one hell of a first half of roller derby action. It's been back and forth. There's been a couple of times when Newcastle has pulled away and looked like they really had things in control, but back comes Dublin, not once but twice. Stash, we sit right now, Newcastle up by 11, 95-84. What'd you see in the first half? What did you like? What would you like to see more of or less of?
Well, first I would say if you weren't here for the first half, where have you been?
Yeah, right?
Second of all, we've seen some excellent both blocking and excellent jammer play. A lot of hops, no full-fledged apex jumps, but jammers are having a hard time getting around the walls, and they're having to make little sideways jumping, positional type plays. Very exciting to watch.
Not a lot of penalties to talk about coming out of the half. So as we sit, there is no skater for either team with more than 3 penalties. So frankly, we're just not even going to talk about it. There's nothing to talk about there. That's not a story.
Not until it happens.
So Dublin has done their cheer, their chant. They're ready to rock and roll. We are about a minute and a half away from more derby action. It's like I said, it's been a great game so far. I've seen some really, really solid transitional play. What I'm seeing a lot, and one of the things that I'm trying to focus on in this one, because we've seen it so many times, and we've talked about it so many times in the first half, a lot of work recycling. That back end blocker who's locked in battle one-on-one with a jammer and then recycles not once, not twice, not 3 times to fight through the pack. Maniha has done it on a couple of different occasions. Calamity James has done it a couple of times on a couple different occasions. We've seen Brewdoll do it. We've seen Missy Pow Pow do it. A lot of that back and forth where they're finding an opportunity to make a hit here in the back of the pack and then regenerating, recycling back to the middle and finding another place to lay a hit and then recycling again to the front of the pack and finding another opportunity to lay that hit. So it's not just the force out and pull back, it's also the
hit.
Hey, listen, I hit you, but you got by. Let me sneak up and catch back up to you.
Mm-hmm. And we're 30 seconds from the second half. It's past set, 84-95.
Yeah, I'm Pastor Mike.
I am Stash Merkin.
And we are back to roller derby action on track C here from the Broward County Convention Center, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's
beautiful day
time.
here.
Oh,
beautiful day here.
I haven't seen any of it.
We've been in here watching roller derby. That's what I'm talking about. It's a beautiful day watching roller derby.
There you go.
Big hello to everybody watching on the stream. Newcastle in the Peach Cup. I just made that up. Peach Ricotte colored jerseys. Dublin in the dark blue, and we are underway.
Lead jammer status the first time through is going to go to Dublin. So Gemerald with an opportunity here. Penny Bazaar is also out, but she's got a full turn lead. So we'll see what happens here with an opportunity for Gemerald to put Dublin back on the board and cut into this lead again.
Dublin only down by a handful of points at halftime. We'll see how they respond in the second period. Gemerald gets one point, gets ridden out of bounds, and calls off that jam.
Well, and Gemerald got real lucky there because both of the outside pack refs were looking the other direction and did not see her trying to call it off from her backside. She'd gotten hit, knocked down, out of bounds on her back, and from the turtle position was trying to call it off and went big, but the outside pack refs didn't see it. Finally, the jam ref saw it and called it. It was very, very close to points going on the board for Newcastle before that fourth whistle blast. So a fortunate one for Gemerald, puts a point on the board, and more importantly than that, did get the call off in time to stop points on the Newcastle side. 10-point game, and this time around it's going to be Guinevere of Jamalot at the stripe, joined there by Bloody Harry, but only for a moment.
And the moment's gone.
And the moment's gone. Off to the races. Lead jammer status is in Gwynn's pocket. Bloody Harry can do nothing but give chase, and she's done a nice job to catch up. That jam's going to get called off, but lo and behold, Bloody got in, got out, and put the points on the board. I think that's a 3-4 if I'm not mistaken. Look at the numbers. Yes, it is.
Yes, it
that's
is.
A 4-3 Newcastle jam. Nice job there, squeezing a couple of extra seconds and getting that extra point for Dublin. Oh, now they're going to turn around. It's 3-4 the other way. It's Dublin lead 3-4.
Okay. But good, either way, good play by Bloody Harry at the end of that play. She just turned on the Jets, got herself some points, and we were getting ready to do it again. Helen Drew for Newcastle, Snowy for Dublin, but Helen is your lead jammer. I believe this is the first time we've seen her jam today?
I believe it is.
I don't remember her jamming.
And I'll tell you something. We've seen this a couple times, and I wasn't going to say anything about it originally because it only looked like it was one skater. But now that I've seen it on 3 or 4 skaters, I've got to question the wheels that Newcastle is rolling in right now because they're having a tough time in those turns. Those wheels seem to be sticking a little bit to this concrete.
I did notice that as well. You're right,
now,
Paz.
I'm not a big equipment guy. I'm not a skater myself, and so I'm not going to be the one to tell you what they're wearing or what they should be wearing on this particular surface. That's not for me to do. Those of you at home that know what the heck I'm talking about, you can maybe write in and let us know, and we'll try and get that out there. But a lot of squealing right there in the corners, having a tough time with those wheels just sticking. Helen Drew's going to take a penalty. She'll have a seat. That'll be a power jam opportunity the other way, and Dublin with an opportunity now. Chancleta with the opportunity on the power start or the power jam. Helen Drew put up 5 points before going to the box, so extends the lead out again. And now Maria's going to take a seat, so that's going to put Dublin on the 4-on-3.
Chancleta trying to get around that triangle block that Newcastle's throwing on her. Tries to the outside.
Oh, nice move.
Outside, inside. Good lateral movement by Chancleta.
Yeah, just when you thought she was going to break through, that big Newcastle wall came in and shut the door, but Chancleta with a nice move.
And look at this. Right out of the penalty box, Helen, power jam now over, comes right out. I'll take a grand slam, please.
Oh, and a nice job to get another 4-point pass out of that one. And 5 going the other way, so take a quick look at this. Great jam, lot of action, tons of action on that one. Ooh. And Newcastle's going to take a 14-5 advantage out of that in jam number 3 here in the second half. So opening up again, now 112-94. 18-point lead, 25.5 to roll. And they're going to do it from a power start this time around. Newcastle's going to send Penny Bazaar to the line all by her lonesome. And the Adams Skate start line is now empty. Lead jammer status claimed by Newcastle. Penny Bazaar off to the races.
Penny Bazaar looking for some points. We'll see what she does. She's running into the Dublin blockers. Oh, she slips right by them. That is Slam Del Grande, 5 points for Newcastle. And pass, this is the way it's been going.
We just got lobotomy bombed. Like just standing here, and all of a sudden, here comes Lobotomy running up to the stage. I thought he was going to tell us something.
Oh, we
almost scared me.
Yeah. And that's the end of that jam. And I was going to say, Pass, that's the way we've seen this kind of been going so far is Newcastle will build their lead up a little bit. Dublin will come back, and then Newcastle will take it away from them again. We've had a couple lead changes, so that hasn't been absolute.
Now, 27 points now is one of the larger leads that we've seen. So, again, a 9-0 run leads to that. But, yeah, listen, again, both teams have done a nice job of scoring points very, very quickly and shutting out the other team back and forth. And they're going to do it this time around. Dublin will send Maniha to the line, Gwynn for Newcastle. And Maniha has had some pretty solid success at the jammer line so far, at the start line for Dublin. This time around, she can get forced out of play, and that's going to create a, oh, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. I thought for sure Gwynn had gotten out clean. She did not. So finally, when Mania is able to get out, she'll call that jam off. And nice job there seeing what was going on and realizing that the lead jammer status had not been called yet.
And we'll line up and do it again. Gemerald jamming for Dublin.
Yeah, Spangled back there again for Newcastle.
I'm wondering if Spangled is actually a Terminator unit. She's taken so many jams. I mean, woman is a machine.
Well, she's taken some big hits too.
Yes, she has.
Right now, though, she's got lead jammer status and a sniper. Here we go. Foot race time. Spangled and Gemerald. Gemerald and Spangled.
And they're in turn 2, and Spangled calls it off.
Yeah, nice job, because I'll tell you what, Gemerald with those long strides was able to close the gap very, very quickly there and force that call off. Nice job.
Gemerald was stalking her, and
Spangled saw it.
Spangled did the right thing and said, let's call this jam off. Game this close, you don't want to give your opponents any points if you don't have to.
Penny Bazaar at the stripe, joined there, I believe, by
Bloody Harry.
Bloody Harry.
Who's also been having a great game.
Really has. Nice job on the force out. That's going to be Brew. And back. Everybody's going. Both jammers outside, and around we go. Do-si-do. Brewdoll forced out. And a clockwise block penalty being called now. That's going to go against Missy Pow Pow. What a scrum.
You don't see that very often. Both jammers on the outside having to recycle. Both teams cycling back to make them go back further. Penny
Round the
Bazaar.
outside. Round the outside.
Round the outside.
2 roller derby skaters go round the outside.
Oh no, I wasn't told there was going to be word problems. Which one gets to the penalty box going at 0.5 light speed?
Ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Let's do some algebra.
Let's do some roller derby word problems. Let's not.
You know, if the game wasn't so close, we could have some fun with that. But
that would be, yeah.
Tight,
but this is too good a game for that.
21 minutes to go by the time we whistle this one back in. It's still 121-94. Jam. The score has not changed in the last 3 jams. Snowy to the line, jamming on behalf of the Dublin Roller Derby, and Newcastle sends Gwen. We've seen this line before, and a nice job there. Stab of forcing out of play Gwen, who has to come all the way back. That gives an opportunity for Snowy to get to the front of the pack, and she's met there by great resistance. A 3-wall locks her in place, and that's going to give Newcastle an opportunity. Here we go again. Gwen out first. Oh, nice move by Snowy. Hop, skip, and a jump over the apex there in turn number 4.
Snowy says, let me be away with you. I will jump the apex.
Jump around, jump around. And look at the pack speed now. Everybody motor up. And a 2-point pass there for Newcastle. So finally, we've got a couple points on the board. 4 jams, 2 points. 123-94, 20 minutes to go.
And we are going to line up and do it again. Mania jamming for Dublin. Penny back on the line for Newcastle. And look at that massive humanity on the Adam Jammer line. My gosh, nothing but Newcastle peach jerseys. Mania just can't find any daylight. Until now, she slipped through and earned lead jammer.
Oh, nice move there by Dirty Knees and Ellie coming together. Just kind of a slingshot move, one into the next. Kind of used her as a missile. And that jam's going to get called off, but a point will go up on the board. So Dublin, with their first point in the last 5 jams, able to close in a little bit. We'll come back in just a couple seconds with more Derby. But first, 5-second skate gear. 5-second skate gear is your one-stop shop for all your customized Derby-related art and marketing needs. Whether it's a new logo for your team or personalized artwork, stop by their booth and say hello. Hashtag next whistle. 5-second skate gear.
That's a great hashtag. Here we have Spangled yet again on the jam line for Newcastle. Gemerald for Dublin, and we're going to see who gets out. Looks like, yes it is, Spangled is your lead jammer. Spangled.
Oh, what a move. Nice job. One-on-one now. There goes the head fake. There goes the hip shake. And nothing to do. Liz is going to have to let her go out of play. Both jammers through, put the 4 points on the board, call the jam off. Spangled leading the charge. Really, really smart play out there from the jammer's position, able to get those points, take a look around, and milk the clock a little bit longer.
And
so 32 points, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 127, 95, 18 to go.
That's right. And 10 jams in, we're starting to see Newcastle starting to creep away. Certainly, Dublin's certainly still within striking distance.
Oh, listen,
we
we've
got
seen them
plenty
score.
of time. Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen them score plenty in a very, very short amount of time. They've closed a gap that was larger than that earlier in the game. So an opportunity here. Missy Pow will take the star for Newcastle. She's going to get locked in battle in the back with a nice job there. They held her up just long enough for Bloody to get out, get through, and pick up about a half-lap lead. So an opportunity now for Dublin, get some points on the board and shrink this gap. But they're going to do it from a deficit. Brew's going to head on off to the penalty box. That jam's going to get called off. 2 more points on the board, though. Make it 3 now for Dublin, so a 3-0 run. Cuts into the lead a little bit. And again, that's all you got to do. Just drips and drabs. Just get a couple points
if you
here.
can scratch out a couple of points, keep the other team from scoring, you're going to do well.
That's it. We're going to get a team timeout, I believe. That's going to be a Dublin team timeout. That timeout gives us time to take you back to the bill paying segment of our show, and want to thank the folks at the Junior Roller Derby Association, JRDA. United we skate against bullying on and off the track. Join the JRDA in this initiative. See the JRDA booth for more details if you happen to be here in the building.
And we'd like to thank Rydell. For over 70 years, Rydell has been the innovative leader in the roller skating industry. Rydell skates, unmatched quality, unmatched performance.
And how about Bout?
How about Bout?
Let me tell you. Bout semi-custom, full custom. Yeah, we can do that. My Bout's the latest and greatest way to customize your Bout boots. And of course, the Quad Stars. They're all here. Check them out over on the other side. They are on track D, like right back there in the back corner, as they always are. Same spot every year.
They are here. We are here, and thank you for you being here. We are ready to get back to action. Gemerald is jamming for Dublin. Gwen jamming for Newcastle. Looks like
Oh, no, a track cut penalty on Gemerald. That's a power jam up.
Oh,
no,
looky
here.
here.
Both. Look at this. Double track cut. So
It's
now
a
the
race.
race is on to the box as both jammers are going to get there very, very quickly. That will release Gemerald. That will release Quinn.
Here we go.
That was about a second and a half of penalty time for each. But Gemerald released first. Now the question is, can she take that 1.5 second gain? So far, so good. Staba able to bring her back, but a really nice job there by Bucks Liz to force her out. Now, Gemerald is going to get out. Staba's going to take the penalty there. But we'll go the distance on this one.
Yes, we will.
Gemerald in battle at the front of the line, one-on-one up there with Anita Be Nasty, and finally out. 5-point pass there. Couple additional penalties that sends one apiece into the box, and now it's a 3-on-2 in favor of Newcastle.
4 more points for Gemerald and Dublin.
Micro pack situation, just 4 blockers on the track in the pack.
A lot of room to skate, Pass.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and a nice track speed as well. The pack picks up speed. Black stays up front. Oh, nice move by Gwen to get out, get through. Gemerald already had the 9 spot on the board, but right there, that's 4 points going the other way. And another pass coming up now. Opportunity for Gemerald, and she'll get in, get out, get through, and put the 4 points on the board. 2 minutes and done. But look at that, not a bad job by Dublin, taking a lot of penalty time, taking a lot of jammer penalties, and taking a 13-4 lead out of that jam number 12, cutting into the lead now just 20 points, Nash.
They were at 32 or 34 the last jam. And good job by Dublin to close that gap. Plenty of time left on the clock, 14:38 to go. We are on jam 12. Snowy for Dublin. Penny Bazaar for Newcastle. Penny Bazaar gets knocked to the track.
Yeah, Snowy started that one way back there behind the start line. A big hit there. It's going to create a penalty. It's an elbow call coming, but meanwhile, back at the ranch, big hits, big collisions, tiny little walls doing all the work, and there you go. Lead jammer status back to Snowy, back to Dublin. The long, long haul, and boy, oh boy, you just saw it there. Penny Bazaar was out, and they were almost hip to hip, and Penny had a little bit of tough time with that wheel again right there in turn number 4 that gave an opportunity for Snowy, who's going to take the arm whip. That one coming from Ellie Beating.
Snowy, nice
Ellie.
hustle.
Sorry about that, Stash. Penny Bazaar almost had her way through. Looked like she was going to take control of this thing and force the call, but that's not going to happen. It's a nice job by Ellie to force her down and out. So the foot race continues.
We're playing wide open roller derby here, pass. Oh, nice job by Snow. He took a big hit on the outside just going into turn 3. She fell down but stayed in bounds.
3 apiece on that last pass. Both jammers able to get through for a 3 spot, so that is 7 each. So, it's kind of like a wash, I guess.
It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off, but on the board, 13 minutes to go in the second period. Still a 20-point deficit on the scoreboard. Newcastle leading by 20 points, 138 to 118.
Bloody at the line, Spangled with her. Both jammers off and running, and a big, huge burst of speed. Bloody Harry takes control. Lead jammer status her way. Pack speed picks up as Spangled comes out. But look at Snowy, down in derby position and kicking through the turns. Here she comes. Up, down, call it. Forced out of play. She'll get a point out of it, maybe 2. Call it 1. Cuts into the lead, calls it off, and is somehow able to keep Newcastle off the board.
It looked like Bloody was going for an apex jump and didn't quite stick the landing, but she knew she was lead jammer and said, okay, no mas.
Listen, there was no way for her to stick the landing because she got blasted in midair. Not a chance on that one. But
she got clobbered.
Yeah, great play on both sides. Maniha jumps up to the line. She'll be there at the Adams Skate start line, joined by number 75. That is Gwen again. Big braced 4 wall in the back of the pack, a very short 2 wall in the front, and Dublin gives up the ghost, and that's nothing to do but let Gwen go by. Lead jammer status and a ton more. And now, oh, nice move. Mania left, right, left, and back to back she goes. A lot of action all the way on the opposite side of the track. Oh, that's going to, yeah, absolutely. That one's going to be called. A back block penalty coming. Again, not intentional, nothing you can do, no way to get away from it.
Oh, now
but look at this.
Jammer foot race over on turn 2. Mania and Gwen just skate to skate. Both jammers looking for a little opportunity to get through. What
How did she stay up?
I was thinking the same thing, Bass. Mania just did an astounding.
Sniper put every ounce of that big body on
Oh,
her.
my gosh.
Huge hit.
She was doing a little sideways lateral jump.
Mania with an opportunity there. Hop skipping up, down she comes.
Mania putting on a show right now.
Well, but here's the thing. If you're going to make that leap, you got to have the clear landing, and if you're not going to get that, that's going to slow you back down. So it worked that time. She's able to skate through on the outside line, put the 4 spot up, and call it off there.
Spun around the hit, and
12, 10 minutes to
oh
go.
my gosh.
19 points, 10 minutes to go. Yeah, again, I think it's safe to say this has been the closest game all day so far. This will be the last game on this track. All the action will be on track D after that. They've got the clinics coming up here on track C. We're going to have an official review now coming. I believe that official review called by Newcastle. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So we'll go ahead. That'll give us an opportunity to talk about somebody. Who do you want to talk about, Stash?
Well, I think I'd like to talk about the Juke Wheel. The Juke Wheel is back, combining a new design with the original urethane. It is your go-to wheel for any surface. Test ride the Juke Wheel at the Adam Skates booth today. And speaking of surfaces, Pass, you touched on this earlier about some of the players having little slipping problems. And we'd like to point out to our viewers at home, we're playing on polished concrete here. That's kind of to be expected.
Well, it's not, and that's the funny thing. It's not that it doesn't seem like it's a slipping. It almost seems like it's a sticking.
Maybe so.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's more sticky than.
I'm like you. I'm not a skater, so I have no clue.
Well, yeah, all I'm looking at is as they're coming around the turns, those wheels seem to be skidding a little bit more as catching as
Right.
opposed to sliding. And again, typically, if it was going to be a sliding issue, if it was going to be that slick thing,
Right.
they're going to lose their balance, they're going to lose their footing, and they're
Wipe
going to go
out.
over because they're going too quick in the turns. Here, it's kind of the opposite. Those turns are slowing them down a little bit. And again, it seems to be more on Newcastle's side, but again, that hasn't been a problem so far as they lead by 19 points with 10 minutes to go. So
It's not bothering them too much.
not a whole lot. Not a whole lot, but you can definitely see it. I don't know if you can see it on the feed at home, but you can definitely see it in action here, live at the venue.
Well, and it could be the other way, Pass. That like I said, I was mentioned earlier, Gold Coast has done such a great job putting on this tournament, getting the track ready. Perhaps they sprayed it down. They kept it from being real slippery, and some of the players was expecting it to be slippery. So they put the real grippy wheels on, and
that could be.
They went the other way rather than.
Yeah, that could be. We'll see.
Well, but like you said, Newcastle's been the one. Newcastle's been the one primarily having the issue with it, and they're the ones up by 21. 9:57 to go. We're at the tail end of an official review. We'll find out what that's about, but right now it looks like Gemerald is coming to the Adam Jam line for Dublin.
All right, so here's the official word, basically. I'm going to try and get this right. It was a little bit complicated, but here's the thing. Newcastle was looking for an egregious. They were looking for that blocking while down kind of thing. The new call is charging.
Charging.
They were looking for a charging call and a misconduct. They're not going to get that. But that was a call they were looking for against Chancleta. They're not going to get that one. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got a real live roller derby with Penny Bazaar taking lead jammer status away from Gemerald, who is locked in battle, but only for a second because now she's going to head to the box. A penalty for the back block on Gemerald will give an opportunity here. Multiplayer block penalty being called, another penalty being, so both teams losing one blocker, but Penny Bazaar in control of things right now.
Opening up space on the track for those blockers.
And you saw that grip right there again as she
Right
had
there.
to, kind of came up out of her skates and had to run through it.
Yeah, it's like she's stopped up short.
Yep.
But Penny Bazaar looking for some points. She's not having any issues.
Oh, nice move. Outside, inside move. Free and clear for a 5-point pass, and Newcastle is putting it on right now.
Penny saw the opportunity to get by the Dublin blockers, and she just pumped her legs and turned on the jets, went right by them. And Newcastle, as they've been doing all the way through the game so far, Newcastle will go out ahead. Dublin will catch up. Newcastle goes back out ahead. So this is what we're seeing now.
Yeah, 29 points at the 8.5-minute mark right now, Stash.
We're on Jam 16. We have Spangled on the Adam Jam line, along with Bloody Harry. Both jammers looking for a little daylight. And Bloody Harry slips through the pack first, earns lead jammer. Spangled having a hard time getting around the Dublin wall. Bloody Harry has to recycle. Bloody Harry, nice outside inside move, found a little seam. 5 points for Dublin. And there had been a star pass. Missy Pow was the jammer of record at the end of that jam. But here we go again. 7:15 to go, 160 to 136. Snowy on the jam line for Dublin. Gwynn on the Adam Jammer line for Newcastle, and away we go.
So I think we've solved the slick floor, grippy floor dilemma. We'll talk about it after this jam.
We will, but right now, Gwynn is your lead jammer for Newcastle. 160 to 136 the score. 2 points for Newcastle on that last pass, none for Dublin. What you got, Pass?
So listen, how about this from one of our co-announcers, I'll be damned, coming up with the brilliant observation. If you look back behind the bench for Dublin, they've got a bunch of powder back there, like on the ground, way back there by the wall, and occasionally are going back and skating around through that to kind of get that slickness off of the, and again, you're not seeing necessarily that happening on the Newcastle side. So here's what you get. You end up with one team who's getting a little bit better traction or not having either the stickiness or the grippiness or the slipperiness on the track as they're skating back there. Their skaters, as they come off, are going back and skating through that powder dust back there to keep their wheels from sticking and slipping the way that they have for Newcastle.
That's I'll be damned. He's a Derby announcer detective figuring that out. But right now we have Mania jamming against Penny Bazaar.
Oh, what a move! Holy
Mania
cow.
just pulled another beautiful spin move. How did she not go down?
I'm not sure. But a great job there. Forced out of play on that one. Oh, nice job to avoid the track cut penalty.
She just about drew a track cut, but she saw that she was getting ready to get called and held up. Meanwhile, Penny looking to score some points.
And how about the work Missy Pow did right there to force that call off? Not once, not twice, but 3 times. Bang, bang, bang to slow things down and force that call off right there. Great job by Missy Pow. It's an 8-point pass, or excuse me, 8-point jam in jam number 19 for Dublin. 144, 162, and right back to it. Are you kidding me? What is that, 18 points?
I tell you. I mean, only four and a half minutes to go in this game. And this is one of those games I'm just going to be sorry to see this game over.
Lead jammer status back to Gemerald. Gwynn at the line with her, but an opportunity here for the points to go on the board. Now Gemerald skating down a blocker. Nice move. Gwynn with the spin to stay in.
Well, she got spun right round, baby.
That was not intentional alliteration, by the way, but it worked out. I like it.
We'll take it.
Gemerald will hit that one and call it off. It's another 4 points on the board. 14 points, less than 4 minutes to roll. This time around, they will send Bloody to the line. Bloody Harry there, back behind the Adams Skates start line with Penny Bazaar. And we're going to get a timeout called. Newcastle wants to slow things down. And I'll tell you what,
Newcastle
up 25, 30 points a minute ago, now up only, what did we say, 14. I'm sure they do want to slow things down for a second.
Whoa. Let's not so run and gun so much.
Yeah, so now that we got a second, let me just reiterate kind of what I was trying to talk about that Albie was able to point out to us. There's that area back behind the bench, and they're doing it on both sides. It's not just Dublin. There's on the other track as well, there's a big powdered area of the track floor, or of the floor behind the skater's bench, and as they're coming off the floor, they're skating through that powder to get a coating on their wheels before they go back out again. So again, I don't know what effect necessarily, because again, we're not skaters. Can't really talk to you about that intelligently. We can make some assumptions.
And we're not on their bench, so we don't know what they've been talking about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I can tell you this. we've been talking at length about the stickiness that it seems to be, that seems to be happening for the skaters from Newcastle, and not that much about Dublin. So whatever they're doing, that seems to be helping them. And again, this is a very, very tight game. We're ready to go again. 14 points, 3.5 minutes to go. Bloody Harry and Penny Bazaar at the Adamskate start line. Chancletta forcing. Nice job there, forcing Penny Bazaar out of play. She'll recycle. Another penalty coming. This one's going to be against a black blocker. Meanwhile, lead jammer status by Penny Bazaar. So a nice job of calling that timeout. They're able to get lead jammer status right there, while Brew makes the long roll back to the penalty box.
And how did she not go out of? Nope, she did.
Wow.
I thought Penny Bazaar was about to make another fantastic play, staying in bounds, but our correct referee on top of it said no, she didn't. She went out. This will be a power jam for Dublin.
And guess who caused that one?
Who
Missy
was?
Powell once again creating that track cut penalty right there. So an opportunity right now on the power jam for Bloody Harry, down 14 points.
And I think Missy Powell took a star pass earlier, so she's been doing a little bit of everything in this game.
A track cut penalty coming now on Sniper, so that'll level the playing field a little bit, but 5 points on the board for Bloody Harry.
Coming up on 2 minutes to go left in regulation. 4 points for Newcastle. Every point going to be critical now. 4 points for Dublin. And by the way, nope. I was just about to point out that Dublin had pulled on closer, but we just got a score update.
Yeah, it's a 1 point if they keep going trading back and forth. It's 1 point, but that right there. Penny Bazaar able to get through for the extra points, and she'll go ahead and take the win on that jam. It's a 13-11 jam. And let me tell you, big, huge, massive props to Bloody Harry on that one. Clearly had gotten hit and was, just when you saw the look of pain on her face, you knew she wasn't quite the same at the end of that jam as she was at the beginning. Took a big blast, was not feeling it, and stayed on the track and still was able to put another 7 points on the board. Great job there, or 6 points on the board, I should say. Great job there by her, and Dublin able to keep this thing right where it was. And now, look at this, another point's going to go up on the board. They're going to put an extra point up for Dublin, so now just a 13-12 advantage for Newcastle in that previous jam. We've got ourselves a timeout now. Not sure who called it or if it's an official timeout. It looks like it might be. Probably an official. No, it's not. It is a black timeout, a Dublin timeout.
Dublin called the timeout. And
so 15 points.
And passed. And how good Bloody Harry was on that last jam. At one point, Dublin was less than 10 points behind Newcastle.
Well, and it wasn't until that hit that again, I'm going to just say took the wind out of her. Not sure what happened, not sure what she was feeling, but you can see the grimace on her face. So from that point on, that's when Newcastle was able to catch back up and take that jam out of their hands. But 15 points, minute and a half to go. We're off to the races with Gemerald and Guinevere of Jamelot at the Adamskate start line, and lead jammer status back to Gemerald. Here's the opportunity.
Oh, everybody hang on to something.
Lead jammer status so vitally important at this point in the game, and she's got a huge opportunity here.
Dublin controls the clock, their lead jammer. Newcastle blockers desperately trying to hold her back.
She'll get through, she'll call it off, she'll shut them out.
And Newcastle got no points on that last pass, so Dublin.
Well, now we're going to get an official review. I think they may be using that as a timeout. I suspect. We'll take a look. Well, no, he's going to come out. He's got a conversation.
But as the score
that's a very quick conversation. I suspect that's exactly what it is. I suspect that was using it as a
probably
as a timeout. I suspect. Official review as a timeout, exactly what it was. So 4 points on the board. Stop the clock. So here we go.
Thank you, Jesse.
11 points. 52 seconds on the clock.
Are you kidding me?
Hey,
are you kidding me?
We've seen stranger things happen. I was
Oh, yeah.
calling a game. Listen, I mean, so some of my friends back in the Carolinas will know what I'm talking about. I was calling a game a couple of weeks ago in Boone, North Carolina for the Appalachian Rollergirls, who are here tonight, here for the tournament. It was Appalachian versus Dominion. Dominion was up by 33 points with 12 seconds left in the game.
What?
Appalachian fields PYT as their jammer versus Crystal Meth, the jammer for Dominion. PYT had been having an iffy game. She needed to get lead jammer status. She needed to get 33 points to tie, and Appalachian only fielded 3 blockers. They forgot to put a 4th on the field. They had to shut down the opposing blocker, which they did. She had to get lead jammer status, which she did. She had to score 33 points, which she did. They won the game with 12 seconds left. 35 points on the board on that final pass to take the lead by 2 with 12 seconds left.
Well, we are jam on. Penny Bazaar jamming for Newcastle. Dashing Trudy Snow jamming for Dublin. And Penny Bazaar is your lead jammer.
Well, and that's a killer for the fans of Dublin in the room tonight. And I'll tell you what, they've got a lot of fans right now. Snowy's going to go to the penalty box, and that's going to be a power jam opportunity for Penny Bazaar and for Newcastle, who leads this thing now by 11 and is in control. They'll put another 5 points on the board, and Penny Bazaar takes a look at the scoreboard, takes a look at the clock, and keeps on rolling as she should. And she's going to call that jam off right there with a minute left on the jam clock, but no time left on the game clock. That should be, probably will be, unless there's something outrageous that happens in the next couple of seconds. That should be our game. The unofficial final on the scoreboard right now, Stash, 183 for Newcastle, 164 for Dublin. A phenomenal game, and the crowd here in the Broward County Convention Center goes nuts for a phenomenal opportunity by both teams to take this game to its conclusion. Newcastle is going to win this one. The unofficial score right now, 183 to 164.
Easily the most competitive game I've seen today so far.
No question. Yeah, no question.
Wonderful
That's going to be
game.
your official final now. 183-164 for your winners, the Newcastle Rollergirls. Y'all can go ahead and make a little noise. They're clapping in the arena, and I love this. Have you seen this? I love this. Newcastle is going to come over, and before they take their victory lap, they're going to come over and say hello to Kilt Trip. They're going to slap 5 with the officials and the NSOs, and then they'll go take their victory lap after saying hello to their opponents, the Dublin Roller Derby.
Nice shout out to the NSOs. My better half, Elizabeth, is a head NSO for Acadiana Rollergirls. I know how hard the NSOs work.
Well, and evidently that's a very, very UK thing to do. We don't see that happen a lot here.
No.
But I'll tell you, I was just on the other track a few games ago calling for. Oh, good Lord! I'm so busy calling Newcastle and Dublin. I'm drawing blank. But again, both UK teams coming through and appreciating the refs, the NSOs. Why am I drawing blank on the team that I called the game before this?
I don't know which game you called before this.
I don't know either, evidently. And another round of applause, if you would, for Dublin doing taking their extra lap as well. A phenomenal game. An amazing opportunity. Great, very, very close. Are you kidding me? Is Taz really here? Wow. My tournament was just made. Hey, listen, this has been a blast. We've had a great time. I know we've got some announcements we got to handle, including this one, Stash. What do you got?
Thank you, Pass. I just received word from Mr. Quadzilla himself that his clinic that was due to go on after today's games, that was originally scheduled for 6 o'clock, is going to be at 6:30. So just a slight programming note. If you're planning on attending Quad's clinic, be here at 6:30.
There you go. So on behalf of the Greenville Derby Dames,
And the
Spartanburg Deadly Dolls, and the Piedmont Riot, I have been and will continue to be Past the Mike.
And on behalf of the Acadiana Roller Girls, I am Smiling Stash Merkin. We will see you tomorrow.
That's right. We're both done.
We're done.
We're done.
That's right. Let's go get some dinner.
Is it O Beer 30 yet?
It is O Beer 30.
There you go. Well, listen, it's been a pleasure. I enjoyed calling with you as always. And here's to another phenomenal beach brawl tournament. Can't wait to see what tomorrow has to bring.
We got
more
2 more
derby
days
coming.
of this.
Yeah, man. Listen, more derby coming still tonight. Even over on track D. Still a couple games to go over there at I believe 6 and 8, if I'm not mistaken. And there should be. Again, we can't see it from here, but there should be live derby still going on over there right now. So check out the feed on the other side. The clinics are starting here in a few minutes. I'm Pastor Mike. He's Stash Merkin. We are Gonzo.